Chapter 38 Trouble Comes from the Mouth. What kind of person is Junior Grandmaster Uncle? As fellow nascent soul cultivators, I'm afraid I couldn't withstand a single sword strike from her, and even Senior Brother Lin probably wouldn't fare much better. But why is Junior Martial Uncle here, and with Zhang Yunlu no less? To be honest, the reason Li Fengping ended up here was that, in the afternoon, the principal of Xuanjian City No. 3 Middle School helped him heal the injuries on his face. He was in a good mood after the bandages were removed, so he decided to celebrate by eating some local delicacies. This place was recommended to him by a teacher. "Senior Brother Li, are you all right? What group did you just mention?" Sitting opposite him was a female teacher wearing red-rimmed glasses and a light gray suit, with a gentle and refined demeanor. It was this teacher who recommended Li Fengping to come here, and the two coincidentally met here. It's obvious that the teacher has feelings for him. "It's nothing, I just saw a senior member of the sect." Kai Jiuyu's identity is very mysterious even within the sword sect, and only a few people know it. Most people only know that she is of a very high seniority, so they all call her Junior Grandmaster Uncle. A senior member of the sect. The female teacher turned around and glanced back. "Huh, isn't that Zhang Yunlu?" Zhang Yunlu won first place in the magic test today, and every teacher knows her. Could the senior that Senior Brother Li mentioned be the one next to Zhang Yunlu? Shall we go and pay them a visit? Although Kai Jiuyu looked young, the female teacher dared not underestimate him. After all, for cultivators at a high level, maintaining youth was an easy task. Li Fengping hesitated for a moment, mainly because he and his junior grandmaster had no interaction. Never mind. It would be unreasonable not to pay a visit if one saw the person. "Let's go." He stood up, and the teacher stood up and followed behind him. He took a few steps and came up behind Kai Jiuyu. Li Fengping greets Junior Grandmaster Uncle. Just as Kai Jiuyu and Zhang Yunlu found their seats and sat down, they heard the sound and turned around. "I don't recognize this person, I have no recollection of them. Who is this?" The female teacher behind Li Fengping also respectfully said, "Greetings, Senior." At the same time, she was also pondering. Junior Grandmaster Uncle. Judging from the title Senior Brother Li, this person in front of me must be a super big shot. Because of preconceived notions, even though the face looked somewhat familiar, she didn't think of it as a legend of the younger generation at all. Of course, Kai Jiuyu's casual attire also played a part. "You're that guy from the sect." Although he didn't recognize who Li Fengping was, no one but the cultivators in the sword sect would address him like that. "What's up?" "I only came to pay my respects to my junior grandmaster because I saw him here." Li Fengping bowed again. "This disciple will not disturb your meal any longer." After saying that, he turned around and left. The female teacher hesitated for a moment, but still followed Li Fengping. It's unbelievable that someone as junior grandmaster would appear in Xuanjian City. It seems that the senior who came out of seclusion is indeed very extraordinary. I need to go and discuss it with Senior Brother Lin as soon as possible. Kai Jiuyu didn't think much of it. Given her reputation within the sword sect, it was perfectly normal for her to be recognized. 3 large portions went to go. Just then a man and a woman walked in from not far away. When they saw Kai Jiuyu, they were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, and then went back out. As fate would have it, the two of them were the very people Kai Jiuyu had greeted during the day. On the other side, after Li Fengping left that hole-in-the-wall restaurant, he quickly found an excuse to send away the female teacher who had followed him. He could tell that the other person was interested in him, but now was not the time to be busy with such things. They went straight to the courthouse and applied for visitation again. After a long wait in line, he finally met Lin Xianxia in the middle of the night. "What's wrong, junior brother? Why have you come to see me again?" Across the glass, Lin Xianxia still looked as if he had seen through the world and didn't care about anything. "Senior brother, are you getting used to it inside?" As soon as he said it, Li Fengping regretted it. What's there to be used to or not? How can being detained be pleasant? It's all right. I was a little uncomfortable when I first came in, but I feel pretty good now. Lin Xianxia said calmly. Let's get down to business. Junior brother, you didn't come here so late at night just to chat, did you? I just met my junior grandmaster. Oh? Li Fengping nodded inwardly. His senior brother was indeed worthy of being called his senior brother, possessing a composure that remained unchanged even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. What? Who did you see? Lin Xianxia suddenly stood up. The disciples of the Court of Justice standing behind him stepped forward and pressed him back into his chair. Don't move. Lin Xianxia quickly raised his hand to indicate that he would not move again before he was released. Grandmaster Uncle, how could Grandmaster Uncle be here? No, she should be here. Lin Xianxia kept muttering to himself, his emotions running high. Suddenly, he looked up sharply. Junior brother Li, go and follow up with Junior Grandmaster Ant and see who she has been in contact with. Li Fengping. Senior brother Lin, you really think too highly of me. How about we switch places? I'll lock him up and you can go and follow him. The two disciples of the law hall behind him were also frightened by his words and quickly spoke up to warn him. Lin Xianxia, watch your words. After being shouted at, Lin Xianxia finally regained some of his senses. Phew tilde. I'm sorry, junior brother Li, I got too excited. This seems a bit unreasonable. Is that all there is to it? Is that all there is to it? Senior brother Lin, you don't need to be so agitated. Maybe junior uncle master just happened to be here for sightseeing, Li Fengping comforted him. At any other time, perhaps it would be possible, but now there is only one possibility. Lin Xianxia's tone was extremely firm. There will be no other possibility. So what exactly is the possibility? Tell me. Not only was Li Fengping speechless, but even the two disciples from the law enforcement hall behind him were somewhat speechless. What a load of bullshit. Tell me more specifically how you met your junior grandmaster. Today Li Fengping recounted everything that had happened that day, but omitted some unimportant details, such as the female teacher. Cough cough. As Lin Xianxia listened to Li Fengping's story, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The combat test, the perfect level swordsmanship, and then he appeared with his junior grandmaster uncle again. There can't be any mistake. I see. We're doomed. Senior brother Lin is going crazy again. Li Fengping keenly sensed that something was wrong. This was the court of law. Senior brother, please don't say anything carelessly again. Senior brother, please calm down. The key is, sob. Two law enforcement officers dressed in black suddenly entered, one on each side, and tightly covered Lin Xianxia's mouth, dragging him away. Li Fengping was startled. Just as he stood up, a hand landed on his shoulder and an irresistible force pressed him back into the chair. I only gave him face because he's from the Lin family, but he's gone too far. A soft voice came from behind. A figure stood behind Li Fengping, dressed in the black uniform of the Silu Hall, except for a small golden sword emblem on his chest. The head of the Xuanjian City branch of the Silly Hall is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and is also someone who has 1 foot in the void returning stage. He actually has designs on his junior grandmaster. Li Fengping felt that half of his body had lost sensation, and he couldn't help but secretly groan in his heart. He's just here to deliver a message. Not to mention his junior grandmaster. He didn't even dare to have any designs on Zhang Yunlu, as he had only just recovered from the injuries he sustained last time. You can stay here for a while until the sect issues its orders. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Kaijuyu desires to fight Su Xing, who is in the same realm. Just as Li Fengping was about to defend himself, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, and he fainted as everything went black. Take him away, the branch hall master said calmly. Two disciples from the law enforcement hall immediately came in, lifted Li Fengping up from both sides, and carried him out. Alas, the Lin family's traditional martial arts technique still has such serious flaws. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, slowly walked in. He was also wearing the uniform of the Court of Justice, and there was a small golden sword emblem on his chest. The branch of the Law Enforcement Hall in Xianxia City has one hall master and two deputy hall masters, and this old man is one of them. That would require him to be moved and have the intention. Moreover, this flaw is both big and small. It can be remedied after returning to the void. It is better than the Tai Su sword manual. Indeed, the old man smiled. Are you really prepared to report the situation to the sect? If we don't report it here, even our junior grandmaster might not know. Otherwise, it involves my junior grandmaster, which is beyond my ability to bear. The hall master turned around. I came to Xianxia City to accumulate merits to exchange for resources to return to the void realm, not to be a dog for the Lin family. The old man frowned. That's a bit of an overstatement. The Lin family is not arrogant and has a good reputation within the clan. Is it over yet? Look at yourself now. Can you honestly say you don't regret it? High-level cultivators have long lifespans. When they reach the nascent soul stage, they can remain as young as they were until death if they wish. Unless one suffers a spiritual injury that damages one's foundation, one's appearance will also age. The old man's expression didn't waver much at the branch leader's somewhat hurtful words. It's just that my skills are inferior. You're quite open-minded. The branch hall master stood with his hands behind his back. In fact, during the day, 3 members of the demonic path had come to surrender, saying that they had been influenced by a person named Kaijiuyu. Moreover, their behavior was quite strange, as if they only remembered the name after arriving at the Hall of Law and realized that it was their junior grandmaster. At that time, he realized that there must be cultivators of even higher realms around his junior grandmaster. Are you hiding it from us now? Heh, isn't that just courting death? Good. On the other side, the junior grandmaster, whom many people were thinking about, was carrying a new bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup, humming an unknown tune. The food she was carrying was the one she had bought again. After delivering Zhang Yunlu's food to her home, she discovered that the original portion was completely inedible. After turning a few corners, she entered a somewhat secluded path. However, after walking for a while, nothing happened, except for some wild cats and rats darting by. Why isn't there even a robber? Kaijiuyu muttered to herself. She deliberately chose to walk along these secluded and dark paths, just to deliver a righteous punishment to those who hid in such places with ill intentions. Unfortunately, because the ancient cultivators had recently emerged from seclusion, and then the demonic cultivators attacked the city, the law enforcement hall launched a crackdown. The people she wants to meet are all in jail right now. Soon she found herself back on the wide, well-lit highway. A beam of sword light shot into the sky and disappeared into the distance. The main problem is that if I don't go back soon, I won't be able to eat the new portion I bought. Good. After a while, the sword light fell from the sky and crashed into the villa's entrance. Kaijiuyu took out the array core given to her by Su Xing from her storage ring, opened a passage, and quickly walked inside to open the door, only to find the room completely dark. Uncle Master, why didn't you turn on the light? Are you already asleep? I slipped on my slippers and strode over to the living room. Su Xing sat on the sofa, with a rectangular light screen that looked very much like the Xuan Guang realm floating in front of him. Uncle Master, are you watching a movie? Kaijiuyu stepped forward, glancing at the screen as she placed the duck blood vermicelli soup in front of Su Xing. Here, this is for you, Uncle Master. Thanks. Uncle Master, you don't need to be so polite. Just support me in becoming the sect leader in the future. Su Xing fell silent. Kaijiuyu didn't mind and sat down on the sofa next to him. The screen didn't show the movie or profound martial arts techniques she had imagined, but rather a scene of 2 figures fighting in a hazy gray space. What kind of supernatural power is this? One of them was Zhang Yunlu. So this is how you helped her practice swordsmanship, Uncle Master. Kaijiuyu took out a handful of roasted beans from her pocket. This is something she just picked up at the store. What kind of supernatural power is this? She popped 2 beans into her mouth. Zhang Yunlu, unable to hold on any longer, had her head severed by the illusory swordsman with a purple aura. Is the sensation here synchronized? Yes, otherwise it won't be effective. Tesk, no wonder her swordsmanship is so fierce. It's no wonder they trained so hard. Your senior sister never used this method to help you train. No, after I reached the foundation establishment stage, my master simply threw me onto a planet full of insects, Kaijiuyu replied casually. Because it was her first time and she had no experience, it took her 3 whole months to kill the leader of those insects. Uncle Master, that's quite interesting. In the scene, wisps of gray mist gathered and reformed into Zhang Yunlu's head. Enemy, a sword cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, with the flowing cloud sword technique at its peak and the purple enclosure Qi observation method at a minor level. Objective kill. After Zhang Yunlu recovered, she grabbed a pill from the side, swallowed it, and began to regulate her breathing. Xiao Qing's Ziyuan Guanqi Fa is truly not to be underestimated. Previously, he could easily kill the sword cultivator Phantom, who had mastered the perfected, flowing cloud sword technique. But after adding the minor mastery of the purple enclosure Qi observation method, he was no match for him at all. Is this the wonderful use of anticipating the enemy's moves? In the blink of an eye, the depleted spiritual energy had been restored and even increased slightly. However, the spiritual power of the sword cultivator's Phantom on the other side also increased. Again, the sword light rose again, and Zhang Yunlu charged towards the sword cultivator's illusory figure with her sword drawn. The sword cultivator's illusory face was tinged with purple aura, and he charged towards Zhang Yunlu without dodging or avoiding. As the 2 swords clashed, Zhang Yunlu's swordplay underwent some changes, losing some of its ethereal and agile quality and gaining more of a fierce and murderous edge. Unlike the previous time when he was constrained at every turn, the sudden change in the sword path did catch the sword cultivator's Phantom off guard, and for a moment they were locked in a stalemate. That's more like it, Kaijiuyu nodded. It seems my guidance during the day was quite useful. Jiuyu, if it were you to come, how long do you think it would take you to defeat him? Su Xing suddenly asked. Uncle Master, would you like to hear a more humble version of the story or a more truthful one? To put it modestly, he couldn't last a single move against me. What's a more truthful explanation? 1 hand is enough. She's pretty arrogant, but she certainly has the right to be. So, would you like to give it a try? With him, forget it, there's no challenge. After a pause, Kaijiuyu changed the subject, but if the opponent is a senior uncle of the same cultivation level. Oh, Su Xing looked at her and smiled. You still want to fight me? You have to try some things to know, Kaijiuyu blinked. Right. Then let's give it a try. Su Xing pointed out, and a ray of spiritual light entered her brow. If you can withstand 3 sword strikes without falling, I will let you have another match with your senior sister who is at the same level. Kaijiuyu was a little unhappy when she heard the 3 swords, feeling that her martial uncle had looked down on her, but she became excited when she heard the second half of the sentence. All right, you said it yourself, Uncle Master. A gentleman's word is his bond. What's done is done. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. In the past, there was no way to go. Suppressing his excitement, Kaijiuyu sat cross-legged and waited patiently for a while. I didn't feel any change at all. Why haven't you started yet, Uncle Master? You can start just by lying down in bed. This is so complicated, can't we just start? Starting right away isn't necessarily a bad idea. At this moment, Zhang Yunlu was defeated once again in the light screen. Although she has gradually developed her own style, it will take a long time before she can perfect it. But it's okay, time is the one thing we have plenty of. The next moment, the images on the light screen sped up dramatically, and even Kaijiuyu couldn't see what was happening. After speeding up the video, Su Xing turned to look at her. Then let's begin. Buzz tilde. A faint buzzing sound rang in her ears, Her vision began to blur, and in a daze, Kai Jiuyu felt her consciousness sinking and falling, and all her methods became ineffective in that instant. She didn't know how much time had passed before she felt herself finally land. When my vision returned, all I could see was an endless expanse of gray fog, and even my feet were shrouded in it, yet there was a strange sensation of standing on solid ground. Moreover, she could clearly feel her body, magic power, soul, and even her storage ring. It felt as if I had actually come to this space. How big is this place? Looking at the gray fog all around her, a question suddenly came to her mind. As a man of action, Kaijiuyu did not stand idly by. He summoned an ancient longsword with gold and blue hues intertwined. This is her natal spirit sword. Although it has not yet developed a sword spirit, the sword already possesses abundant spirituality. It can even simulate the spirituality of its own natal spirit sword. Kaijiuyu grew increasingly curious and immediately used his man and sword as one technique, fleeing at full speed in one direction. Its speed broke the sound barrier in an instant, and continuous sonic booms rang out. Even chi refining stage cultivators could only perceive a blurry afterimage flashing by. Even so, this is not the limit of her escape speed. In the living room outside, Kaijiuyu himself was slumped on the sofa, with most of his head hanging off the edge, looking as if he were fast asleep. A light screen rose up, standing side by side with Zhang Yunlu's light screen. They really know how to make a fuss, Su Xing sighed softly. Okay, let's get started as soon as possible. Suddenly, two lines of golden text appeared in Kai Jiuyu's line of sight as she was exploring this space. Enemy, Su Xing, at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Objective, to withstand 3 sword strikes and survive. She stopped immediately, the shockwave she created stirring up the surrounding gray mist. The longsword circled around her once before finally returning to her hand. Are we about to begin? Kaijiuyu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. She has always been confident, no less so than anyone else, but the opponent she is about to face is her senior uncle, who stands at the top of the Tai Xuan realm just like her master. Thump thump. Footsteps came from afar, and from the depths of the gray fog, a phantom figure slowly emerged, with wisps of mist merging into it, making it increasingly solid. As the figure solidified, the churning gray mist gradually turned red. But the red color did not appear eerie or bloody. Instead, it gave people a sense of grandeur and righteousness, like a torch dispelling the darkness of night. Crimson mist gathered in his palm, condensing into a sword. The sword was entirely crimson, and as divine light flowed, it seemed as if a phantom of a red moon appeared. Moon? Shouldn't it be the sun? However, it seems that there aren't many famous swords in the sect that are related to the sun, but there are quite a few that are related to the moon. Uncle Master, which one is this? As the thought crossed his mind, the figure solidified completely, its form identical to Su Xing's, except only swirling gray mist could be seen on its face. Uncle Master, where's your face? Kaijiuyu blurted out. Stop talking nonsense. He'll make the first move if you don't draw your sword. I was just asking, she muttered. Then he looked at the illusory figure of Su Xing not far away, his fighting spirit high, and a faint golden light shining in his eyes. The golden eyes that break through illusions in the void. Supernatural powers are as their name suggests. They can see through illusions and dispel falsehoods. With Kai Jiuyu's mastery of this supernatural power, even a nascent soul cultivator could see some flaws. However, the supernatural powers that had been invincible before seemed to have lost their effectiveness at this moment, and no flaw could be found even in the slightest. Su Xing's illusory figure did not wait any longer. The first sword. In a voice so calm and even, the crimson longsword slowly rose. Grass. Kaijiuyu felt a chill run down her spine and felt extremely uneasy. The extreme danger made her feel that every inch of her flesh and soul was trembling. Without hesitation, he used his sword and man unity technique to flee into the distance. A tactical retreat is necessary. Cut! The crimson light swept across the sky, inescapable and unstoppable, All supernatural powers and techniques seemed utterly laughable in the face of this sword. Like a sun falling, Kaijiuyu, who was fleeing into the distance, was directly engulfed by endless light. In the instant before her body vaporized, she had only one thought in her mind. Is this even a nascent soul cultivator? Good. Outside, Xing, holding a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup, smiled as he looked at Kaijiuyu, who was submerged in the light. Why choose the nascent soul stage when there are no other cultivation levels to cultivate at? During his nascent soul stage, he reorganized his knowledge and created the prototype of the Tai Su sword manual. It can be said that no nascent soul cultivator throughout history has surpassed him. Good. A few dozen seconds later, the gray mist reformed and re-emerged from Kaijiuyu, who was now somewhat questioning her existence. Uncle Master, you're cheating. How could this possibly be the nascent soul stage? This is ridiculously strong. Even a weaker nascent soul cultivator couldn't withstand it, right? Try again. This time I'll let you feel it clearly. Good. Since she wasn't really going to die, she wanted to see how her martial uncle could unleash such an exaggerated attack using the power of a nascent soul cultivator. He strode up to Xing's illusory figure. Without warning, she suddenly thrust her sword straight forward and the blade vanished. The flowing cloud sword technique. In fact, she learned this sword technique when she fought Zhang Yunlu. Faced with the sudden attack, Xing's illusory figure simply turned slightly to the side and dodged it. The first sword. It was the same calm and indifferent voice as before. Kaijiuyu, who had prepared a backup plan, suddenly found that she could not use a second move. Black and white colors spread out from the two of them, and everything seemed to be frozen, except for the sword, which was still dazzlingly red. She could also truly feel the magical aura emanating from Xing's illusory figure. The nascent soul stage has been completed. He did not surpass her. That really is a nascent soul stage. Just when Kaijiuyu thought she was going to die again, the crimson sword finally stopped in front of her brow without piercing through. Moreover, the spreading black and white colors slowly receded. Xing's illusory figure vanished as a wisp of mist. How do you feel? What else can I say? Awesome. Kaijiuyu was somewhat discouraged. She had always thought she was very awesome. Are there many nascent soul cultivators as powerful as Martial Uncle? No, I'm the best. Uncle Master, you really don't hold back. Just telling the truth. But don't be discouraged after all. I, who just fought you, am already over 200 years old. Over 200 years old. No way, Uncle Master. How could your talent be so bad? A nascent soul cultivator over 200 years old would probably not even be able to enter the inner sect of the sword sect today. Forehead. My martial uncle's exaggerated combat power cannot be measured by realm. Wrong. What level of cultivation did Master reach back then? Like me, you have reached the nascent soul stage. Kaijiuyu was taken aback. Why? It's impossible that my master and Uncle Master both lack talent. That would be too absurd. The cultivation system at that time was not yet perfect. The nascent soul stage was the highest level. When there seems to be no way forward, all we can do is keep trying. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Another Happy Day. There is no way forward. Upon seeing this sentence, Kaijiuyu was suddenly overwhelmed with a complex and indescribable emotion. Then, if I continue cultivating at the nascent soul stage, can I also reach the level of my senior uncle? Perhaps, but it's unnecessary. Back then we had nowhere to go, so we could only grope and try, pacing back and forth in place. But now that the road to prosperity is right before us, why abandon the essential for the trivial? Transforming into a spirit, returning to emptiness, merging with the Tao, and even reaching higher realms, the predecessors paved the way so that those who come after could walk it more easily. Being stuck at the nascent soul stage and constantly honing one's magical power is a helpless situation, which could even be called an evil path in today's terms. If you were to advance to the nascent soul stage, would you truly be unable to withstand that sword strike? After advancing to the nascent soul stage, will you be able to withstand that sword strike? This goes without saying. The nascent soul stage represents a qualitative leap compared to the spirit transformation stage. She was already at the forefront of the spirit transformation stage, so it's impossible for her to be weak after reaching the nascent soul stage. All things considered, it is indeed possible to block that sword strike, and perhaps even have a fighting chance. Wrong. That's not how it's calculated, Uncle Master. Is it something to be proud of that a nascent soul cultivator can withstand a sword strike from a nascent soul cultivator? I am Kaijiuyu. When did I become the one being attacked? That's how it's calculated. If Su Xing had a choice back then, he wouldn't have wasted his time in the nascent soul stage. Are you really planning to stay at the nascent soul stage forever, trying to compete with me for the title of strongest nascent soul cultivator? Of course not. Kaijiuyu is not one to dwell on trivial matters. My goal is to become the next sword sect master. If I stay in the nascent soul stage, how can I compete with others? Then she asked a question that she was very concerned about. When you and Master were in the nascent soul stage, who was more powerful? In her expectant gaze, a line of golden text slowly appeared. You guess. Her martial aunt had a bit of a wicked sense of humor, she thought to herself. After that, she looked up and called out, Martial aunt, I want to do it a few more times. Although she considered herself exceptionally talented, she had to admit that it would take her a long time to progress from nascent soul to deity transformation, so she might as well hone her skills first. Ken. Soon, Su Xing's nascent soul stage phantom emerged once again from the depth of the mist. At the same time, in the living room outside, Kaijiuyu's light screen also suddenly accelerated. Su Xing stood up and went to the French windows. The stars are shining brightly, the silver moon hangs high, and memories of the past flow by. My nascent soul stage self was a very, very long time ago. By the way, back then this realm wasn't called nascent soul yet, and the cultivation system of the Tai Xuan realm wasn't the same as it is now. Fortunately, in the end, we won. Feeling deeply moved, he couldn't help but think about many things. There were his fellow Taoists, and the first nascent soul cultivator of the human race who had already passed away. Su Xing smiled nonchalantly. Aren't we also walking on the path pioneered by our predecessors? Good. The next day, Kaijiuyu slept straight until noon, and when she woke up, she seemed a little dazed and not in good spirits. She looked like a wilted eggplant, completely devoid of her previous vitality. She yawned, Good morning, Uncle Master. It's already noon, why are you still calling it morning? Su Xing said with a smile. Oh, Tilda. She responded listlessly, and as she came down from the second floor, she missed a step and tumbled down the stairs. Fortunately, as a nascent soul cultivator, she was thick-skinned and didn't feel any pain. She quickly used the handrail to get up. Last night, she wanted to use her martial uncle's illusory image to hone her skills, but after fighting all night, she couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. She herself couldn't even remember how many times she died. This is a gap accumulated over time, and it is extremely difficult to overcome. What's even more frustrating is that all her knowledge seems to be flawed in front of her nascent soul stage senior uncle, especially when using the Tai Su sword manual. Seeing her like this, Su Xing suggested, How about I take you out for a walk to relax? She paused, then slapped her cheeks hard with both hands, turning her fair and delicate face red. Okay. I need to go out for a walk and adjust my mindset. But I can't ride my bike today, so I probably can't give you a ride, Uncle Master. Driving while fatigued is very dangerous. Why don't you ride, Uncle Master? Let's take a taxi. He hadn't originally planned to ride that abstract rickshaw again. Good. The mythical beast viewing park in Xuanjian City is one of the most famous tourist attractions in Xuanjian City. It is a complete mountain, but in essence, it is a zoo. However, the creatures inside are not ordinary wild animals, but strange beasts with all sorts of special abilities. Walking along the mountain path, a stream meanders down the side. Kaijiuyu stops from time to time, looking around, holding a cotton candy that is several times bigger than her head in her hand. This is a local specialty. The raw material for making this cotton candy comes from a bird called the honeyfinch. These birds cannot fly, and their feathers are made of crystals, giving them a sweet and delicious taste. Once startled, their feathers turn into deadly poison, so only practitioners who have mastered supernatural arts such as calming the mind and focusing the spirit can pluck their feathers. "Uncle Master, hurry up," Kaijuyu called out as she turned around. Xing below was unhurried and had already fallen far behind her. She waited a few seconds, but finally couldn't resist and ran down. "You adjusted your state really quickly." "That's right, we're naturally optimistic." She pulled her phone out of her pocket. "Come on, Uncle, let's take a picture together to remember this moment." Just then, a strange beast arrived nearby, circled once in the sky, its fiery red feathers without a single blemish, and from a distance it looked like a ball of flame falling from the sky. It landed by the stream and immersed its head completely in the water, which is how it drinks. This bird is called the fiery feather. When it is provoked or angered, its feathers will burst into flames, reaching extremely high temperatures. In the past, low-level alchemists and weapon refiners often captured this bird and plucked its feathers to use as kindling. Kaijuyu adjusted her position to include Kai-yu in the background and made sure that she and her uncle were both in the frame before taking several more pictures. "Uncle Master, take a few pictures of me too." She handed the phone to Xing and then used the cotton candy in her hand to make a sword pose. Kai-yu raised her head and stared blankly at Kaijuyu's back. Suddenly, she spread her wings and flew over, grabbing the cotton candy in her hand with her claws. However, just as it was about to grab it, a small but very strong hand grabbed its neck, and no matter how much it struggled, it could not move. In a panic, boom! The flames roared and distorted the air, but they couldn't extinguish the thin layer of spiritual light. "How dare you steal my things?" Kaijuyu grabbed its neck and shook it, then suddenly threatened, "Uncle Master, let's buy this bird and roast it." Chiyu seemed to understand her words, and a hint of fear appeared in her small eyes. "Never mind, after all, these are exotic beasts that the people here went through a lot of trouble to collect." "All right." Kaijuyu released her grip, and the fiery feather, terrified, dared not linger any longer and quickly flew away. Looking up at Kai-yu flying into the distance, she walked over and took her phone back from Xing, looking through the photos for a while. "Uncle Master, may I send these photos to Master for a look?" "Whatever." Xing continued walking uphill at a leisurely pace, with Kaijuyu following behind him, and began sending the photos to her master. The first few images show her grabbing Chiyu and striking sword poses with her sword. It took quite a while for me to receive a reply. "My most respected master said, 'The cotton candy in your hand looks nice. Send me one back later.'" After a moment of silence, she sent the rest of the photos. This time all of them were photos of her and Xing together. "My most respected master, junior brother is with you." Kaijuyu didn't reply. He simply turned off his phone and tossed it into his storage ring. After reading the chat history, she was no longer afraid, since she knew she would be punished when she got back anyway. "Oh dear. Today was another happy day. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. Additionally, let me explain the issue of worldview. This isn't even 100,000 words yet, so it's impossible to explain clearly unless you just release a full outline. So please don't rush." End of this chapter. Chapter 42, The Jade Box and Illusions. "Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble when you go back if you don't reply to your senior sister's messages?" Xing asked. "If anyone's afraid, it'll be me after I go back. Moreover, even if you don't do this, you'll still get a beating," Kaijuyu silently added in her mind. "Let's not talk about that, Uncle Master. I checked on the spirit network before we came. If you go any further up, there's a really interesting performance. Apparently, it's about interacting with a crocodile. The iron-toothed crocodile is a strange beast with an astonishing bite force, capable of biting through iron and chewing through metal. Even foundation establishment cultivators might not be able to withstand its iron and bronze teeth. Continuing uphill, halfway up the mountain, you'll see a very spacious and well-organized space carved out of the mountainside, reinforced with array formations to prevent collapse. Iron-toothed crocodile park. The surrounding area and the ground were covered with layers of white tiles, making the whole place very bright. In the very center was a shallow pool enclosed by walls, in which lay a crocodile-like beast several meters long, looking quite ferocious, with shiny black scales all over its body. As it opens its mouth, you can see its sharp, menacing teeth gleaming with a metallic sheen. This is the iron-toothed crocodile. Since it was a weekday, there weren't many tourists, so the two easily found the best spot for their performance. The performance was halfway through at this point. A staff member in a light blue uniform was half squatting as he slowly placed an arm into the wide-open mouth of the iron-toothed crocodile. That staff member was only at the foundation establishment stage. If he were to take a bite, his entire arm would be chewed to pieces. The surrounding tourists stared intently, subconsciously holding their breath. Indeed, no matter what kind of world it is, there are always people seeking thrills. Kaijiuyu took a bite of cotton candy, her eyes fixed on the mouth of the iron-toothed crocodile. She didn't find it exciting, but rather found this kind of suicidal behavior quite amusing. Suddenly, the staff member seemed to realize something was wrong and quickly withdrew his arm. Sure enough, the iron-toothed crocodile's jaws snapped shut in the next instant, its iron teeth clashing and sparks flying everywhere. "Oh!" many tourists exclaimed in surprise. Not far away, a middle-aged man touched his right hand, his eyes filled with a hint of nostalgia. The staff member stood up and instinctively covered his hand, clearly startled. Then he looked at the iron-toothed crocodile with a complicated expression. The man and the beast stared at each other. As the holy emperor once said, "If you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet." Kaijiuyu turned her head to look at the middle-aged man not far away. "Uncle, you seem to be feeling quite sentimental." "Of course, I used to do this too." The uncle was clearly a talkative man. "This young man is lucky. I lost an arm back then." Fortunately, he had saved some money and went to the hospital to hire a doctor and take medicine to help his arm grow back. "What about the iron-toothed crocodile that bit you?" Kaijiuyu asked curiously. "What happened to the man-eating iron-toothed crocodile?" "Here it is." The uncle took out a wallet which cultivators rarely used. "Its mouth likes to open and close, so I'll let it stay by my side and close it to its heart's content." He turned the teeth into two boning knives, and now he specializes in selling iron-toothed crocodile meat. Kaijiuyu stared blankly at the wallet in his hand, and after a long while she smacked her lips. "That seems quite reasonable." At this moment, another staff member came out and discussed it with the staff member who almost became Yang Yu. "Dear visitors, we are very sorry, but today's performance has come to an end. Please leave in an orderly manner." A hint of innocence seemed to appear in the iron-toothed crocodile's beady eyes. Although the tourists still wanted to continue watching, they understood and gradually began to leave. Kaijiuyu and Su Xing also followed the crowd and walked out together. She suddenly remembered what the uncle had said earlier. "Uncle, do you think that iron-toothed crocodile will still perform with the people here in the future?" These three things probably can't be accomplished." "Huh? Didn't I just ask one question? Why are there three things?" On the other side of the garden, a cartoonish fiery feather fell from the sky and landed in a secluded corner. Zio Fan removed his hood and reached out to catch the flying sword that had lost its power. "Phew tilde." He let out a long breath. After flying all morning, his true energy was almost exhausted. In fact, after the combat test, he went to complete the withdrawal procedures, since he was a person who had lost his future, and there was no point in continuing to study. The head of the teaching department and the principal knew about his special circumstances, so they didn't blame him, for which he was very grateful. Fortunately, the eldest brother's treatment was successful, and his injuries have stabilized. Although his cultivation level has dropped somewhat, his foundation has been repaired. With my brother's talent, It won't be long before he regains his full cultivation. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face. As he walked into the staff break room, a person dressed in the same mascot costume as him came out. Go and rest, Xiao Fan. Eat something and drink more rejuvenating elixir. Okay, Brother Li. The man Xiao Fan called Brother Li nodded, walked past him, put on the hood, and then used his telekinesis to fly into the sky. Meanwhile, in the sky, besides the blazing feather, there were also many cartoonish alien beasts. This is the job he found, to dress up as a mythical beast to increase the popularity of the amusement park, mainly to attract some young children. Not only is it relatively easy, but the salary isn't too low either. Actually, there are quite a few jobs available after reaching the foundation establishment stage, but he hasn't found a suitable one yet, so he can only make do with this for now. Stepping into the staff break room, a gentle breeze dispelled some of the fatigue. Xiao Fan took off the bulky mascot costume and put it aside, then reached out and took a bottle of rejuvenating elixir from the shelf. He drank it all in one gulp, then walked to the table on the inside, where many boxed lunches were neatly arranged. A temperature-regulating array was engraved on the tabletop, so there was no need to worry about them getting cold. He grabbed a random meal, turned around, walked to the door, sat down on the steps, and opened the lid of the lunchbox. The boxed lunch contains meat and vegetables, making it quite substantial. Even the rice is a special kind of spirit rice, which can replenish vital energy to some extent. After shoveling a few mouthfuls, he looked up into the distance and saw two children, around 7 or 8 years old, holding wooden swords and shouting things like, "When I grow up, I want to be the sect leader of the sword sect." The child's parents followed behind them, chatting and laughing. When he was a child, he also wanted to become a sword cultivator, but after his older brother joined the dragon elephant sky supporting sect, he gradually developed a longing for body cultivation. That's just how people are. When they're busy, they forget many bad things, but when they're alone and resting, they become sentimental. After a long while, he put the boxed lunch aside and reached into his pocket to take out a jade box. The jade box is about the size of a palm, with a smooth and rounded exterior. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to carry around, for some reason, he still kept it with him. Oh, Xiao Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly, understanding why this was the case. It's just that I still have some unrealistic fantasies about that sales pitch, or about my current situation. The reason it hasn't been opened yet is because I'm afraid this sliver of hope will turn into a terrible joke. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, A Glimpse into the Secrets of Humanity's Creation. On the other side, Su Xing and Kai Jiuyu continued walking upwards after leaving the iron-toothed crocodile garden. "Hurry up, Uncle Master," Kai Jiuyu shouted from a higher vantage point. Su Xing always seemed unhurried, so she had to stop and wait every now and then. After several attempts, the two finally reached the summit. The mountaintop is flat and wide, forming a huge plaza that looks as if half of it has been cut off out of thin air. However, that is indeed the case. When this place was first built, the owner specially invited a nascent soul sword cultivator who cleaved half of the mountain peak in half with a single sword strike. It was the hottest time of day, with the scorching sun casting its rays, and even the mountain breeze carrying a hint of heat. Around the square grows a tree whose bark resembles scales pieced together, and whose fruit hangs like dragon eggs covered in golden scales. This is the dragon scale fruit, a fruit tree that has absolutely nothing to do with dragons. Kai Jiuyu moved very quickly, raising his hand and releasing his longsword. The sword, like a shooting star, directly severed the stems of 2 dragon scale fruits. Then, before the fruits hit the ground, he caught them with the blade of his sword and brought them back to his side. Because the tickets are expensive, you can eat as much fruit as you want inside. After all, it's not some kind of spiritual fruit. Just sprinkle some more rejuvenating elixir at night, find a few cultivators who can perform the spring breeze and rain technique, and it will grow back the next day. Here, this one is yours, Uncle Master. She carefully put away the sword and handed one of the sword fragments to Su Xing. Su Xing did not refuse and accepted it. Peeling back the scaly skin to reveal the tender white flesh inside, Kai Jiuyu took a bite and then pointed ahead. Uncle Master, there seems to be a sword-flying speed race ahead. Let's go take a look. Okay, Su Xing nodded slightly. The sword racing competition is one of the most popular events here, and even tourists can participate after signing a waiver. Some people have protested before, arguing that it's not just sword cultivators who participate in the race. So why is it called a sword racing competition? The park's response to this was, if you beat the sword cultivator in a speedrun, you can change your class to that class. As a result, after all these years, this place still has the same name. Uncle Master, why don't we go and give it a try too? Kai Jiuyu was eager to try. Limited to a certain level. Huh. She glanced at the notice board next to her and noticed a line of small print in the bottom right corner. For Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivators only. If the level of conflict were to be raised further, it would be more difficult for the park management to intervene in the event of a conflict. Seeing Kai Jiuyu's disappointment, Su Xing chuckled and said, however, after returning to the sect, we can gather the younger generation from each sect to have a competition. Huh, Kai Jiuyu's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Uncle Master, I'll definitely win the championship. She herself doesn't have that kind of influence, but what kind of person is her martial uncle? If you want to, you can definitely do it. It's good that you're confident. It's a good opportunity to see how much the various sects' escape techniques have improved over the years. Uncle Master, can I borrow your phone for a moment? I want to take a few more pictures. As for her own phone, having just angered her master, she's a little hesitant to bring it out now. Give. After taking the phone, she fiddled with it for a while, then turned on the camera to take a picture. Suddenly, a message popped up. The person who sent the message has the nickname Senior Sister. Senior Sister? Isn't that Master? Kai Jiuyu's hand trembled, and the phone fell to the ground, but fortunately Su Xing caught it. What's wrong? Su Xing asked with a smile. Glug. Kai Jiuyu swallowed hard. Master, Uncle Master, how come you have Master's friend? She's my senior, isn't it normal for me to add her as a friend? And what are you worried about? She doesn't even know it's you. That's right. Master doesn't know it's him. After realizing what had happened, she asked Su Xing for his phone again, but this time she couldn't get it. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, Su Xing said. No, Uncle Master, we're family. Why be so formal? In the evening, Xiao Fan returned home. After get off work, he went to the hospital to see his older brother and gave his salary to his mother who was taking care of him. His father, who worked the night shift, had already passed away. Looking at the empty house, he remained silent for a long while before closing the door and going inside. After drinking a glass of water, he went straight back to his bedroom. He had sold his previous house and was now renting, so his bedroom was quite small. Once a bed was placed in it, there was almost no room to move. A ray of sunlight shone in through the window, revealing many tiny dust particles floating in it. He sat down on the edge of the bed and took the jade box out of his pocket again. The jade is lustrous, white and smooth, forming a seamless whole. If it weren't for that extremely fine crack, one would never guess that it was a jade box. How about we open it and take a look? Once the thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. Even if it turns out to be just a cruel joke in the end, isn't that better than having unrealistic fantasies all along? He gritted his teeth and exerted slight force with his right hand. It's not open. Is it locked that tightly? Xiao Fan stood up, grabbed the jade box with both hands and exerted force, but even with his face turning red, the jade box still showed no sign of opening. What on earth is this? I am a Foundation Establishment Cultivator, even if it's just a pseudo-Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Surely I can open a box without being able to do that. This thing is not simple. After realizing this, he frowned, then went out of the bedroom to retrieve his flying sword, wedged the blade into the gap of the jade box, and tried to pry it open. Even as the flying sword's blade bent slightly, the jade box remained completely still. He put down the flying sword and examined the jade box carefully for a while. The commotion just now had not left any marks on the jade box. Could it really be some kind of treasure? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Fan mobilized a wisp of true essence and tried to inject it into the jade box. Like a clay ox sinking into the sea, a wisp of true essence entered the jade box without causing any disturbance. This won't work either. Just as he was about to put down the jade box and pick up the flying sword to perform a blood oath ceremony, a powerful suction force came from the jade box. Grass. Xiao Fan was startled and tried to shake his hand off, but he couldn't shake it off at all. Within his dantian, in that mysterious and fragile Tao foundation, a wisp of energy was drawn out by the suction force, spreading along the meridians from his palm and entering the jade box. Click. With a soft sound, the suction force disappeared, and the jade box rolled to the ground. Xiao Fan was taken aback and looked at the jade box that had fallen to the ground, only to find that the jade box was now half open. Is it open? After hesitating for 2 seconds, he still stepped forward and picked up the jade box. He was just a useless person with no future, so what was there for anyone to scheme against? He thought about it with a self-deprecating smile, then tried to open the jade box again, and this time he opened it very easily. He looked over quickly but was stunned. Inside is a drop of blood. It was a drop of blood, crystal clear, with a faint pulsation that seemed to be audible, like a drop of red jade. What is this? Before he could think for long, the drop of blood suddenly seemed to come alive, transforming into a streak of blood that entered his brow. A moment of dizziness passed before my eyes, and a grand and boundless voice seemed to resound in my soul. Today, we shall glimpse the secrets of humankind's destiny. Accompanying this sound was an excruciating pain, as if his entire body were being crushed and torn apart by 1,000 knives. Xiao Fan fell to the ground, his body curled up, letting out a shrill scream. However, at that moment, a figure appeared on the empty sofa. He had an ordinary appearance and a gentle demeanor. He looked at Xiao Fan, who was lying on the ground screaming in pain, and a smile appeared on his face. When you have the momentum, you can ride the wind and rise to the top. Opportunities are ahead. It's up to you whether you can seize them. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Overcoming Tribulation, Obtaining Fortune. Xiao Fan was completely unaware of the person who had suddenly appeared. The excruciating pain that penetrated deep into his soul had already taken over all his senses. Moreover, if a person doesn't want to, they can't see him even if he's right in front of them. The drop of blood entered his brow and sank down, making his flesh and bones seem to completely disappear in the face of that drop of blood. In just over 10 seconds, the drop of vibrant blood with its subtle pulse reached Xiao Fan's dantian. A bright red light shone in all directions, and a boundless, untamed will surged forth. The dazzling red light continued to extend, seemingly about to invade every corner of his body. Soon, his dantian, meridians, and even bones seemed to be coated with a thin layer of blood film, which was incredibly eerie. Only that mysterious and fragile foundation of the Tao remained unstable, its faint light resisting the red glow and preventing it from being tainted. Above the Tao foundation, a drop of blood as clear as red jade floated quietly, its bright light shining like a fiery wheel. But as Xiao Fan lost consciousness due to the excruciating pain and fell into a coma, the faint light resisting the red glow dimmed considerably. The drop of blood, suspended above the foundation, seized the opportunity and suddenly fell. Like a red-hot iron placed into a snowdrift, the faint light was easily pierced, and the bright, fiery blood droplets mercilessly smashed directly onto that foundation. It's done. A joyful emotion emanated from the drop of blood. The day to seize the very foundation of humanity's destiny was now. Click. A crisp sound rang out, as if something had broken. The joy was abruptly cut short, then turned into utter terror and rage. But on that mysterious Tao foundation, a huge and ferocious crack pierced through, as if it could not withstand the heavy pressure and was about to shatter. How could that be? How could the foundation of creation be so fragile? Click. As the cracking sounds continued, countless cracks appeared, as if the foundation of the Tao was about to collapse at any moment. The crimson light grew increasingly dazzling and eerie, and anger, resentment, and a host of other emotions filled his danshan. However, all of these emotions abruptly ceased in the next moment. That was a gaze seemingly woven from the Tao and reason, looked down from the farthest distance, from the highest point into the darkness. In an instant the crimson light ceased, and the vast, boundless will, as deep as the ocean, seemed like a flickering candle in the wind under this gaze, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Outside world. That ordinary-looking, gentle figure stopped smiling, stood up, and gave a respectful bow. Brother Tao, this is my scheme, not the work of alien races that steal the physical foundation of my human race. The sound was ethereal, as if it had traveled to some unknown and mysterious place. The will within the drop of blood teetered precariously under the pressure of that gaze, as if it might dissipate at any moment. The next instant, perhaps the words had taken effect, the gaze vanished. The dying will within the drop of blood trembled slightly, trying to escape from the crumbling foundation of the Tao, but it was too late. Boom! The shattered Tao foundation released an extremely terrifying shock. If the blood droplet were still at its peak, it could have withstood it, but not now. The last vestige of will within the drop of blood was annihilated almost instantly by the impact of the collapsing foundation. Xiao Fan's body was also shattered by this devastating impact. Tendons and bones are broken, and all 6 internal organs are injured. Although he's not dead yet, he's not far from it. The calamity has passed. Good fortune is on the horizon, the figure standing beside Xiao Fan said softly. Then, with a flick of his finger, a mysterious spiritual light entered Xiao Fan's body. The blood membrane covering his meridians, bones, and dantians slowly receded, transforming into a vast and pure life force. Under the influence of this life-giving force, the body, which had been like a torn hemp rope, began to recover rapidly. The bones and muscles were reconnected, and the 6 internal organs were fully restored. If it weren't for that old ghost who died young, this matter might not have been able to succeed. With that fellow Taoist protecting us, who in the Tai Xuan realm would dare to covet the foundation of human destiny? They are truly ignorant. It's fortunate that he's ignorant. The gentle figure looked at Xiao Fan. Now that you've obtained part of that alien race's resources, you should be able to compete with that person favored by the Taoist brother. Amidst the rising steam, Zhang Yunlu tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and let the hot water wash over her. The water flowed over her delicate collarbone and continued downwards. She took a step forward, lowered her head, and opened her eyes. A faint purple aura flashed by, and her fair and slender fingers were loosely clenched, as if she were sensing something. The enemies she encountered in the trials became increasingly stronger, which caused her to die many times every night. However, she was not afraid at all. In fact, she thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being on the brink of death, dancing on the edge of a knife. Sitilda. He let out a long sigh. I've really become abnormal. Zhang Yunlu turned off the hot water and walked barefoot to the side, where there was a full-length mirror. She took a towel and wiped the water vapor off the mirror. She stood in front of the mirror, staring at herself expressionlessly. Her once chubby face had lost its last trace of childishness, and her eyes were clear as springs, yet carried a hint of coldness. She was tall and slender without an ounce of excess fat. Bright water droplets rested on her fair and delicate skin. Her arms looked thin, yet they possessed tremendous power. How long did it take me to become like this? A few days. When I think back, what flashes through my mind is the image of fighting with that sword Cultivator's phantom, and the sense of security and fulfillment I felt when I held the sword. She understood that she could never go back to what she used to be. Zhang Yunlu smiled slightly. However, I do like myself better now. Good. You don't even reply to your senior's messages, but you still send her cotton candy. Shenji Express, founded by the Immortal Sect Shenji Refining Treasure Pavilion, is one of the most well-known express delivery companies in the Tai Xuan realm. Its business scope covers the entire central continent and even a part of the Starry Sky battlefield. The only one that can rival it is Jishi Express, founded by the Immortal Sect Jishi Valley. Alchemists and weapon refiners, a group of very wealthy, fragile people, Kaijiuyu commented. She filled out the form, handed the huge light box to the staff, and then looked back at Su Xing. One thing at a time, we're talking about a very filial apprentice. I hope my senior sister thinks so too. Oh dear, Uncle Master, can't you let me be happy for a little while longer? Okay, I won't say anything more. Spending time with his senior sister, this seemingly abstract disciple, made Su Xing feel that his mindset had become a little younger. After sending the package, the two walked outside. Shall we continue tonight? Su Xing asked. Of course, Kaijuyu replied without hesitation. That Zhang Yunlu, she's still dying every night and she hasn't given up yet. I will withstand the first sword sooner or later. No, I will withstand those 3 swords sooner or later. I might not be able to come out with you again tomorrow. I'm not that fragile. She muttered something under her breath, and after walking for a while, she suddenly turned her head and glanced at Su Xing. When she arrived, she thought that her senior uncle, who had been in seclusion for so long, would be a very rigid and inflexible ancient cultivator. That wasn't the case. Uncle Master, let me take you back on my bike. That way it'll be faster. I refuse. Why, wasn't it quite interesting last time? That's what you think. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Sword Cultivator above the Dao integration level. At midnight, the bright moon hung high above the Tiantai terrace. Zhang Yunlu sat facing the moon, her eyes closed, her body seemingly covered by a thin silver veil, with a faint purple aura floating around her. After being beaten many times, she finally chose to practice the somewhat troublesome purple enclosure qi cultivation method, and had already gathered a wisp of purple qi at sunrise to begin her practice. At sunrise, the purple aura is at its gentlest and most suitable for refining techniques. However, at noon, the purple aura mixes with the essence of the sun, becoming extremely violent, making it practically unusable for cultivators in the qi refining stage. By sunset, the purple aura collected has lost its vibrant life force and the sense of the beginning of all things, making it even more unusable. However, even the purple aura of sunrise contains wisps of scorching sun essence, so it must be slowly ground away with spiritual power before it can be refined into the delicate eyes. Zhang Yunlu used a faster method at this time, drawing on the true light of the moon to wear down the essence of the sun in the purple aura. This was a secret method passed down by the lineage of true monarch Hehuan. In addition to enabling one to cultivate the purple enclosure qi method more quickly, it can also simulate, to some extent, the process of drawing upon the essence of the sun and moon during subsequent refining. Fu tilde. Psi tilde. With each breath Zhang Yunlu took, the wisp of purple energy surrounding her became increasingly pure. You've mastered it so quickly, you deserve to join my supreme Dao sect. High above, true monarch Hehuan looked at Zhang Yunlu with admiration in his eyes. Why bother practicing swordsmanship? Those sword cultivators were not only arrogant, but apart from being a bit handsome, what difference was there between them and body cultivators? How could they compare to the demeanor of me, a magic cultivator, who wields power over the universe and commands all laws at will? Purple qi swirled in true monarch Hehuan's eyes as he looked at the wisp of purple qi that was becoming increasingly pure. The practice of the purple enclosure qi cultivation method should be done with a balance of intensity and rest. Just 1 hour a day is enough. He had marked this point in the book, and at the current pace, it will be a minor success in 3 more days. However, the next moment the moonlight surged, and the silver gauze formed by the moonlight on Zhang Yunlu's body seemed to become tangible. Her face turned pale, and her eyebrows and hair were covered with a layer of white frost. Clearly, she felt the progress was too slow, so she activated more moonlight. Too hasty. We practitioners should maintain a calm mindset and proceed step by step. The moonlight is extremely cold. It might even harm one's health. However, considering that she has just mastered the wonderful method, she may have been a little too eager for quick results, which is not entirely unreasonable. Just as true monarch Hehuan was pondering this, he saw that the wisp of purple energy was being purified continuously, several times faster than before. In just 3 minutes, the wisp of purple energy dispelled all the scorching sun's essence, and the silver gauze formed by the moonlight dissipated. Zhang Yunlu made a hand seal with her fingers together, and the purple energy instantly entered her eyes. The purple enclosure qi observation method, minor success. It's done. Although it was a bit reckless, it can be considered as having a courageous and diligent spirit. Besides, what cultivation is without risks? True monarch Hehuan nodded slowly. On the rooftop, Zhang Yunlu slowly rose, her body turning completely purple, deep and profound, far surpassing her appearance in the bathroom. During the trial, she observed the sword cultivator's illusory figure. Although the purple enclosure qi observation method wasn't as intuitive as sword techniques, she could still gain some experience from it. Futilda. He exhaled a breath of white, cold air, and his slightly bluish complexion returned to normal. The white frost on his hair and eyebrows slowly melted away. Bass. A cold glint appeared, the crystal-like sword light like a swimming dragon. The sword moves ethereal yet ruthless. Indeed, it's still the most exhilarating thing to do when wielding a sword. True monarch Hehuan. This is, after all, her family's sword technique. Asking her to give it up so easily would be going too far. Moreover, there are practitioners among the Dharma cultivators who also practice a few sword techniques. With his mind in turmoil, true monarch Hehuan kept trying to convince himself, but the next moment he was suddenly stunned, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. Wrong. Why would she experience such emotional fluctuations because of a qi-refining cultivator's practice? Even if she were a genius, she shouldn't be like that. Inner demons. He immediately lost all interest in watching and turned into a wisp of purple mist, drifting away. As night deepened, in the villa, Kaijiuyu had entered the trial and was being tortured. Faced with the overwhelming sword light, as if the sun were falling from the sky, she still couldn't come up with many ways to deal with it. She made considerable progress in the section on the Tai Su sword manual, so even though she couldn't withstand a single sword strike each time, she still enjoyed it. Soon after, Zhang Yunlu also entered the trial. The flowing cloud sword technique that was passed down to her back then was now performed very differently. And the opponent she faces has changed from a minor mastery of the purple enclosure qi method to a major mastery. Perhaps she can even reach the perfect level today. Xing looked outside and smiled slightly. The secret realm is about to open, and the geniuses who have gathered here and the lucky ones who have obtained this opportunity will compete. Who will be stronger and who will win? He was quite looking forward to it. Municipal building, conference room. The mayor's secretary, the principal of Xuanjian City No. 3 Middle School, the head of the Silly Hall and 2 deputy heads, etc. Almost all the nascent soul cultivators in Xuanjian City are here. Everyone remained silent, as if waiting for something. Only the elderly-looking deputy head of the Legal Affairs Hall would occasionally glance at the head of the Legal Affairs Hall sitting beside him. The Sword Sect's order has been issued. Since the matter of the junior grandmaster had not yet occurred, and considering the flaws in the Lin family's cultivation techniques, no overly severe punishment was imposed. They just wanted to keep Lin Xianxia locked up for 5 more days. It's completely painless and doesn't cause any discomfort. Of course, if it were just this one thing, there would be no need to gather so many people. The important thing is something else. Because of the series of events that have recently occurred in Xianxia City, the Sword Sect has sent people over directly. One was a void returning elder, and the other was the Sword Sect's sword-holding Hall Deputy Hall Master, who had just retired from the Starry Sky battlefield, advanced to the Dao integration realm, and was extremely skilled in the way of slaughter. Moreover, the sword-holding hall mentioned here is not a branch like the law enforcement hall of Xianxia City, but the main hall within the sect. Futilda. A gentle breeze swept by, and the many nascent soul cultivators in the conference room felt a stinging pain on their faces. Their souls trembled slightly, as if they were being watched by some extremely terrifying being. Thank you for waiting, everyone. The conference room door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in coarse linen clothes, carrying a long sword on his back, and with a yellow gourd hanging at his waist walked in. He had a rugged appearance and bright eyes, and looked like a wandering swordsman from the ancient cultivation world, unrestrained and free. Following behind him was a young man dressed in the uniform of a sword sect elder. Although he looked young, he was actually a void-returning old monster. Everyone stood up and bowed in unison. Greetings, seniors. This was a cultivator who had not yet joined the sword sect. Greetings, Uncle Master. This was a cultivator from the sword sect. We are all cultivators, so there's no need for such formalities. The burly swordsman gestured with his hands to indicate that everyone should sit down. I'm here only to stabilize the situation, not to do anything that would make you uneasy. You can all rest assured. Everyone fell silent. How were we supposed to respond? May I ask, Grandmaster Uncle, what should we do with Junior Grandmaster Uncle? Asked the elderly-looking Deputy Hall Master of the Law Hall. Junior Uncle, the burly swordsman paused. Junior Uncle has his own things to do, so please don't disturb him. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Meet Su Xing. Junior Uncle. This Grandmaster Uncle, who is above the Dao integration level, actually calls his Junior Grandmaster Uncle, Grandmaster Uncle. Oh, that sounds a bit strange. But if we calculate it that way, isn't the Junior Grandmaster's seniority a bit too high? Whose disciple is she? The crowd was in turmoil, and many were curious about the true identity of the mysterious Junior Grandmaster of the Sword Sect. Unfortunately, this deputy head of the Sword Hall never revealed which generation of the Sword Sect he was a disciple of, nor did he ever mention his master in public. However, it's more likely that their level of understanding is simply too low. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Li Qingyang, the rugged swordsman, was also feeling a bit of a headache. The master gives him a task, but doesn't explain it clearly. He just says there's something important that he needs to do, and he'll find out when the time comes. He's acting all mysterious and rambling. He doesn't seem like a sword cultivator at all. They traveled all the way from a distant star system, only to receive such an ambiguous mission. Everyone, you can go back now. There's no need to see me off. After saying that, Li Qingyang turned and left, and the void-returning elder left without saying a word. The many nascent soul stage cultivators in the conference room remained silent for a long time. They might be considered influential figures in Xianxia City, but they are utterly insignificant compared to this person. Then, everyone should follow the senior's instructions and return to your respective places, said the mayor of Xianxia City. The crowd felt somewhat helpless, but that was all they could do. After Li Qingyang and the void-returning elder came out of the municipal building, they flew into the sky on their swords, but they kept their speed within a certain limit and did not exceed the speed limit. The void-returning elder followed behind him on his sword. Grandmaster Uncle, are we just leaving like this? Otherwise, there are many things I haven't even figured out myself yet. Li Qingyang took off the gourd from his waist and took a sip. The wine was crystal clear, blood-red, and its rich aroma made the void-returning elder beside him feel dizzy. Li Qingyang glanced at him and said calmly, "It seems that your sword is indeed severely contaminated." Elder Fengsu gave a wry smile. Grandmaster Uncle has keen insight. Many years ago, He encountered several very special enemies on the battlefield of the starry sky, which caused his natal sword to be corrupted, and even the Tao integration realm could not completely sever that strange spirituality. Later, that eerie spirituality even affected him through the sword itself, causing his cultivation to stagnate. Because he couldn't reach sword cultivators above the Tao integration level, he withdrew from the starry sky battlefield and traveled around the central continent, searching for secret realms in hopes of finding a solution. During this journey, he happened to enter the Red Moon secret realm near Xuanjian City and discovered that it contained a sword that was at least at the Tao integration level, or even higher. The sword master is suspected to have perished. Otherwise, sword cultivators at the Tao integration level or above, who merge with their swords, could arrive instantly no matter how far away they are. Under these circumstances, he had the idea of subduing it and changing his natal sword. Although he knew the hope was slim, it was better than remaining stagnant. Even if you can't subdue it in the end, you can try to use its divine power to cut off that strange spirituality. Unexpectedly, a Grandmaster uncle who had reached the Tao integration stage returned to the central continent from the starry sky battlefield at this time. I'll help you sever that spiritual energy when we get back. Sword cultivators should always use their own swords. Thank you very much, Grandmaster Uncle. Life is unpredictable, and in the end, it was resolved in this way. There are hundreds of thousands of void returners in the Sword Sect, so I'm already lucky to be able to travel with my Grandmaster Uncle. Li Qingyang hung the gourd back on his waist and sighed. This central continent is rather unpleasant. The starry sky is much more vast, allowing us to roam freely. It is indeed vast, but it is also dangerous. Will I ever be able to become a sword cultivator as carefree and unrestrained as my Grandmaster? Thinking of his corrupted sword, Elder Fangsu couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Late at night, Xiao Fan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, sat up abruptly, and quickly touched his body with his hands. It doesn't hurt anymore, you're okay. Not only that, he also felt a sense of relief, as if all the shackles and constraints had been removed, as if the heavy burden that had been pressing on him had been taken away. Xiao Fan looked completely bewildered, having no idea what had happened. Oh right. The blood in that jade box and that voice seemed to be talking about the secret of creation. How does it feel to be a new student? The sudden sound sent chills down Xiao Fan's spine. Without hesitation, he rolled over, picked up the sword beside him, and looked warily in the direction from which the sound came. But when he saw who was speaking, he was taken aback. It's you. How could he not recognize him? This was the man who had given him the jade box. In other words, it was because of him that I experienced all those things that evening. Who exactly are you? He realized as soon as he asked the question that he had asked a stupid one. According to the conventions of vernacular novels, movies, and dramas, this kind of question usually goes unanswered. My name is Hugh, and I am the one who bestowed this fortune upon you. They actually answered. Hugh. Could the fortune he was referring to be the incident that nearly killed him in pain at dusk? What kind of good fortune is this? I have restored your severed path forward. Isn't that a blessing? Has the severed path been reopened? Xiao Fan paused, and after sensing it for a moment, he saw that the mysterious and fragile Tao foundation in his dantian had disappeared, and even the foundation establishment true essence had degenerated into Qi refining spiritual power. Qi refining level 9. He actually regressed from a pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator to the 9th level of Qi refining. Really, it's back. Instantly, an indescribable ecstasy filled my heart. Hell! The sound of Hugh poured cold water on Xiao Fan, making him quickly calm down. He stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Senior. If you have any instructions, I will do my best to assist you. I do have something I need you to do. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat, feeling somewhat uneasy, but it was clearly not something he could refuse at the moment. Please give your instructions, Senior. Soon, many disciples of immortal sects, as well as some lucky ones like you, will gather here. What you need to do is very simple, Huang smiled slightly, is to defeat them. Disciples of the immortal sect, are there others as lucky as myself? This junior obeys. The situation he is facing now is beyond his previous understanding, and he has no choice but to accept whatever demands are made of him. When Xiao Fan looked up again, the mysterious Huo had disappeared. In the living room, Su Xing waved his hand gently, and the two light screens disappeared immediately. Brother Dao, it's been a long time. A person emerged from the shadows, wearing a gentle smile that inspired goodwill. This person was none other than Huo, who had been in Xiao Fan's house just a moment ago. Long time no see, Su Xing nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist has been in Xuanjian City for some time now. I wonder what you've been up to. Can't we speak in a slightly more profound and enigmatic way, or use some subtle wit or banter? The good atmosphere was ruined. Since you've given me guidance, I'd naturally like to help another junior out so I can compete with you. Su Xing didn't speak, but looked at him with a "you're just being silly" look, his voice indifferent. Fellow Taoist is truly intrigued. That's way too perfunctory. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, The Vastness of the Tai Chuan Realm. Brother Dao, you wouldn't let her participate too, would you? Huo looked up at the second floor, which was in the direction of Kai Jiuyu's bedroom. Of course not. That's good. If Kai Jiuyu were to participate, those younger ones would be better off not playing around and just waiting to be taught a lesson. Some disciples of immortal sects came to Xuanjian City by chance, while others were lucky ones who got the opportunity by chance. What could they possibly use to fight her? Fellow Taoist, your support for the younger generation must be more than just a way to compete with me. Based on Su Xing's understanding of Huo, he wouldn't be so bored. I still couldn't hide it from you, fellow Taoist, he smiled. There was an old, immortal Kang clan member who coveted my human race's Tao foundation. I devised a plan and found him a fake Tao foundation. Su Xing paused, then said, that's really nonsensical. He should have died young, otherwise he wouldn't have made such an unwise move. Huang also thought that the old man was extremely stupid. By using his power, I helped that junior shatter his pseudo-Tao foundation, giving him the possibility of advancing further. Fellow Taoist schemes must go far beyond this. Indeed, although a trace of his intelligence has been extinguished, his bloodline still exists. That junior, bearing the destiny of the Kang clan in a human body, can be like a chosen one of heaven, with constant fortuitous encounters. But there is a price to pay. If that junior is blinded by bloodline, he will no longer be human. Su Xing shook his head slightly. Everything has a price. If it really comes to that, then just kill him. Huo's tone remained gentle, but what he said was chilling. Fellow Taoists' methods are still so extreme. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, and there is constant struggle. How could my destiny be so easily obtained? The fortune I've given you is one you cannot refuse, nor can you afford to lose. It is precisely because of this extreme style of doing things that he is revered by the world as the ancestor of the demonic path, the progenitor of demonic cultivation, bewilderment. Su Xing said no more and instead asked, how many high-level cultivators were there during my seclusion? Nearly 3 million have returned to the Void Realm, and 90% of them have left the central continent and entered the starry sky. However, the most important number, those who have reached the Tao realm, number less than 60,000. 10,000 remained in the central continent, and the rest have also entered the starry sky. Nearly 3 million have returned to the Void Realm, but more importantly, fewer than 60,000 have reached the Tao integration realm. As for those above the Tao integration realm, there are even fewer. Too little. The laws of the central continent are strict, limiting the supernatural powers and combat strength that cultivators can unleash. Upon entering the starry sky and losing their suppression, cultivators experience a surge in their supernatural abilities. Even those at the nascent soul stage can pluck stars and seize the moon, but Still not enough. Although the Taixuan realm is a relatively recent world, it is extremely vast. The world is divided into 4-star regions, with the central continent as its core. The northern region alone spans hundreds of millions of light years and encompasses hundreds of thousands of galaxies. Even smaller galaxies have tens of billions of stars, while larger galaxies have hundreds of billions or even trillions of stars. The number of planets is even greater, and even those with spiritual energy are only a very small fraction suitable for life. However, given the massive number of cases, it is still an extremely alarming figure. 3 million void returners and less than 50,000 Tao integration cultivators are like throwing a handful of sand into the vast starry sky. To pluck stars from the sky and seize the moon. A galaxy has at least tens of billions of stars. How many can you take? Indeed, there are too few, Hehuan sighed. It's a pity that the demon race no longer has any who have achieved the Tao. Indeed, the great demons above the Tao integration realm and the Taixuan realm were all bewitched and killed long ago. He also refined those great demons and gave them to human cultivators as opportunities, which ultimately led to the creation of many void returners and several Tao integration realm cultivators. However, even more people die as a result. Those who cannot withstand the demonic transformation will die. Those who lose their true selves die. It was from that time that Hehuan became the progenitor of the demonic path. Just keep waiting, time is meaningless to us, Xing said calmly. It seems that's the only way, Hehuan said with a smile. The path to Tao is unique. Even among them, it is difficult to cultivate a Tao-aligned practitioner. Now, it's better to wait and see who is stronger, the junior who accepted my opportunity or the junior who was guided by my fellow Taoist. Do you know anything about the Holy Emperor Yuan? Xing asked again. Yuan, Hehuan's tone was playful. A very interesting person. I've dealt with him quite a few times. Xing remained silent, inwardly mourning for his fellow villager. Without equal strength, dealing with Hehuan was never a good thing. Given his unique circumstances, he might even have become one of us, but unfortunately. Hehuan deliberately delayed speaking, wanting Xing to ask first. After a long while, Xing still didn't speak. Confused. You know, that's really pointless, right? From what I've observed, he is not from the Taixuan realm. These perplexing words stirred something within Xing. Sure enough, Yuan, who seemed to be from the same hometown, was also a time traveler, and he hadn't been able to hide it from Hehuan. I just don't know if my hometown is the same as mine. So, his disappearance is related to you. You finally asked. I thought you'd forgotten how to speak. It's irrelevant. Although he wasn't from the Taixuan realm, he was still a human. As for the reason for his disappearance, I don't know either. How could he have kept it from you? Yes, it is indeed remarkable, Hehuan said with some emotion. However, I do have a guess. Since he's not from the Taixuan realm, Yuan, maybe he's gone back. They went back. If you want to know more details, you might as well go to Lingyan Pavilion. After all, that was the last place Yuan went before he disappeared. Good. Slay the enemy a sword cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, with the flowing cloud sword technique, and purple enclosure Qi observation method, both perfected. Time taken, 5 minutes and 27 seconds. The sword cultivator's phantom fell backward, half of its head was cut off, and a trace of purple aura gradually dimmed on its blurred face. We won. Zhang Yunlu's lips curled slightly, the fierce light in her eyes faded, and she could no longer hold on as she fell backward. Wisps of gray mist drifted in from all directions, repairing the terrible injuries on her body. This trial has ended. The trial's enemies will change to Foundation Establishment Stage Sword Cultivators. Please begin your cultivation of the refining technique. The golden characters slowly disappeared, and a pill fell into her mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into a sweet and refreshing liquid. The depleted spiritual energy was rapidly restored, and as usual, strengthened slightly. The pure spiritual energy filled her danshan, giving her a feeling that she could not progress any further. That's the limit. In just a few days, he advanced from the 8th level of Qi refining to the 9th level and even reached perfection. If it were in the past, she would definitely be overjoyed. Well, actually, I'm quite happy now. This cultivation level was earned with his own life. The next moment, consciousness withdrew from the hazy space and returned to reality. Outside world. Zhang Yunlu, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes, slowly sat up and looked to the side. A few rays of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the curtains and entered the room. It's already morning. The cultivation of the gathering and refining method also has opponents at the foundation establishment stage. I've finally made it this far. I hope this hasn't disappointed my seniors. She got up, left the bedroom, and went outside, glancing at Zhang Ziu's bedroom as she went. Nobody's here. My brother seems to be quite busy lately. I haven't seen him much. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Encountering a Charming Cultivator from the Hehuan Sect. Zhang Yunlu didn't think much of it. After washing up and changing into her school uniform, she went to the rooftop, mobilized her spiritual power, and made hand seals. A faint glow lingers on my fingertips. Soon, a wisp of faint purple energy was drawn out, circled around Zhang Yunlu once, and was swallowed by her in one gulp. The purple aura descended and arrived at the Danshan, which was filled with spiritual energy. All right. She let go of his hand and turned to go downstairs. Because she lacked a container to store materials for refining techniques, she could only use herself as a vessel. Release it later and let the moonlight cleanse it. Although Zhang Yunlu found the Ziyuan Guanqi method quite troublesome to practice, she couldn't deny that it was very useful, so she had no intention of giving up on it. She didn't go home. Instead, she went downstairs and, as usual, bought some breakfast and ate it on her way to school. Not far away, Zhang Yunlu suddenly felt something flash past her eyes, but when she looked up, there was nothing there. There was only one sanitation worker, who looked like an older man, using his magical powers to control 4 brooms to sweep the street. "Good morning, Xiao Lu," the uncle greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Uncle Ming," Zhang Yunlu replied. She had previously asked Uncle Ming why he didn't use the cleaning technique, since it would be faster and easier that way. Uncle Ming, however, said that this would be more ceremonial. Do we really need a ritual to sweep the floor? After giving a greeting, Zhang Yunlu continued walking forward. Uncle Ming watched her walk away, scratched his head, and muttered something in confusion. What's wrong with this girl? Her smile is so cold. High in the air, Li Fengping revealed himself, still shaken. I almost bumped into her again. He had encountered Zhang Yunlu twice. Once was when he was following her, and he ended up getting beaten up. That time he went up to her himself and admitted it. But the second encounter was truly just a chance meeting, and as a result, he was detained by the head of the law enforcement hall again. Although it was a short time, it was truly nerve-wracking, and every second felt like an eternity. He even thought he was going to be silenced. Neither of my 2 encounters with her turned out well, so I'd better avoid her. Zhang Yunlu was completely unaware of this. Although she had grown a lot after the trial, she was not powerful enough to discover a nascent soul sword cultivator who was deliberately hiding. Some time later, she came to the vicinity of the school, only to see an unexpected person outside the school gate, Xiao Fan. Didn't he drop out of school? A question flashed through Zhang Yunlu's mind. The two were not familiar with each other, so she had no intention of going up to greet them and walked straight into the school gate. Later students glanced at him as they passed by. Pity, regret, schadenfreude, displeasure, all sorts of gazes. The reason why he chose to become a pseudo-Dao foundation has spread throughout the school. Some people feel sorry for him, some are gloating, and some feel that Xiao Fan's actions are unfair to other students, so they are hostile to him. Before long, there were hardly any people outside the school, and Xiao Fan, who had been hesitating for a long time, sighed. Never mind. For more than a decade, he has been practicing his spiritual cultivation step by step, all in order to get into a good university, and continue practicing his spiritual cultivation step by step. It would be best to join the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect. If you can't join, it's also good to come back and find a job after graduation. So after he fell to the 9th level of Qi refining, he came to the vicinity of the school, hoping to see if he could come back and continue his studies. But once he got near the school, he hesitated. How should I explain my situation? The pseudo-Dao foundation shattered, yet he remained unharmed. He directly stated that this was all due to the opportunity given to him by that mysterious Hehuan. Although he was inexperienced, he knew that doing so would be extremely foolish. I think I should quit my job first. For a moment, he didn't know what to do, so he could only quit his job first, since he had already fallen to the 9th level of Qi refining and could no longer handle the job. Good. Let me tell you, Uncle Master, the fish I cook is delicious. Even Master likes it very much. Today, Kaijiuyu was wearing overalls, an orange t-shirt underneath, and a baseball cap. He was excitedly boasting to Su Xing about his cooking skills. In her right hand, she carried a large, transparent box filled with water, in which 2 golden spirit fish swam. After I ate the 9 fish that my master gave me, she was so angry that she hung me up and beat me. In the end, I caught a few fish and cooked them for her before she forgave me. Despite the same intensity, it was half dead yesterday morning, but today it's full of energy. It really has the adaptability of a cockroach. Moreover, she said she wanted to eat fish early this morning, and insisted on dragging Su Xing to come and buy it with her. Don't you have a storage ring? Why don't you put it in there? These fish can't be kept in a dark environment. Kaijiuyu lifted the tank and shook it, startling the 2 spirit fish, which scattered in all directions. It will affect the quality of their meat. I remember the shop owner just said that this is an ornamental fish. He doesn't know anything. This kind of fish is the tastiest. The 2 walked and talked, but Kaijiuyu did most of the talking. She seemed to have endless things to say. After walking for a while, the 2 stopped at the roadside to wait for the red light. Family, I've arrived in Xuanjian City. Please follow me, and I'll go find the ancient cultivator who's gone through the pass this afternoon. A beautiful female cultivator descended from the sky, stepping on a rainbow of clouds. Her purple palace dress could not conceal her exquisite figure, and every move she made exuded endless charm. Many passers-by were drawn to it. A phone was floating next to her, broadcasting live. In Su Xing's perception, wisps of vital energy and desire flowed from the phone screen and into a sachet hanging from the female cultivator's waist. Are these the practitioners of the Hehuan Sect today? Uncle Master. What's wrong? I'll tell my master when I get back. Su Xing paused. What are you thinking about? I'm just curious about her cultivation method. Just a seductive cultivator from the Hehuan Sect. I could take on 10 of her by myself. Kaijiuyu curled her lip in disdain. During the Immortals Sect Grand Competition, the Hehuan Sect ranked last. But instead of being disappointed, these people were still recording videos with smiles on their faces, showing absolutely no ambition. As a sword cultivator with lofty ideals, she utterly despised this. Zhang Yujiu didn't hear what the 2 were saying, but even if she had, she wouldn't have cared. You've already joined the Hehuan Sect. Why are you still concerned about this kind of thing? That just means you're not a suitable practitioner of the Hehuan Sect. Nowadays, the Hehuan Sect's enchantress cultivators, due to their unique cultivation methods, need to constantly ride the wave of trending topics to maintain their popularity. It's a very simple principle. Only when something is popular will people watch it, and only when people watch it will they have energy and desire. Therefore, the entire Hehuan Sect was in a state of chaos. If it weren't for the patriarch setting some rules, such as prohibiting those over 18, the cultivators of the Hehuan Sect would probably have gone even more crazy. Unfortunately, vital energy and desires always accompany the cultivation path of practitioners of the Hehuan Sect. This situation will only improve after they achieve Dao integration. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Adventure Treasure. Saitilda. When will someone like me, a mere nascent soul cultivator, ever get a chance to rise above others? Zhang Yuju sighed inwardly, but on the surface, she still answered the audience's questions with a sweet smile and voice. There was a senior student who performed breaking a boulder on her chest just to gain popularity. Believe it or not, she did consider this option but ultimately gave up on it. What if it gets smaller? Thinking about it, she glanced to the side unintentionally. That guy over there carrying the water tank. He looks like Kai Jiuyu from the Sword Sect. If I looked like Kai Jiuyu, I would definitely be very popular. Of course, Jiang Yuju was just thinking about it. After all, impersonating that mysterious junior grandmaster of the Sword Sect was no different from courting death. In the previous Immortal Sect Grand Competition, my senior brothers and sisters were completely overwhelmed and beaten by that Kai Jiuyu. She glanced at it a few more times. Wrong. That's Kai Jiuyu. An ordinary person might not be able to recognize her, but Jiang Yuju is a disciple of the Immortal Sect and a charming cultivator who is good at observation. That unique, abstract quality could only belong to her. Kai Jiuyu is here, and with someone I've never seen before. She was immediately seized by a sudden urge. This was a perfect opportunity to ride the wave of popularity. However, Jiang Yuju stopped after taking just one step. Given Kai Jiuyu's style, if I were to go up there like this, the consequences would probably be dire. She wouldn't hold back just because she's a bewitching cultivator from the Hehuan Sect. She might even go further. With that moment of hesitation, Kai Jiuyu and Su Xing had already walked towards the other side. Seeing this, she gave up. Forget it, I'll just ride the coattails of Gu Ziu's emergence from seclusion. Immediately, Jiang Yuju flashed a charming smile at her phone screen. Okay, I'm going to the hotel now, so I'll stop here for now. Japanese letter 3, Japanese letter. After ending the live stream, she once again commanded the colorful clouds and mist, slowly rising into the sky. Most of the people around her looked up at her, their expressions suddenly enlightened. Although people usually say they look down on them, how many of them haven't privately criticized them? If no one really watched it, the Hehuan Sect wouldn't be the most popular sect in the central continent. The one in front of me is a real, living, breathing Mei Ziu from the Hehuan Sect, not the kind you see through a computer screen. The last time I saw Mei Ziu in Xuanjian City was when Xuan Yue Pavilion had just opened. Unfortunately, the mayor mediated the issue under the pretext of improving the city's appearance. Feeling the gazes coming from all directions, Jiang Yuju felt smug. This was exactly the effect she wanted, otherwise she wouldn't have floated up so slowly. She's still the same as always. Kai Jiuyu glanced back and couldn't help but complain, but she recognized me, yet she didn't come up to ride on my coattails. Yes, she had already discovered it. You're just waiting for her to come to you so you'll have an excuse to deal with her, aren't you? Su Xing directly exposed her. How could that be? Kai Jiuyu blinked innocently. Good. On the other hand, Xiao Fan had just quit his job. Since he was a temporary worker without even a contract, quitting was easy. I just feel a little sorry for Brother Li. He still takes good care of me. Walking along the passageway leading out of the park, he felt somewhat helpless. I can't go back to school, and I can't do my job, so it seems like the only thing I can do right now is go back to continue my spiritual practice. Suddenly, a beautifully packaged, antique-style cup landed at his feet, bearing the garden's logo and a cartoon image of a fiery feather. These are souvenirs sold in the park. There was a souvenir shop not far to his right, and this must have fallen out of there by accident. Xiao Fan bent down to pick it up and was about to return it, but as soon as his hand touched it, a strange flutter appeared in his heart. This is a treasure. A bizarre and incomprehensible thought popped into his mind. I must be crazy. He shook his head, suppressing the absurd thought. This thing probably just came out of the factory not long ago. How could it possibly be a treasure? He assumed he was overthinking things and walked into the souvenir shop with the cup he had picked up. You've dropped something. There was only one sales clerk in the store. a shy-looking girl who looked about 16 or 17 years old. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry to have troubled you." "It's nothing, just a small favor." Xiao Fan glanced around the store. Besides the few items on the counter, there was a neat row of items on the shelf next to him, all of which looked exactly like the one in his hand. I was definitely overthinking it. Just as he was about to hand the cup back to the salesperson, a strong throbbing surged through his heart once more. "You'll regret handing it over. I think this cup is quite nice. How much is it?" "Hey, look, this 5 elements coin. The patterns on it are imitations of ancient magical artifacts." The salesperson launched into a long, enthusiastic introduction, completely shedding her earlier shyness. From the craftsmanship and patterns to the cup's ancient history, she managed to exaggerate the value of an ordinary cup into a unique work of art. No wonder she was able to become a salesperson here. Her business skills are quite excellent. To be honest, after her introduction, even without that absurd idea, he was somewhat tempted. But he still didn't buy it. There's nothing we can do about it. He only has 3 spirit coins in his pocket right now, and he can't get a discount. Sitilda. 5 spirit coins. Even if it really is some kind of treasure, it's not meant for me. After comforting himself with this thought, Xiao Fan left. Watching him leave, the saleswoman was a little dumbfounded. She had pretended to be shy and talked for so long, but he didn't buy anything in the end. Where did this poor wretch come from? She mentally grumbled to herself, put the cup back, and poured herself a glass of water. "My mouth is dry from talking. It's really not easy to make money these days." Just as she was internally complaining and feeling sentimental, another person walked in. He had an ordinary appearance, a gentle temperament, and wore casual clothes but a pair of shiny leather shoes. "I want everything here." Is it that extravagant?" "Okay." The sales clerk greeted her with a bright smile. "That'll be 879,603 spirit coins in total. I'll round it down to 879,603. May I ask who you are?" "Swipe your card." The man took out a jade card with a small golden sword emblem printed on it. "This is a Sword Sect publication. Imitations are welcome." "You have excellent taste. Everything here is." As the salesperson boasted, he took out a device and inserted the jade card into it. A line of numbers then appeared on the instrument screen. 110, 100, 1,000, 10,000, brother, elder brother, father, grandfather, great-grandfather. The long list of numbers made the salesperson a little dizzy. "Who is this big shot from?" "Are you done?" "Coming right away, coming right away." The sales clerk dared not have any other thoughts about this big shot. After deducting 879,000, he respectfully handed the jade card back. "Then everything here belongs to me." "Of course it's yours. We can help you arrange staff." "No need." The sales clerk only felt a blur before her eyes, and when her vision returned, she found that the super big shot had disappeared along with all the souvenirs in the store. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, The Strange Voice in My Heart. In the kitchen, 2 spirit fish swim leisurely in the water tank. Suddenly, a hand reached into the water startled them, causing them to scatter in all directions. However, the tank was only so big and one of them was quickly caught. The golden scales were covered with a layer of slime, making them somewhat slippery to the touch. But Kaijiuyu still managed to grab him steadily. The fish struggled with considerable force, and during the process of scooping it out, its tail accidentally slapped the water tank, causing the tank, which was mostly full, to slide outwards for a short distance. Luckily, my suitcase was specially made. Otherwise, it would probably have been smashed to pieces. She held the struggling spirit fish in one hand and gently patted its head with the other. Snap! A wisp of magic was injected, instantly shattering the fish's life force. Then the scales were skillfully scraped off, the internal organs removed, the head cut off, and the prepared fish body was placed aside. Kaijiuyu took out his phone, turned on the camera, and used his magic to make it float behind him. After doing all this, She walked to the fish and slapped it hard. A surge of magical power sent the entire fish flying into the air. Kaijiuyu stared intently at it and swung his kitchen knife. Whoosh! Dozens of tiny sword energies crisscrossed past, evenly slicing the fish's body as it rose into the air. With the other hand, a porcelain plate was taken out, and thin, cicada wing-like slices of fish fell into it, neatly arranged. Kaijiuyu happily put down the cleaver and looked at the neatly arranged fish slices on the plate. I'm awesome. Actually, one of the pieces fell down a little crooked, but she quietly adjusted it. After watching for a while, she waved her phone over, cut out some unimportant parts from the video she had just taken, and then sent it to my most respected master. The future sect leader of the sword sect. Master, how about it? My uncle and I are planning to eat fish today. My most respected teacher, hanging himself. My most respected master, little yellow duck whip. TCH tilde. Kaijiuyu tossed her phone into her storage ring, then carried the fish slices out of the kitchen. Uncle Master, look how beautifully I sliced these fish fillets. Xing was sitting on the sofa, holding a phone in one hand, and a familiar, sweet voice was coming from the phone. I've arrived at the hotel tilde. The environment here is very nice, and there are also spirit-gathering formations around the hotel, so the spiritual energy is abundant. When you come to Xianxia City, you can also choose to stay at this hotel. You must have been paid to brag like this. No, that's not the important thing. Uncle Master, you're watching the Hehuan Sect's live stream. Surely this time, it's not out of curiosity about the Hehuan Sect's cultivation methods. Xing looked up at her and said, yeah, what's wrong? What's wrong? Kaijiuyu was speechless for a moment. Indeed, there didn't seem to be any rule that his martial uncle couldn't watch the Hehuan Sect's live stream. She put down the fish slices and turned to go into the kitchen. Xing looked back at his phone. On the screen was Jiang Yuju, the charming cultivator from the Hehuan Sect whom he had encountered before. She was no longer wearing the palace dress, but had changed into a white tight-fitting tank top and denim shorts. She was kneeling on the bed, her long, white legs dazzlingly white, and a barrage of comments kept floating by. Searching for the ancient cultivator, who emerged from seclusion in Xianxia City. It seems that disciples from other immortal sects shouldn't be far behind. Xing turned off the live stream and put down his phone. In the kitchen, Kaijiuyu took out the phone that she had just put into her storage ring. The future sect leader of the sword sect. Master, my uncle is watching the Joyful Union sect's live stream. This time, the other party did not reply immediately as before. Is the network card stuck? A while later, my most respected master said, Junior brother is not that kind of person. Kaijiuyu raised an eyebrow. I'm your apprentice, how can you not believe me? In the hospital, Xiao Fan entered a ward. A tall, robust man lay on the hospital bed by the window, his eyes closed and his breath weak. There was also a middle-aged woman sitting next to him. Mom. The middle-aged woman paused, turned around and saw Xiao Fan. A smile appeared on her face. Oh, it's Xiao Fan. How is my brother? Xiao Fan stepped forward and stood at the foot of the hospital bed. Is he any better? Yes, I asked today. He could wake up at any time in the next few days. After Xiao Fan's mother finished speaking, she noticed that her son remained motionless, seemingly lost in thought about something. She was a little worried. Are you all right, Xiao Fan? Should we go get checked out? Xiao Fan was startled, then suddenly came to his senses, and then smiled somewhat reluctantly. Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine. Why don't you go back and rest first? Your brother's situation has stabilized, so you don't need to worry. Xiao Fan didn't refuse and nodded. Okay, Mom, then I'll go back first. After saying that, he turned around and quickened his pace to leave the ward. As Xiao Fan's mother watched her son's retreating figure, she felt increasingly guilty. Xiao Fan really sacrificed too much this time. She didn't think too much about it, assuming her son was in a bad mood because of the fake foundation establishment incident. After leaving the ward, Xiao Fan lowered his head, his eyes filled with fear. A terrifying, ethereal, and seemingly real voice, which only he could hear echoed in his ears. No, it was as if it were echoing from the depths of my heart. Why sacrifice your own future to benefit your elder brother? Do they really not know you bought the barrier-breaking elixir? No, it's all a lie. They knew it all along, but they wanted to save the better son, and you were just the one who was abandoned. That's human nature. Those spirit coins were deliberately shown to you. They'd rather save your older brother than you. You've been abandoned. You've been abandoned. You've been abandoned. As the sound grew faster, Xiao Fan became increasingly irritable. Hey, watch where you're going. This is a hospital. Shut up, Xiao Fan shouted as he turned around. The sound was so loud that people in the hallway all looked over. The person who reminded Xiao Fan was a pale-faced, emaciated patient wearing a hospital gown. He was embarrassed by the shout. However, before he could react, Xiao Fan suddenly bowed deeply. I'm so sorry, I was in a bad mood just now. I didn't mean to, I'm really sorry. His apology came so quickly that it caught the patients off guard. No, it's okay, just be more careful next time. After bowing again, Xiao Fan turned and quickly walked out of the hospital. The onlookers dispersed upon seeing this, thinking they were about to witness something amusing. Once outside, Xiao Fan glanced back, still shaken. Huff, huff. He took several deep breaths before he felt a little better. What's wrong with me? He pressed one hand to his chest. What was that sound? After a long while, Xiao Fan looked up. Amidst the constant flow of people, a figure standing quietly stood out, but those around him seemed completely oblivious to his presence. He was taken aback. Senior Hehuan. Opportunity presented itself, yet you failed to seize it. Hu's voice was calm as she walked towards him. With each step, Xiao Fan felt the distance between himself and his surroundings growing ever wider. When he got closer, there was nothing around him, and all he could see was a vast expanse of white. A method that is completely incomprehensible. Just how high is Senior Hu's realm? Only this once. Hu raised his hand and pointed, and a storage ring landed in Xiao Fan's hand. Opportunity. Xiao Fan quickly realized what was happening. Could the cup that Senior Hu was talking about be the one I found before? Is it really a treasure? Hu looked at Xiao Fan, feeling a rare moment of speechlessness. He had given good fortune to many people, but never before had anyone given up such a great opportunity for 2 spirit coins as Xiao Fan. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 51. Dan Huazhan. 2 spirit coins, not even a spirit stone. When has the fortune I gave you ever been so cheap? If my fellow Taoist finds out, wouldn't he laugh at me? The opportunity you missed is inside, take it out. Xiao Fan dared not refuse and probed his senses into the storage ring. All sorts of souvenirs were piled up together, resembling a small mountain. With so many things, did Senior Hu bring the entire souvenir shop here? Soon, that familiar throbbing sensation reappeared. He locked his senses onto a corner and focused his mind. He retrieved the souvenir cup that he had previously returned to the salesperson. Infused with spiritual power. Xiao Fan obediently did as instructed, tearing open the packaging and infusing it with spiritual energy. Ding tilde. As that wisp of spiritual energy was injected, a soft light shone, and the surface of the cup seemed to be peeling away. In just a few seconds, the top layer had completely peeled off. Gone are the exquisite patterns and the simple, ancient shape. In their place is a delicate and beautiful white jade cup, its entire body radiating a faint glow. Senior, what is this? A cup. Xiao Fan. The next moment, the white space began to shrink, and the surrounding scenery seemed to be returning. Wrong. The scene upon returning was not outside the hospital, but in one's own home. Sunlight streamed into the living room through the window, and on the coffee table sat the half-finished glass of water he hadn't drunk that morning. Go try it, you should know how to use it. How could I possibly? Just as he was about to say something, Some hazy and blurry images suddenly appeared in his mind. Some strange figures holding jade cups just like his, seemingly laughing loudly. Xiao Fan walked forward somewhat dazedly, mimicking the strange figures he had seen in the scene, and gently scooped up some sunlight with the jade cup in his hand. How can sunlight be contained in a cup? What sounds absurd actually happened at that moment. The jade cup, which was originally empty, was filled with a strange, pale golden liquid after Xiao Fan scooped it up. Yangjing Danzai. He knew what it was even though he had never seen it before. To build the foundation for the Tao, one must gather the essence of the sun, condense the radiance of the moon, and refine the brilliance of the stars. And this is formed from the purest essence of the sun. By day the sun shines brightly, by night the moon shines with pure light. Xiao Fan murmured, then turned to look at Huo. Senior, is it because of that drop of blood? Humans cannot use this Danhua lamp. But I can use it myself. In that instant, Xiao Fan understood many things, such as the loud sound that echoed when the drop of blood rushed into his body. To glimpse the secrets of human creation, doesn't that mean he's not human? Then wouldn't I be? Never forget your roots, just always remember that you are human. After leaving behind that sentence, the confusion vanished. He wasn't some Taoist master who would patiently explain things to a junior who had received some good fortune. If they understood, they understood. If they didn't. He. It's just a matter of killing someone, no matter what. Good. I'll take you somewhere later. Su Xing held a bowl, picked up a few pieces of fish with chopsticks, and dipped them into the boiling, clear broth in front of him for a few seconds. The translucent fish meat quickly changes color, at which point it must be removed from the water immediately, otherwise it will be overcooked. Because it was only blanched for a short while, the fish meat still had a slight chewiness, and its natural flavor had not dissipated, resulting in a very sweet taste. If paired with a dipping sauce made by Kai Jiu Yu, it has a completely different flavor. She wasn't exaggerating. Where to? Kai Jiu Yu shoved a large mouthful of food into his mouth, his cheeks bulging out, making him look like a hamster. I told you before that I had prepared a gift for you, and now it's about time. Gift? She herself had almost forgotten about it. Kai Jiu Yu chewed quickly, then swallowed hard and asked expectantly, what gift is it? You'll know when you get there. And then he became a riddle teller. Xuanjian City outskirts. Led by Jiang Jing, Li Qingyang and the void-returning elder arrived at the place where the secret realm had been opened. Although he had promised to remove the pollution from it, Li Qingyang was still quite interested in the sword-nurturing secret realm that the man had mentioned, so he contacted the people who had participated in the mission that day through the miscellaneous affairs hall. Li Fengping was just released and may not have seen the news. Su Sandao, the outer sect steward, did not reply, presumably busy with his own affairs. So in the end, they only managed to contact Jiang Jing. This is it, Jiang Jing stopped. Elder Fangsu took out a talisman and stepped forward to open the secret realm passage. Li Qingyang was looking up at the sky, as if he had seen something interesting. Grandmaster Uncle. Interesting. It seems the swords in this secret realm are indeed quite extraordinary. Did the Hall Master see it too? Jiang Jing asked. She is a disciple of the sword-holding Hall, so this title is most appropriate. Call me Deputy Hall Master, Li Qingyang corrected. From what you've said, you've noticed too. Thanks to senior brother Sandao's guidance, Jiang Jing knew her own family's situation best. Li Qingyang nodded slightly. The fact that he was able to discover the situation here shows that the outer sect steward named Su Sandao is indeed quite capable. If there is an opportunity in the future, I would like to meet him. If he is truly good, he could be recruited into the sword-holding hall for some training. Hearing what the two said, Elder Fangsu was somewhat bewildered. Over the years, he has been increasingly affected by the pollution of his spirituality, and his spiritual perception has become very blurred, so he could not perceive the sharpness above that wisp of blue aura at all. If he had been in this situation back then, he might not have discovered this secret realm. "Let's begin," Li Qingyang said calmly. He could already sense the subtle spatial fluctuations hidden in the void. This secret realm didn't seem to be the type that rejected outsiders. Seeing that his grandmaster had no intention of explaining, Elder Fangsu wisely refrained from asking further questions. As he cast the talisman in his hand, just like before, an oval passage, swirling with gray mist and faintly glowing red, slowly unfolded. "Grandmaster Uncle, this is the place." As someone above the Tao integration realm, Li Qingyang naturally didn't hesitate and strode inside. Within the secret realm, a crimson moon hangs high in the sky, and a massive sword-shaped mountain stands in the center of the world, with chains extending from who knows where wrapped around it. Beneath the sword peak, a vortex unfolded, and Li Qingyang's figure emerged from it. Is this the secret realm for nurturing the sword? His gaze swept across the boundless Tongshuan grassland without lingering. This might be precious to ordinary cultivators, but he didn't care for it. He then looked at the sword peak beside him, and Li Qingyang, who had been somewhat nonchalant, gradually became serious. The power and majesty contained within this mountain have already surpassed the limits of the Tao. The secret realm is indeed extraordinary. Something's not right. The next moment, Li Qingyang suddenly looked up at the red moon hanging high in the sky. I broke out in a cold sweat immediately. It was completely unfathomable, yet his sword intent trembled, as if a vast shadow had fallen over his clear sword heart, as if he had sensed an absolute higher being above him. This is beyond his comprehension. Li Qingyang of the Sword Sect greets Senior. Li Qingyang bowed respectfully. But I felt utterly speechless, like I'd been fucked. Damn it. You're just a void returner, and a half-crippled one at that, yet you dare to dream of subduing a sword of this level. They even said the sword master had already fallen, and that the person didn't even respect you. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Gratitude to Master. There was no response, and the entire secret realm remained completely silent. This junior had no intention of disturbing you, so I will take my leave now. Please forgive me, Senior. With that, Li Qingyang prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the void-returning elder also entered. Watching Li Qingyang's retreating figure, he immediately asked, "Are the swords nurtured within this secret realm worthy of your attention, Grandmaster Uncle? If you intend to subdue them, is there anything this junior needs to prepare?" "I fucking bastard." Li Qingyang's scalp tingled, and his heart seemed to stop beating for a moment. He wished he could turn around, draw his sword, and shove it into the guy's mouth. "Subjugate. I'll take your grandpa's money." Before Elder Fangsu could react, he saw a blur before his eyes, and a hand appeared behind his head. An irresistible force surged through him, making him wonder if his head would be shoved into the ground. "I was blind and spoke recklessly. I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold it against me, Senior." Li Qingyang pressed one hand on the returning void elder and explained quickly. Despite being frightened, he was still a junior member of the Sword Sect, so we had to protect him. Jing, who was the last to enter, was stunned by what she saw. What is this being done? Even more bewildered than her was Elder Fangsu, who was being forced to bow by Li Qingyang. Did I do something wrong? Who is Grandmaster Uncle talking to? The secret realm was completely silent, with no response whatsoever, as if they hadn't seen it, or simply didn't care about this farce. "Thank you, Senior. We will be leaving now." They then dragged the void-returning elder away. "Master." "Call me Deputy Hall Master." Even at this point, Li Qingyang still corrected him first. "Also, don't speak. Let's go outside and talk first." Jing didn't understand what had happened, but she still followed Li Qingyang out of the secret realm. After the three left, a ripple appeared around the red moon hanging high in the sky, but it quickly subsided. Outside world. Li Qingyang, Jing, and Elder Fangsu emerged from the gray mist vortex. Few tilde. Relieved, Li Qingyang released his grip on Elder Fangsu. He then took the gourd from his waist and gulped down a mouthful of wine. This time, however, no aroma of wine wafted out, clearly because he was concerned about Jiang Jing's presence. Damn it, I was scared to death. Li Qingyang sat down on a protruding rock nearby. Elder Fangsu finally realized something at this point. Grandmaster Uncle, could it be that the sword nurtured in that secret realm? Yes, you have such a good eye to be able to find a senior of this caliber in a small city like Chuanjian. If that's the case, then why did I discover this sword, this secret realm where this senior resided? Even my Grandmaster Uncle thought this senior was amazing. How could I possibly discover the secret realm where he resided? How the hell would I know? Li Qingyang said matter-of-factly. Then he took another swig of wine. Suddenly he paused. Could the task my master assigned me be related to the owner of this sword? Could the sword's master be a senior or junior master? Vice Hall Master, what should we do next? After the first two corrections, Jiang Jing finally confirmed that the Deputy Hall Master of the Sword-Holding Hall really wanted her to call him Deputy Hall Master. Get away from here first, lest you offend the seniors here. Since Master has said that he will naturally find out in time, why should he deliberately seek it out? If you don't understand it in the end, then it's all the Master's fault for not explaining things clearly. Let's go, let's go. Li Qingyang carried his gourd and swayed as he descended the mountain. Not long after the three left. Uncle Master, is the gift you prepared for me on this mountain? Yes, this should be the most suitable for you at this stage. Two figures walked one after the other, with Kai Jiuyu in front and Su Xing behind. Since we're halfway up the mountain, why should we slowly climb up from the foot of the mountain? I was planning to land halfway down the mountain, but you went down before I could even finish speaking. Kai Jiuyu recalled briefly, and it seemed that it really was true. After hearing that her martial uncle had prepared a gift for this mountain, she couldn't wait to fly down. She took two candies out of her pocket, unwrapped one, and popped it into her mouth. Uncle Master, would you like some? Don't want. Soon the two arrived at the location where the secret passage was opened. This is it. Kai Jiuyu, who had already walked uphill for some distance, turned around. Uncle Master, why didn't you remind me? After mentally berating herself, she quickly ran downstairs. Where is it? Kai Jiuyu looked around, a faint golden light shining in his eyes, clearly indicating that he had activated the void-breaking golden eye. Before discovering the secret realm, we first saw that sharp glint that cut through the atmosphere. Could this be the gift that my martial uncle was talking about? All right, it's time to go in. In an instant, the world spun around. The billowing blue aura and the sharp edge above it vanished, replaced by an overwhelming, endless red light. This feeling is like facing an unavoidable sword strike from your martial uncle during a trial. Kai Jiuyu covered her eyes. It didn't hurt, but tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. It's like an ordinary person suddenly looking directly at the sun. Once her vision returned, she looked around, but this time she didn't activate her void-piercing golden eyes. Is that the mysterious grass? A sword-shaped mountain stood nearby, with chains of unknown origin wrapped around it. Hey, there's even a red moon in the sky. Uncle Master, you should be able to take me directly here, right? Kai Jiuyu suddenly realized. If it can be done in an instant, why bother flying over slowly? Taking a walk after meals is good for your health. After a moment of silence, she stopped dwelling on the matter. Uncle Master, you're not going to give me these mystic grasses, are you? It's not the profound grass, but this secret realm. Su Xing looked at the sword peak beside him. This is a secret realm for nurturing swords, which is most suitable for you right now. Your cultivation has progressed too quickly, so your swordsmanship is starting to fall behind. Hearing him say that, Kai Jiuyu beamed with joy. Sitilda. Her cultivation progressed too quickly. There was nothing she could do about it. Your senior sister must have considered your current situation, which is why she specifically asked you to come find me. Master. Well, with my abilities, I could help you, but it's not as good as a complete sword-nurturing secret realm in the long run. Moreover, It's almost impossible for any sword-nurturing secret realm to surpass the one before us. She really put a lot of thought into this. It seems that your senior sister really cares about you as her disciple. My master is so good to me. Deeply moved, Kaijiuyu immediately took out her phone from her storage ring, preparing to send a message to her master. Well, I'm so confused. This is a secret realm. Where did this internet come from? I glanced at my phone screen. Huh? There's internet. She suppressed the urge to ask her uncle questions, opened the chat software, and quickly typed. The future leader of the Sword Sect, Master / cute little yellow duck. To express her gratitude to her master, she even used her master's favorite little yellow duck emoji. My most respected teacher, hanging himself. My most respected master, little yellow duck whip. My most respected master said, "It's too late to beg for mercy now, just you wait." Kaijiuyu. That's how it is with emotions sometimes. They come quickly and go even faster. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, What If Heaven Favors Us? Kaijiuyu was quite upset and threw the phone back into the storage ring. Uncle Master, how come there's a network in the secret realm? Because I want it here. The principle of the spirit network is different from that of the network in the previous life. Its essence is that it uses a magical artifact with a range that can cover the entire central continent, so it can be connected with just a slight adjustment. Moreover, given the grade of this secret realm, it would be impossible for that magical artifact to detect the specific situation within. Such a powerful reason, Kaijiuyu could not refute. So what should I do next? She summoned her natal sword. It's very simple, Xing said, waving his hand. Her natal sword flew from her hand and then, as if being lifted up, slowly floated upwards. The surrounding mystical grass swayed gently, and wisps of red energy rose from between its leaves, drifting towards the gradually rising sword. Kaijiuyu looked up expectantly, until his natal sword reached the top of the sword peak. The red aura swirled around the cyan gold longsword, with a wisp occasionally merging into it. The longsword seemed to have consumed some powerful tonic, its blade trembling slightly. Kaijiuyu, as the sword's master, could feel the joy and excitement of the spirit within his natal sword. That's how you keep her. This is the most suitable method for sword cultivators to upgrade the grade of their natal sword. However, it is also important to note that the sword's spirituality should not exceed that of its master too much. Otherwise, the awkward situation of a child wielding a large hammer will end up hurting himself will occur. Outside Xianxia City, an ancient-looking flying boat travels through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Flying boats were the most common manned flying artifacts in the ancient cultivation world. Even now, flying artifacts in the central continent are still mostly flying boats. Aside from the practitioner's own preferences, the manufacturing process of flying boats was already quite advanced. Some emerging flying artifacts are indeed inferior to flying boats in terms of performance and cost. The pale gold, semi-transparent barrier surrounding the airship was filled with illusory runes, which not only blocked the surging airflow but also provided a certain degree of defense. On the spacious deck, several figures chatted and laughed. Each of them looked very young and wore different styles of Immortal Sect uniforms. Their cultivation levels were between Golden Core and Nascent Soul. This is a group of young disciples from various Immortal sects. We'll be arriving in Xianxia City soon. What are everyone's plans? The speaker was handsome, dressed in a long, wide-sleeved blue robe with a jade pendant hanging at his waist, on which were engraved two powerful characters, saving the world. This is an alchemist from Jishi Valley, at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Alchemy has always been a highly profitable profession, sought after by countless cultivators. How many spiritual practitioners can go their entire lives without taking drugs? If there's nothing else, why don't we find a place to test our skills and see how we compare our cultivation levels? That's excellent. I hope you will be generous with your guidance, senior brother. I would also like to learn the art of alchemy from you. No problem, no problem. Fellow Taoist's suggestion is indeed good. Everyone knows that the alchemy skills of Jishi Valley are unparalleled. It was not until the previous Immortal Sect competition that we learned that Jishi Valley's combat skills are also first class. Fellow Taoist, you flatter me. In terms of combat, Ling Yanfeng's supernatural abilities are indeed slightly superior. The weapon refiners at the Divine Refining Pavilion wanted to say something, but they remained silent after hearing this. In the previous Immortal Sect competition, the Hehuan Sect ranked last, the Shenji Refining Pavilion ranked second to last, and the Jishi Valley ranked third to last. The weapon refiner wielding a hammer got his head stepped on by the alchemist making pills. It was utterly humiliating. However, he was very considerate and didn't say anything to ruin the atmosphere. The group flattered each other, creating a pleasant atmosphere. We are all disciples of the Immortal Sect. Although we are not as good as our senior brothers and sisters, this trial of our skills can be called the Immortal Sect's minor competition, said another alchemist from Jishi Valley. Don't try to make yourself look good. Don't you know your own limitations? Everyone froze, then turned around and glared angrily at a body cultivator sitting in the corner. Damn it! What's wrong with people getting together to brag and joke around? Why are you speaking such blunt truths? That's really hurtful, you know. I'm so sorry, I really couldn't help it. The body cultivator from the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect apologized repeatedly. I'm used to it when I'm in the sect. Thinking of the bizarre environment of the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect. Forget it, I won't argue with him. The crowd stopped looking at him and wanted to continue the previous topic, but they couldn't bring themselves to say it. After a while, someone broke the deadlock. It was a disciple from Lingyan Pavilion. Speaking of the last Immortal Sect Grand Competition, the supernatural abilities of my senior brothers and sisters were truly remarkable. Indeed, none of them are people we can match. That's a rather mild way of putting it. Everyone who can participate in the Immortal Sect competition is a prodigy, and we might not even be able to withstand a single move. The path to enlightenment is boundless, and I wonder when we will be able to possess the supernatural powers of our senior brothers and sisters. Hearing this, another alchemist from Jishi Valley sighed and then encouraged. As long as we persevere in our cultivation, one day we will surely be able to participate in the Immortal Sect Grand Competition and fight against Kaijuyu, just like our senior brothers and sisters. Go inside now, prop your head up with pillows, and you probably won't have such outrageous dreams tonight. I'll fuck your ass. What have I ever done to you? Why are you targeting me? The body cultivator looked extremely embarrassed, clearly unable to hold back again. Senior brothers, don't stop me. The alchemist rolled up his sleeves and strode aggressively toward the body cultivator. He turned around halfway through his walk. No, you guys are really not going to stop me. The body cultivator slowly rose and walked towards him, his tall figure towering over the alchemist by a head, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Although it's said that body cultivators are reckless, that also means they are truly fierce when they fight. I'm truly sorry, fellow Taoist. The body cultivator did not make a move but said sincerely, if you're unhappy, why don't you hit me? No, that's not necessary. Don't worry, as long as I don't use any supernatural powers, you can't hurt me. For a moment, he really wanted to jump off the airship. Records within the sect indicate that previous body cultivators were all taciturn and reckless, only good at charging forward head first. But ever since the Stop the War arena was created, the entire Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect has gradually become more abstract. Which bastard created that idiotic arena? At the hospital, Huo stood at the highest point, his expression calm, his eyes seemingly reflecting countless light and shadow. There were disciples of the Immortal Sect on a flying boat heading towards Xuanjian City. Inside the classroom, Zhang Yunlu was pondering sword techniques. There was also Jiang Yuju, a bewitching cultivator from the Hehuan Sect, inside the hotel. There's also Zio Fan, whom he personally supported, who stole the fortune of the Kang clan and was favored by heaven. That outstanding junior from the Sword Sect is nowhere to be seen. He must be with you, Taoist. The fact that Taoist brother has emerged from seclusion is itself a kind of momentum. Regardless of their cultivation level, people from the 7 major immortal sects will always come along with this momentum. Given the current situation, Xiao Fan undoubtedly has the greatest advantage, but what good is being favored by heaven? If divine favor were enough, then the people of the central continent wouldn't be the ones occupying it now. What the future holds remains to be seen. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, Trial for All. Evening at the Zashatang Building, the Zhuji Comprehensive Service Center. Zhang Yunlu handed a completed form to the clerk behind the window. Soon, the identity verification was successful, and the staff handed out a palm-sized card with a pattern of 2 small gold and red swords intertwined printed on it. Your application for the foundation building and refining platform has been approved. We suggest you arrive before 10 p.m. tomorrow. If you wish to purchase nursing services, please go to window number 3 to select a package. Thank you, Zhang Yunlu said, accepting the card. Zhuji Comprehensive Service Center has the most complete equipment and the most professional nursing services. Any cultivator who reaches the 9th level of qi refining and wishes to use the spiritual energy capsule can bring their own purified foundation establishment spiritual liquid and pay 1 spiritual coin here. If you wish to establish a foundation for the heavenly Tao and cultivate the refining and gathering method, this place also provides a venue. The array set up here can improve the efficiency of guiding to a certain extent. The price is 10 spirit coins. Both of these are considered benefits for cultivators at the 9th level of qi refining, so each person only has 1 chance. If they want to use them again, the price will have to return to normal. As for whether someone might change their appearance and disguise their magical aura to repeatedly exploit others. As I said before, the Sword Sect welcomes this kind of behavior. It's approved, bro. Zhang Yunlu waved the card in her hand at Zhang Ziyu, who was sitting in the hall. Let's go. Zhang Ziyu walked over and said, let's go buy some nursing services. The process of harvesting and refining is very painful. It will be better if someone takes care of you. No, that package wasn't cheap. As someone who dies multiple times every night, Zhang Yunlu felt that she could handle the pain and there was no need to waste the money. Many people are as confident as you before they even begin, Zhang Ziyu said in a very serious tone. But when they actually get to that point, they realize that the pain is not so easy to endure. Many people can't stand it at the beginning. Those who barely managed to persevere mostly ended up with a series of embarrassing moments. Rolling on the ground in agony and crying are considered relatively mild cases. Some suffer so much pain that they lose control of their bladder and bowels, a truly pitiful sight. It's often at times like these that people realize the importance of caregivers. So let's buy one, it'll be a good backup plan. Since Zhang Ziyu insisted, Zhang Yunlu didn't refuse anymore. Okay. The two walked toward window number 3, and Zhang Ziyu looked at his younger sister beside him. Xiao Lu has become much quieter. Since receiving guidance from her senior, she has become increasingly cold. But with such cruel trials every day, it would be strange if nothing changed. Sitilda. Hopefully she'll recover in time. Good. On the other side, Xiao Fan also drank the Yanjing Dangxi and began his cultivation. Bearing the bloodline of the Kang clan, even if only a trace, he didn't need to slowly refine starlight, condense moonlight, and gather the essence of the sun like ordinary cultivators. As time goes by replenishing the foundation with Yanjing Dangxi and Supo Zhenhua, one can naturally build a heavenly foundation for Tao. As a race favored by the heavens, the Kang clan is born perfect, possessing a natural foundation for the Tao upon birth. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Immortal Sect who had arrived in Xuanjian City had already checked into their hotels, and coincidentally, they were staying at the same hotel as Jiang Yuju. Ling Yinfeng, Jishig, Shenji Lianbeaj, and Longxiang Qingxianzang. Including Jiang Yuju, the enchanting cultivator from the Hehuan Sect, and several nascent soul disciples from the Taisheng sect, who did not leave with true person owning. The disciples of the 7 major immortal sects in Xuanjian City have all gathered. It's about time. Xing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking into the distance. Everything is only just beginning. Let's see who comes out on top. Was it one of those immortal sect disciples, or Zhang Yunlu who received her little gift, or Xiao Fan who was supported by Huo? Or is it some unknown genius who has suddenly emerged? What did you say, Uncle Master? Kaijuyu asked curiously, tilting her head to the side. It has nothing to do with you. This item is oversized and will not be considered. Oh. Su Xing is now beginning to understand the feelings he had before he was confused. In the prison of the Court of Justice, Lin Xianxia sat in meditation with his eyes closed, his breathing deep and concentrated. His fellow inmates across from him cast admiring glances his way. He was here before Lin Xianxia was imprisoned, and at first he didn't think much of it. After all, Lin Xianxia was acting very impatiently, much like anyone else who had been imprisoned. But after being taken out a few times, Lin Xianxia became much quieter, as if he had accepted the fact. However, he later discovered that this person did not seem to be slacking off because of this. He practiced for at least 12 hours every day, and spent the rest of the time either practicing sword moves or discussing cultivation issues with him. Even though he was a nascent soul cultivator, while I was just a golden core cultivator, this person named Lin Xianxia would seriously consider every question I asked, and then answer it. Sometimes, Lin Xianxia would ask him questions, and these weren't the kind of questions meant to save face or to deliberately tease him, but rather very serious inquiries. He answered, but even he himself wasn't sure if his answer was right or wrong. However, Lin Xianxia would still say, "I have learned something," after careful consideration. I asked him why before, and this is what he said. "Since you've given an answer, it proves that you've thought about it carefully, and there must be your own understanding in the answer. Perhaps I can learn something from it." This person was actually locked up for speeding. Isn't that strange? It just goes to show that the world is a vast and wondrous place. If I met someone like that, I might be able to brag about it when I get out. He lay down, put his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. For some reason, he felt sleepy very quickly today. After closing my eyes, I felt myself sinking. Bang! It crashed to the ground. It doesn't hurt. But he was still startled awake, and opened his eyes blankly, only to see a gray haze all around him. Just as he was feeling lost, a line of golden text slowly appeared. The first round of trials begins. Name Wang Yu. Realm level, mid-golden core, suppressed to Qi refining level 9. Current ranking, none. What's going on? Thump thump. Footsteps approached from afar, and a blurry figure could be seen drawing near through the gray mist. This situation is not unique to Wang Yu. Throughout Xuanjian City, any cultivator whose cultivation level is below the nascent soul stage will enter this space after falling asleep or meditating. Therefore, Lin Xianxia, who was also in the prison, naturally encountered the same thing. He stood in the gray space, his body trembling slightly, looking at the golden words in front of him. Name Lin Xianxia. Realm level, mid-nascent soul stage, suppressed to Qi refining level 9. Current ranking, none. Really? Just as I expected. What a figure our predecessor was. Everyone has a chance to compete. The first round of trials has ended. The top 3,000 participants will advance to the second round. Thump thump. A series of heavy footsteps sounded, and a tall figure emerged from the gray fog. Enemy, a Qi refining 9th level body cultivator, an introductory level master of the Overlord's Codex, and a minor master of the Mountain Shaking Fist. Objective kill. The Hegemon's Codex, the supreme secret of the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect, comparable to the Sword Sect's, the Great Void Sword Codex. Come! Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xianxia let out a long roar and drew his sword to meet the attack. Unlike his excitement, most people were still in a state of confusion. On the flying boat at noon, one of the alchemists was one whose defenses were broken by just a few words. Glug. Looking at the tall figure approaching him, he swallowed nervously. Unfortunately, he also drew a physical cultivator. Beginner's Guide to the Overlord's Manual, and a minor mastery of the mountain-shaking fist. He was on the verge of tears, wondering what a mere alchemist like himself could possibly use to fight him. Damn it, am I just incompatible with body cultivators today? Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Xuanjian City Shaken. As darkness fell, more and more people entered the trial space. However, a number of people have already been eliminated. 10 times in a row, none of them could last more than 10 minutes. It would be meaningless for a cultivator of this level to enter the final trial. For them, it was all like a nightmare. Many people have passed the level, with Lin Qiuxian being the fastest. Not only did he win on the first try, but he also killed his opponent with just 3 sword strikes. Of course, not every disciple of the Immortal Sect is as successful as him. Enemy, a sword cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, an introductory practitioner of the Tai Su sword manual, and a minor master of the flowing cloud sword technique. Objective kill. Zhang Yujiu fell silent as she watched the approaching sword cultivator's illusory figure. Putting aside how disadvantageous it is for a low-level charm cultivator to fight a sword cultivator, this guy has no shame at all. How could my charm technique possibly work on him? That's not fair. She was filled with grief and indignation. The trials I design will not be unfair. Countless images flashed through Su Xing's eyes. Not only are the opponents drawn by each person completely random, but their temperament and spiritual strength are also at a normal level, with Fang Lin as the reference standard. Therefore, this time, the illusory image of the cultivator will not only feel pain and fear, but spells targeting the mind, such as charm and illusion, will also be effective. Uncle Master, what are you thinking about now? Kai Jiuyu walked down from the 2nd floor. She had just communicated with her natal sword in the secret realm for a while, and then spent a long time browsing the spirit network, but didn't find anything interesting. Feeling bored, she ran downstairs, only to find Su Xing leaning against the sofa, motionless. You want to know? Su Xing turned to look at her. For a moment, their eyes met. When Kai Jiuyu met those eyes that seemed to shimmer with light and shadow, she felt a flood of chaotic information and images rush into her mind, making her head spin and almost causing her to stumble. What's going on? My martial uncle is up to his old tricks again. She shook her head and quickly ran down the stairs. I want to know. All right. Su Xing pointed, and beams of light rose up, automatically adjusting to the size of a palm, overlapping and intersecting, quickly filling the entire living room. Within each beam of light, there was a person fighting against the illusory figure of a cultivator. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Kai Jiuyu was dumbfounded. Was his martial uncle really going all out this time? How many people are there? Those below the level of a nascent soul cultivator all enter into it. If I go to sleep now, will that also be okay? Except for you. This is blatant targeting. Saitilda. It's all my fault for being too amazing. Huh, these old men can participate too. Kai Jiuyu pointed to a palm-sized light screen on a coffee table. Inside was an elderly man with gray hair and age spots on his face, clearly indicating that his health had been damaged. However, his marksmanship was extremely sharp, and he pierced the illusory image of the magic cultivator opposite him with just a few shots. Anything below the nascent soul stage is permissible. The same thing happened in Xiao Fan's home. Brother Dao's personality is still as domineering as ever. Hugh looked at Xiao Fan, who had also entered the trial, and smiled helplessly. As expected, it's practically impossible to get preferential treatment from you in this kind of matter. Although Xiao Fan has now obtained a trace of the Kang clan's bloodline, it will take some time for the full effect to be realized. In addition, given his lack of combat experience, he may very well be eliminated in the first round of trials. That would be a bit embarrassing. He looked at him but chose not to intervene. Supporting his path to resurgence and participating in his fellow Taoists' trials could be explained as scheming against the Kang clan, but further interference would be going too far. Now we can only hope that he doesn't draw a tough opponent. In Brother Dao's trial, the fortune of the Kang clan will not play a role. The first time, Xiao Fan drew the body cultivation skill. Unsurprisingly, he was completely destroyed. The second time, a sword cultivator. The result was the same. The third time, it was a magic-enhancing treatment. Xiao Fan completely ignored the enchantress's magic and finally won. Fortunately, he was also lucky, and on his third attempt he met the most suitable opponent. Huo nodded slightly and then disappeared. The trials continue, and for cultivators below the nascent soul stage in Xianxia City, this is destined to be an extraordinary night. The next day, the entire Xianxia City was in an uproar. More accurately, the discussion about this trial on the Spirit Network never stopped from the latter half of the night. If it were just one person or a small group, it would be fine, but this time there are far too many people entering the trial. In the conference room of the municipal building, the nascent soul cultivators of Xianxia City gathered once again. After a night of investigation, the general situation has been clarified. This is a trial involving all cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Each qualified cultivator will be pulled into a hazy trial space and then fight against randomly selected illusory cultivators. The types of those cultivator phantoms were very diverse, including sword cultivators, body cultivators, magic cultivators, charm cultivators, and so on, encompassing almost all cultivator professions. There are 10 chances in total. Rankings will be based on final performance, and the top 3,000 will advance to the second round of trials. Upon learning the full story, the mayor was completely stunned. Who was this big shot who was playing such a big game? What's even more troubling for everyone is that the bigwig doesn't seem to have any intention of hiding it, so they don't dare to easily block the news. Now even other cities know about it. What do you all think is the best way to handle this matter? No one replied. No one can offer any suitable advice. If we act rashly, what if we offend the big boss? Who will take responsibility then? Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. You need not interfere in this matter. As the sound rang out, a sword light appeared out of nowhere and landed in the conference room. The figure was young and dressed in the uniform of a sword sect elder. The person who arrived was none other than the void returning elder who had accompanied Li Qingyang. Greetings, senior. Greetings, Uncle Master. Everyone stood up and bowed, feeling a sense of relief. The person who can solve the problem has finally arrived. Is this a trial opened by a senior? The mayor asked hurriedly. In his opinion, perhaps only this senior Li from the sword sect had this ability. No, but my grandmaster asked me to tell you all. Elder Fengsu glanced at everyone. Don't worry, this trial is not a bad thing. Actually, Li Qingyang also went to observe last night, but found that he couldn't see through it at all. After that, Li Qingyang patrolled Xianxia City again and did not see anyone die as a result. The most serious case was that someone was suddenly awakened. Moreover, there were no signs of damage to the soul, body, or foundation, which led to the conclusion that this sudden trial was not malicious. If it wasn't Senior Li, then who else would have such a grand gesture? But even the people from the sword sect said so. The mayor bowed deeply. Yes, I will obey your orders, Senior. Anyway, if problems arise in the end, just don't blame yourself. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, Ranking of the First Round of Trials. It was noon, and Kai Jiuyu was lying on the bed browsing the Spirit Network. As the only person besides her martial uncle who knew the truth about this trial, in her own opinion. She looked at the outrageous and absurd speculations on the spiritual website and immediately launched into a tirade of mockery. Especially that little Zhao who quietly practices magic. She even created a new account to confront him. Moreover, after that, Kai Jiuyu posted several more posts himself, and because he knew the real reason, they seemed to be much more credible than the other posts. This prompted many people to ask questions, but she simply wouldn't explain. Hey. The thought of those who kept asking questions, their hearts pounding with anxiety, unable to find out the truth, made her so happy she rolled around on the bed. In the living room, Su Xing sighed softly. I let her do whatever she wanted, but she seems to be going a bit too far. Oh well, let her be. Su Xing's eyes flickered with light and shadow. At this moment, only a few people remained in the first round of trials, but their performance was not good and could be ignored. The rankings are pretty much finalized. Soon, based on each person's performance in the trial, their names were arranged in order. The person ranked first was not Zhang Yunlu, nor Xiao Fan, but Lin Xianxia. As one of the best disciples of the Sword Sect, he is proficient in countless sword techniques and has a wealth of combat experience. Facing a fellow cultivator of the same realm, he killed his enemy with 3 sword strikes. Among those participating in the trial, no one was faster than him. Secondly, there was the swordsman surnamed Feng, who was detained with him. Then there was a body cultivator from the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect. Finally, there's Li Fengping. Despite their bad luck, the 3 people from the Sword Sect were still quite good. The 5th is Yu Ming, the director of studies at Xuanjian City No. 3 Middle School, who is the old man pointed out by Kai Jiuyu. Because his foundation was damaged, he did not truly advance to the nascent soul stage. According to the standards set by Su Xing, he also belonged to the nascent soul stage. Continue arranging downwards. The 6th is Jiang Jing, a disciple of the sword-wielding hall whom I met during a previous mission. The other sword cultivators I met that day had already left Xuanjian City, so they did not participate in the trial. The 7th and 8th are a teacher from Xuanjian City No. 1 Middle School and a deacon from the Silu Hall, respectively. 9th Zhang Yunlu. She was undoubtedly the most experienced person among them, but her luck was only so-so. She drew the body cultivation skill. The body cultivator had thick skin and tough flesh, and she had no experience dealing with it, so it took her some time to wear it down. 10th, disciples of Ling Yinfang. 11th, a disciple of Jishi Valley. 12th, a disciple of the Divine Machine, Refining Pavilion. Just like the rankings during the Immortal Sect Grand Competition. Then it continued downwards until the 33rd, when it came to Jiang Yujiu of the Hehuan Sect and the Supreme Taoist Sect. They were all quite skilled, but each of them held back, which is why they hovered around the 80-point mark. Looking further ahead, most of them were local nascent soul cultivators and golden core cultivators from Xuanjian City, as well as disciples and deacons from the Sword Sect's Miscellaneous Affairs Hall and Law Enforcement Hall. Among the disciples of the Immortal Sect, only one person was not ranked in the top 3,000. He is an alchemist from Jishi Valley. He was quite unlucky. He drew the body cultivator 7 times in a row. His poison skills were at a huge disadvantage against body cultivators who were tough and had high resistance. The next 3 times, 2 were sword cultivators and 1 was a magic cultivator. The 2 times he dragged on with the sword cultivator, both sides suffered heavy losses. However, he did win the final battle against the Dharma cultivator, but unfortunately, based on his overall performance, he can no longer be ranked in the top 3,000. Xiao Fan, whom Hugh supported, ranked over 1,000, neither high nor low, just average. After the rankings were finalized, the light and shadow that had been flickering in Su Xing's eyes quickly disappeared. In the gray, misty trial space, Lin Xianxia swung his sword, creating wisps of gray mist. Ding ding! The gleaming sword clashed with a pair of withered, ferocious hands, their nails sharp and blood-red, resembling the claws of a vengeful ghost, sending sparks flying. Every time the gaunt figure swung its claws, it brought with it an extremely strong smell of blood. The smell of blood is highly poisonous, capable of corroding the internal organs and corrupting spiritual energy. Lin Qiuxian remained calm, and each time he waited until the sharp claws were about to touch him before slowly swinging his sword to counterattack. Blood cultivation. One type of demonic cultivator. This kind of thing is rare nowadays, and almost all of the remaining ones are in the space battlefield, where there is no chance to fight each other normally. First round of trials has ended. The sudden appearance of golden characters startled Lin Qiuxian. Blood Cultivator seized the opportunity, his sharp claws, carrying a whistling bloody wind, reaching for his neck. Lin Qiuxian slightly turned to avoid it and then slashed horizontally with his sword. The sword was covered with a thin layer of spiritual light, and it drew a beautiful arc with a spurt of blood. Thump! The head fell off and dissipated into a cloud of gray mist. Lin Qiuxian sheathed his sword and stood there, his gaze fixed on the golden characters that were slowly appearing. Name: Lin Qiuxian. Realm level: mid-nascent soul stage, suppressed to Qi refining level 9. Current ranking: 1. First. An overwhelming joy exploded in my heart, and all I could hear was the pounding of my heart. He suppressed the urge to roar to the sky, stared at the golden text, and repeatedly checked it, afraid that he might have misread it. The second round of trials will begin in 2 days, and the top 500 will advance to the third round. 3,000 take 500. Lin Qiuxian tried his best to calm himself down. However, it seems that because his cultivation level was suppressed, the influence of the cultivation technique on him was also reduced, and it was much easier for him to recover than when he was outside. Soon, the pounding of my heart gradually subsided. Futilda. Lin Qiuxian let out a long breath. Giving us 2 days is probably to see how much progress we can make using this space within that time frame. After the trial ends, anyone who passes can stay and choose different cultivators as opponents to hone their skills. Moreover, this trial space is incredibly realistic. The trajectory of spiritual energy circulation and the feedback during battles are no different from reality. Settings: Enlightened Sword Cultivator. The foundation of creation requires understanding its principles, which is a very elusive state. Every practitioner with the foundation of creation has a different process of understanding these principles. Some survived near-death experiences, some fought life-or-death battles, and some even realized their enlightenment on the verge of death, only to die shortly afterward. The only thing they have in common is that this process requires an extreme situation and can only be comprehended by humans. Lin Qiuxian wasted a long time because of this, and even tried to reach the star battlefield with his Qi cultivation body. He lived alone on a planet surrounded by alien creatures for several months, and almost died several times, but still did not comprehend it. In the end, they had no choice but to choose a second-best foundation for the project. As his thoughts raced, a figure appeared in the gray mist, holding an ordinary-looking longsword, and slowly walked towards him. Enemy: a sword cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining, enlightened principles. Apart from that simple suffix Chinese letter, there's nothing else. 8th level of Qi refining. Only by defeating a Qi refining level 8 enlightened sword cultivator can one challenge the next level. Lin Qiuxian dared not be careless and was on high alert, constantly thinking about how to best unleash his first sword strike. The sword cultivator's illusory figure had already walked up to him. Her face was still unclear, and she was rather petite, appearing even more slender than the previously seen phantom of a cultivator. Then he raised his hand and beckoned with his finger. Will they still provoke us? Lin Qiuxian's expression grew increasingly solemn. Seeing that he didn't make a move, the figure seemed to be getting impatient. Sizzle! The sword light flashed before my eyes. Wow, so fast! It was so fast that he didn't even have time to raise his sword to parry. All his skills seemed to have lost their meaning at this moment. Is this really the sword speed that a Qi refining stage cultivator should have? Suddenly, the world spun around me, and a headless figure came into view. The sword cultivator's phantom stood behind the headless figure, its indistinct face facing him, and it twirled its sword. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, The Supreme Being of the Kang Clan. Like Lin Xianxia, many others chose to challenge the Enlightenment cultivator, and most of the Immortal Sect disciples gave it a try. However, the result was similar to that of Lin Xianxia. Both were instantly killed by a single sword strike. After recognizing the gap, they quietly switched to opponents who were more suitable for them. But there were a few who were quite stubborn. Most people stayed in the trial space to hone their skills, but some had already withdrawn. For example, Fan. He was sitting on the bed, holding a phone in one hand, from which came a seductive voice that was captivating. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't watching any inappropriate videos for children, he was just watching a live stream. Zhang Yuju's live stream featuring the alluring cultivators of the Hehuan Sect. Zhang Yuju was dressed in red, with her hair in black, her figure graceful and alluring, her imposing figure and captivating charm undeniable, exuding a natural allure. In the upper left corner there were a few words, First Round Trial 33. She was also one of the very few Immortal Sect disciples who did not remain in the trial space. After all, for a charming cultivator from the Hehuan Sect, what could be more important than riding the wave of popularity? To hone oneself. If all else fails, we can just go later at night when no one's around. The barrage of comments kept scrolling by, several times more numerous than before. Fan stared intently at the screen. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, he was not without his mistakes. Although it was a little embarrassing to talk about, Fan did not think it was abnormal. If you think something's not right, then don't look. But today, he felt an immense sense of peace within. Yes, he felt nothing at all. Not only did I feel nothing, I even felt a faint sense of disgust. Grass. The labor management relationship is not working properly. Actually, this situation had already occurred last night, when we fought against the phantom of the enchantress that was drawn. He has a very clear understanding of his own willpower, it's only average. But last night, after being hit by that seductive cultivator's spell, he was able to completely ignore the alluring images that appeared in his mind and calmly kill him. Thinking of this, Fan felt a little flustered. Any normal man would be flustered in this situation. Could it be related to that drop of blood again? He felt that everything he had been experiencing recently was quite surreal. First, his elder brother was seriously injured, and in order to raise enough money for medical expenses, he drank the barrier-breaking elixir to build a pseudo-Dao foundation, and then something strange happened. Cough, cough. Then Senior Hugh gave him that drop of blood, allowing his path to continue. Although the process was a little painful, it was nothing compared to everything he gained. After that, he obtained the Danhua lamp, a treasure that only he could use to repair his foundation. Moreover, as long as he refined enough Yanjing Dangxi and Supo Zhenhua to repair his foundation, he could easily build a heavenly Dao foundation. Where else can you find such a good thing? Apart from the voice that echoed in my mind that day in the hospital, everything seemed perfect. Until this sudden trial, he was completely unmoved by the magic of the bewitching cultivator, and he felt nothing even when watching the live streams he usually enjoyed. This gave him a very bad feeling. Never forget your roots, always remember that you are human. The words of Senior Hugh seemed to echo in my ears again, along with those voices that kept reverberating in my heart when I was in the hospital. You've been abandoned. Here we go again. Fan's breath hitched, and he felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. The problems I didn't want to think about before have resurfaced. Why did Senior Brother Hugh specifically remind me of this matter? Am I even human anymore? Good. Inside the quiet room, True Monarch Hehuan sat suspended in midair, his eyes closed in deep meditation. Strands of purplish light swirled around him, constantly shrinking in size, as if binding some terrifying being. In the dim light, the shadow of true monarch Hehuan fell to the ground, its shape constantly changing with the movement of the light, like a purplish-black demon struggling and roaring. Heaven creates all things to nourish humankind. A long sigh seemed to travel from the distant past to the present, echoing in his heart. Not good. Hehuan Zhenjun suddenly opened his eyes, and an eerie purple light flowed between his pupils, which was extremely strange. He opened his mouth and inhaled, drawing in all the flowing purple light. Only then did the strange sight in his eyes gradually subside. However, he did not relax at all after successfully suppressing the anomaly. As he landed slowly, true monarch Hehuan's face was extremely grim. His inner demons were not only not suppressed, but were also showing a tendency to intensify. And that wasn't the most important thing. What was even more serious was the sound he had just heard. The Kang clan. As a Dao integration stage cultivator of the Supreme Dao Sect, he was well aware of what had happened to him. The Kang clan, once the overlords of the Taixuan realm, occupied the central continent, enslaving all races, including humans, and treating them as livestock for food. Although they have now been driven out of the central continent and are hiding on the distant other side of the starry sky. However, as a race favored by the heavens, the Kang clan has never given up its ambition to reclaim the central continent. Within their clan lies a peerless being, enigmatic and unpredictable. Many humans have been brainwashed by him, voluntarily abandoning their human bloodline and transforming into the Kang clan. But those who are lured and brainwashed by it can at most reach the Void realm, and have never reached the Dao realm. Because of inner demons. No. Hehuan Zhenjun suddenly stood up, transformed into a streak of purple light, and fled away. We must return to our ancestral home as soon as possible to leave behind our legacy. If one is unfortunately brainwashed by them, it is better for a dead human to achieve Dao than for the Kang clan to have one more. High in the sky, Huo stared intently at the purple light that shot out. Suddenly, another person appeared beside him. It was Su Xing. Su Xing lowered his gaze and looked at the purple light as well. I originally thought it would be that junior who carries a trace of the Kang clan's bloodline, but I never expected that he would choose this junior from the Supreme Dao Sect. Huo sighed. If we're going to proceed on two fronts, then Zio Fan won't be spared either, Su Xing said calmly. It seems they also sense the changes in the Taixuan realm after you emerged from seclusion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted this way. The Dao integration realm is a special state in itself. Each Dao integration realm expert occupies a portion of the world's weight, making them extremely difficult to brainwash. Their decision to attack Dao now is clearly a desperate act, a last resort. Brother Dao, what do you think should be done with this junior? Huo asked again. Su Xing did not answer. With a flick of his finger, it was as if some connection had been directly severed. The purple light that was rushing towards the distance paused. Brother Dao is kind. Huo could see clearly that the finger strike had severed the weak connection between the Kang clan's supreme being and the junior who had achieved Dao integration. Such ease and freedom can probably only be found in you, my friend. Do you want me to cut off the younger generation you're supporting? No need for you to take action, Brother Dao. That junior is destined for the Kang clan, so this matter will be harmless for the time being. Whatever. The next moment, Su Xing's figure disappeared as if erased by an eraser. Huo was about to leave. Heaven creates all things to nourish humankind. A long sigh reached his ears, and he was startled. Before him appeared a vast and majestic god sitting in the chaos. Their gazes collided across a vast distance of time and space. Huo could clearly see a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, The Unpronounceable Kang. Outside the hotel, there was only that unlucky alchemist from Jishi Valley. The sunlight shone on him, warming him, but it couldn't warm his cold heart. Didn't we agree to go sightseeing and exchange spiritual experiences together today? Why did you come out all by yourself? People were coming and going in groups inside the hotel from time to time, mostly talking about the trial last night. Actually, I think that body cultivators and sword cultivators are the hardest to beat in this trial. These two types of cultivators have a huge advantage when they are in the chi refining stage. Indeed, I was just unlucky. The first 3 times I was a body cultivator, then the next 2 were sword cultivators, and the 6th time I finally encountered a magic cultivator. After that, my ranking was already outside the top 3,000. Then you are indeed in a bit of a predicament. Tilda, it would be great if the rankings were announced. Then we could see who's so good that they got first place. I don't care who comes in first, but I'm quite curious about which big shot came up with this trial. There was an ancient cultivator who came out of seclusion a while ago. Maybe it's him. Wasn't the ancient cultivator who came out of seclusion a demonic cultivator? He even wanted to refine the myriad soul banner. These two are not the same person at all. The demonic cultivator who wanted to refine the myriad soul banner is the brother of Kang Jizi from 3 years ago. The Supreme Tao Sect's official website has already issued an announcement about it. The sound faded into the distance, and the two shifted their conversation from the initial trial to other topics. If encountering a body cultivator 3 times is considered bad luck, then what about encountering one 7 times in a row? He looked up at the sky, feeling a sense of melancholy. Dear senior brothers and sisters, you haven't all passed the first round of trials, have you? Junior brother. The sudden sound startled him, and he looked toward the hotel lobby in disbelief. He saw his senior brother and other fellow Taoists from other immortal sects walking out. Senior brother Tilda. The heartfelt call surprised everyone. Even his senior brother was taken aback. My junior brother is usually quite steady. I've rarely seen him get into fights with others. What's wrong with him today? What's wrong, junior brother? Could it be that he also challenged a sword cultivator who had mastered the principles of enlightenment and was so badly beaten that he became depressed? The crowd glared at them angrily. Can you please say less? The body cultivator from the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect scratched his head awkwardly, but was somewhat puzzled. There's nothing wrong with what I said, is there? Junior brother, don't be discouraged. Cultivators who have grasped the principles are rare. We should just focus on ourselves. Even my senior brother didn't dare say things like, I'll catch up sooner or later, lest he get roasted by that guy who can't control his mouth. Everyone looked at them with comforting eyes. His senior walked over to him and patted him on the shoulder. All right, now focus on preparing for the second round of trials. The alchemist was in a truly difficult situation. He wanted to explain that he had failed the trial, but he couldn't bring himself to say it under the gazes of everyone. Chinese letter O Chinese letter /. Why isn't this trial about alchemy? In the afternoon, Xiao Fan went to the city library. He thought about it anxiously for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a solution. So I left home to prepare for the second trial. As you enter the library, a faint scent of ink lingers in the air, and as far as the eye can see, there are rows and rows of bookshelves that seem to stretch to the horizon. Walking a little further in, you'll see winding staircases on both sides, with a thin, ethereal glow at the top of each staircase. The library was deserted. There were hardly any people in sight. The outermost layer of the first floor contains books such as travelogues, essays, and biographies. The books recording spells and formations are on the inside, but they are all extremely low-risk spells and formations such as lightness techniques, cleaning techniques, teleportation techniques, and air conditioning formations. All the books on the first floor are free to view. The second floor is different. It contains combat techniques such as swordplay, knife play, and fist fighting used by those in the chi refining stage. Therefore, you need to verify your identity and pay a certain amount of spirit coins to go up. Xiao Fan learned the only sword and fist techniques he knew here. As for the third floor, Xiao Fan had never been there, so he didn't know about it. He was about to pay some spirit coins and go to the second floor, but after taking only a few steps, a familiar flutter of emotion welled up in his heart. Here we go again. Fan stopped and looked into the depths. After hesitating for a long time, he finally stepped inside and came to a dark brown bookshelf, where he reached out and took down a copy of Travels in Kingsu. The throbbing in his heart grew stronger, just like when he touched the Danhua lamp before. Kingsu, a famous and dangerous place in the central continent. In ancient times, many ancient cultivators liked to leave their cave dwellings there to pass on their knowledge, so every year many cultivators go there to explore. Some returned with a full load, but many more never returned. Clearly, the contents of this book were written by a cultivator while exploring the Kingsu. He took the book and walked towards the reading room next door. He opened the door and found only a quiet-looking girl who appeared to be about his age. Seeing someone come in, the girl looked up and smiled slightly at him. Fan frowned, turned around and left, heading towards another reading room. Girl. It wasn't because of that faint feeling of disgust in my heart, but because I was worried that something strange might happen later, and it wouldn't be good if someone saw it. Fortunately, no one was in the other reading room. Fan found a seat, opened the book Travels in Kingsu in his hand, and turned the pages one by one. Guided by the stirring in his heart, he finally turned to the middle page of the book. The paper on this page is somewhat yellowed, as if it had been soaked in water, and appears rather rough. Is it still the same as before? After a 2-second pause, he gently stroked the paper. A wisp of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertip into the rough paper. Soon the paper glowed with a faint light, and a mysterious aura spread out. Buzz tilde. In a daze, Fan felt everything around him being pulled away, as if, in an instant, everything before his eyes had undergone earth-shattering changes. Beneath my feet lay a deep and eerie darkness. Before my eyes, there were strange characters I had never seen before, each one radiating divine light, which together formed a mysterious and infinitely profound dharma. I've never seen it, but I know its meaning. Xuantian. The Kang clan's battle techniques. Swords, fists, feet, supernatural powers, and magic can all be used by Xuantian. Divine radiance flowed and coalesced into a sacred and boundless figure. That figure stepped forward, raised its fist, and slowly unleashed a strike. Each move was powerful enough to swallow mountains and rivers and capture the universe. Upon closer inspection, its form is clearly the style of the boxing he had learned before, but it is even more perfect. Yes, perfect. Compared to the previous crude techniques, the boxing skills performed by that figure were now perfectly natural, without a single flaw. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. As he practiced the boxing techniques, Fan seemed to see that hazy scene again. The same strange figures are still visible in the scene. They sit suspended in the clouds, while all living beings prostrate themselves beneath them. Amidst their conversation, one of them waved his hand, causing the Milky Way to tremble and fall into the cup like wine. With a single word, all spirits bowed their heads. We chatted and waved, and the Milky Way seemed to flow into our cups. He controls the heavens and the earth, and drinks from the Milky Way. Fan was mesmerized, and a surge of heroic spirit welled up within him. However, in the blink of an eye, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and he found himself back in the ordinary reading room. Fan closed the book and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the asterisk race? He was a little confused, so he tried reading it again. Tribe. The word seemed to be muted. It was pronounced, but you couldn't hear it at all. Why is this happening? I used to be able to pronounce the character Chinese letter. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Refining Star Radiance. While Fan had another extraordinary encounter, Zhang Yunlu was also busy. 11:15 p.m., Zhuji Comprehensive Service Center lobby. Zhang Yunlu sat upright, with several lines of golden text visible only to her in front of her. Name Zhang Yunlu. Realm level, Qi Refining level 9. Current ranking, 9th. Entry into the trial space is permitted. After passing the first round of trials, she can enter the trial space at any time, no longer having to passively wait while she sleeps at night as before. Zhang Yunlu was not very satisfied with her ninth-place ranking. She had entered this space before anyone else, giving her an advantage over everyone else. But once they started fighting, she discovered her weakness. She was unfamiliar with other types of practitioners. Facing a body cultivator she had never encountered before, a fighting style different from that of a sword cultivator, she suffered from a lack of experience and failed to adjust her style. As a result, she spent too much time and ended up ranking 9th. So after defeating her opponent, she tried to fight against various types of cultivators in the trial space. But what she remembers most is that sword cultivator who reached the 8th level of chi refining. Despite being a level below her in cultivation, he was utterly powerless against her. The foundation of creation. Look, Xiao Lu, someone has finished the first step of the cultivation technique and is coming out, Zhang Ziu exclaimed in surprise, and they even came out standing up. The golden words before Zhang Yunlu's eyes dissipated, and she looked in the direction her brother had indicated. He was a pale-faced young man who walked with a shaky gait, being helped along. He looked quite disheveled, but those waiting in the hall all looked at him with admiration. He was able to stand up and walk out after completing the cultivation of the gathering and refining method. That guy is ruthless. Facing the gazes of the crowd, the man seemed to want to walk more gracefully, but as soon as he straightened up slightly, he let out a scream and almost fell. Fortunately, he was caught by the people around him. Why are you pretending when everything's fine? The young man walked away with the help of those around him. Zhang Yunlu, cultivation room number 9, gathering and refining method. A cold, crisp mechanical voice rang out. Keep it up, Xiao Lu, Zhang Ziu encouraged. Nodding slightly, Zhang Yunlu got up and walked inside. Reaching the metal door at the corner, she took out the card, inserted it into a slot, and then channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into the instrument placed to the side. Authentication successful, Zhang Yunlu. Wishing you a smooth cultivation of the gathering and refining technique. The cold, mechanical voice offered a blessing without any emotion. Tusk tilde. The metal door slowly opened, and a uniformed staff member was already waiting inside. Please come with me. You have purchased the 3rd-tier care service. I will monitor your condition throughout the process, she said with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. The staff are responsible for monitoring the condition of those practicing the cultivation method in real time, and will immediately provide assistance if anything goes wrong. For those like Zhang Yunlu who have purchased nursing services, if they encounter situations such as vomiting blood from pain or incontinence, the staff will treat their wounds and clean up the mess immediately. In ancient times, this process was called protecting the way, which usually occurred between master and disciple, Taoist partners, or blood relatives. In addition to the above, it also included resisting external enemies. Now there's no need to worry about the last one. While the sword sect's miscellaneous affairs, Hall can't be said to be absolutely safe. It's far superior to ordinary places. As for those practitioners who did not purchase nursing services, staff will lift you onto a stretcher after you are out of danger, and then take you to the rest room through the back door, where you will be received by your family or companion. Following the staff, Zhang Yunlu finally arrived at a circular, enclosed room. The surrounding walls are silver gray, and there is a control panel at the far end. In the center was a futon, and the ground around it had winding, bright patterns, the patterns of an array. It was a bit cold in the room. Zhang Yunlu walked to the center and sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ceiling above opened up, revealing the starry sky like a black velvet cloth adorned with diamonds, deep and mysterious. A staff member stood in front of the control panel. You can begin now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunlu closed her eyes, mobilized 3/10 of her spiritual power, and skillfully formed the fishing for stars hand seal. The formation was activated, and soon, faint silver illusory threads appeared starlight. This step is something anyone can succeed at. The difficulty lies in what comes next. She extended a wisp of her divine soul power, like tiny tentacles, gently wrapping it around the hanging starlight threads. But the moment the power of the soul touched the starlight thread, a tidal wave of excruciating pain spread throughout the body, as if a saw had been inserted into the brain, constantly cutting it back and forth. Cultivators in the qi refining stage have a limited amount of spiritual power they can draw upon, so they only have one chance. Zhang Yunlu frowned slightly. For her, the pain was still within a tolerable range. Suppressing the pain, she withdrew her divine soul power and simultaneously absorbed the starlight into her body. The silver threads around her seemed to be drawn, slowly approaching the Chengjiang acupoint and merging into it. At this point, the harvesting process is basically halfway complete. The starlight that falls into the body begins to descend from the Chengjiang acupoint, travels along the Ren meridian, passes through acupoints such as Xuanji, Zigong, and Tanjiang, and finally reaches the Qihai acupoint. This process is extremely painful, like being cut back and forth by small knives in the meridians, as if the whole person is about to be split in two. Even though Zhang Yunlu dies many times every night and has an extremely high pain tolerance, she was still in so much pain that she clenched her teeth and her lips turned white. After a long half-minute, the starlight finally flowed into the spiritual sea through the Qi Sea acupoint and merged into the hexagonal crystal. Phew tilde. I let out a soft breath. With the introduction and collection of the materials, the task is complete. Next comes the refining. This is the most painful step, and 90% of practitioners cannot persevere through it. At best, they vomit blood. At worst, they even lose control of their bladder and bowels. Go all out. Zhang Yunlu didn't pause for long. She changed her hand seals and drew out a small wisp of starlight from the spiritual seal. After the starlight fell into her spiritual sea, it quickly merged with her spiritual power. It itches, my whole body itches, and it's getting itchier. But soon the itch turned into a stinging pain, and every part of my body ached. It took a long time for the stinging pain to slowly subside. It wasn't too painful. According to the description in Basic Extraction and Refining Method, the extraction amount can be gradually increased, and the pain will intensify accordingly until it becomes unbearable or until it is completely refined. However, that's too slow. Zhang Yunlu changed her hand seals again. Click. The hexagonal crystal storing starlight shattered, scattering strands of starlight. 9 vortexes appeared above the spiritual sea, drawing the starlight into them. The 9 qi gathering and refining method. Instantly, an indescribable pain spread to every corner of her body, as if every inch of her flesh had been cut open. Zhang Yunlu gritted her teeth, her face turning deathly pale. The intense pain nearly made her faint, but Zhang Yunlu managed to hold onto the last vestige of clarity in her mind. If you faint, all your previous efforts will be in vain. The staff observing from the sideline were somewhat surprised. The method this person used for refining was extremely violent, which was very dangerous. Violence also implies speed. Several seconds later, Zhang Yunlu suddenly opened her eyes, but her body fell to one side due to exhaustion. Upon seeing this, the staff quickly stepped forward and gently probed her with a wisp of magic to check her condition. She quickly smiled and said, "Congratulations, you succeeded." That's truly remarkable. She actually endured such a violent cultivation method without uttering a sound the entire time. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. To explain, foundation establishment is related to some later plot points, so I'll focus on it. However, the latter 2 stages will be briefly mentioned. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, a reminder on doubt. I've seen plenty of people crying their eyes out, but her situation is quite rare. After a few minutes, Zhang Yunlu sat up straight, looked inward at herself, and the staff stepped aside. Within the spiritual sea, the originally pure white spiritual energy was now tinged with a layer of silver light, making it appear much thicker. Moreover, the size of the spiritual sea had expanded by 1/3 due to the stimulation of the intense pain just now. Although the 9 qi gathering and refining method is a bit violent, its special effects far exceed those of ordinary gathering and refining methods. As a warm current emanated from the red jade pendant on his chest, the pain throughout his body gradually subsided. A few minutes later, Zhang Yunlu opened her eyes and slowly stood up, which surprised the staff who were about to come over to help her. So it can stand up by itself. Thanks. Zhang Yunlu nodded slightly to the staff and then walked straight outside. As soon as she came out, the doors to the number 7 and number 8 cultivation rooms for the refining technique also opened not far away. In the number 7 refining method practice room, 2 staff members carried out a stretcher with a pale-faced young man lying on it. He looked listless and exhausted. What came out of the number 8 refining method cultivation room was rather terrifying. Although it was also a stretcher, it was covered with a white sheet. Dead. Although the 7th youth was very weak, he was still stunned. Was the cultivation of the gathering and refining method really that dangerous? Or I should just use the psionic pod to build my foundation. For a moment I had second thoughts. Like most people, he couldn't withstand the pain brought by the refinement, and only managed to get through it by expelling the spiritual seal. But Zhang Yunlu discovered that the person was not dead. Having experienced countless life-and-death battles, she had a keen sense of whether a person was alive or not. There was only a very faint, almost imperceptible stench. So that's how it is. He wasn't dead, he was just afraid of being killed, so he covered his face. The staff member in charge of Zhang Yunlu turned off the device on the ceiling and came to her side. Today, only you and the previous person succeeded. Zhang Yunlu paused. Are there very few people who successfully cultivate the art of gathering and refining? Yes, very few. Those who can get here are all cultivators who have full confidence in their foundation, but only a very few can successfully pass the first stage. Furthermore, since most people use the basic gathering and refining method, which reduces the pain, many people give up after the second stage fails to reduce the pain. Ultimately, very few people manage to complete all 3 stages. The previous person used the basic gathering and refining method, so your success rate in the later 2 stages will be even higher than theirs, the staff member said with a smile. Those who purchased 3 levels of nursing services and did not need to take care of themselves throughout the process were arguably the most popular among all the staff. Putting everything else aside, just considering the generous commission, she wouldn't hesitate to offer a few words of blessing. Moreover, this is the truth. Please come with me, and I will open the door to the hall for you. Generally, those who successfully complete the cultivation of the gathering and refining method will go to the front hall to enjoy the admiring gazes of others. No need, I'll just leave through the back door. Zhang Yunlu refused, saying it would be faster to leave through the back door. She wasn't interested in that kind of thing. All she wanted now was to get back as soon as possible, enter the trial space, and spar with different cultivators to gain experience. Then, please come this way. Good. Near the city center square, there is a famous mushroom hot pot restaurant. The shop was packed with people, and looking around, none of the customers were below the foundation establishment stage. The main problem is that the mushrooms used in this shop are all spiritual ingredients. Although they taste exceptionally delicious, they are no different from deadly poison to a chi refining cultivator. Shops with such high requirements for cultivation levels are everywhere in the central continent. They have existed since ancient times, and even foundation establishment is considered a low level. Su Xing and Kai Jiuyu sat by the window, with a pot of mushroom hot pot that had just been boiling between them. Kai Jiuyu held a bowl and chopsticks and was enjoying her meal. As a great cultivator who has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, it's no problem to eat it raw, let alone undercooked. But other guests who are at a lower level are not treated so well. If it's not time yet, they won't give you any cutlery, and if they find out that a guest is trying to steal food, they will stop them immediately, kick them out, and put them on a blacklist. Just then, 3 figures gracefully entered the shop, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The previously noisy conversations inside gradually subsided, and everyone's gaze focused on the 3 women. They were all beautiful and had very different styles. One person was wearing a tight-fitting crop top and denim shorts, with a baseball cap on, revealing a slender waist and long, fair legs. The other person, like Jiang Yuju before, wore a purple palace dress and looked dignified and elegant. The last person was wearing a white shirt, a short skirt, and black stockings. She was tall and wore gold-rimmed glasses. The Hehuan Sect's seductive cultivator. 3 people, 3 different styles. They were chatting and laughing, and just standing together was a sight to behold, attracting the attention of most of the customers in the store. Kaijiuyu was stunned. Why were there so many people from the Hehuan Sect? Wasn't Xuanjian City just a remote small city? But soon she realized it. Oh right. It was that trial that my martial uncle set up, and these idiots are here to ride the coattails. Zhang Yuju posted a title today saying she ranked 33rd in the trial, and the number of people watching her live stream increased several times over. No wonder the people from the Hehuan Sect are envious. Thinking about it, she looked up at Su Xing and found that he was not looking at the few demon cultivators like the others. Why are you looking at me? Uncle Master, will your trial include later cultivators as well? Won't you? In fact, it's not just the bewitching cultivators of the Hehuan Sect. Cultivators from other sects are also heading to Xuanjian City. However, the Hehuan Sect is now more skilled in this area. Just like in ancient times when an opportunity appeared in the world, cultivators from all walks of life came to compete for it. Unfortunately, Su Xing wouldn't give a second chance. Once it's missed, it's missed. Hearing his martial uncle say this, Kaijiuyu was finally satisfied. That's good. If I can't ride the wave of popularity, I'll go back and post something to annoy them. Thinking of something that made her happy, she ate 2 more big bowls. Su Xing looked out the window, thinking back to what happened this afternoon. His willingness to attack the Dao integration realm was not merely a desperate act, as some might have imagined, but rather a genuine confidence in brainwashing that junior Dao integration realm cultivator from the Supreme Dao sect. At that time, Su Xing had tried to trace the cause and effect to locate his existence after severing the connection, but that connection was too weak, so he did not succeed. Compared to before his seclusion, the methods of that peerless being of the Kang clan were even more secretive and unpredictable, making them difficult to detect. Therefore, Su Xing eventually transferred it to Huo. Firstly, to give the Kang clan a surprise. Secondly, it serves as a reminder to him, so that he might inadvertently fall into their trap. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 61, Initial Impact. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan returned home from the library and happened to run into his father as he opened the door. He was holding a bag, seemingly preparing to go to work. Compared to before, the middle-aged man looked much more haggard, and the weariness in his eyes and the faint dark circles under his eyes were simply unbelievable for a cultivator who had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. But to keep his son from worrying, he forced a smile. Xiao Fan is back. Dad, are you getting ready to go to work? Xiao Fan asked calmly. It's like a casual question between neighbors, but it carries a subtle sense of distance. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, his smile becoming somewhat forced. Okay, she nodded slightly, but because she was still worried, she added, I just made some food, remember to heat it up yourself. Then he took out some spirit coins of considerable value from the bag he was holding. Take this money, buy whatever you want to eat or go out for a walk and relax. No need, Xiao Fan didn't reach out. Let's keep it for my older brother's use. After saying that, she walked past the frozen middle-aged man, opened the door and went inside. Having just obtained the Kang clan's combat techniques, he couldn't wait to enter the trial space and put them to the test. Bang! The door closed. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, then silently put the spirit coins back into his bag. He then walked away with somewhat heavy steps, and from a distance, his figure seemed to have become a little hunched over. But Xiao Fan doesn't seem to realize that there was anything wrong with his behavior just now. After entering the room, I went straight to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. Name Xiao Fan. Realm level, Qi refining level 9. Current ranking, 1542. Entry into the trial space is permitted. 1542. Only about 500 people can advance in the second round. If I am still at the same level in the next round of trials, I will definitely not be able to enter the second round. Unless you draw the enchantress directly. But now Xiao Fan revealed a confident smile. Enter. He silently recited it in his heart, just as I felt my consciousness beginning to blur and sink. Born with 10,000. I only managed to hear 3 words before I couldn't hear anything after that. When I opened my eyes again, all I could see was that gray, hazy trial space where I couldn't tell which way was up, down, left, or right. Was there any sound just now? Xiao Fan asked, puzzled. After listening attentively for a while, I found that there was no sound at all. Is it just an illusion? It must be an illusion. Xiao Fan didn't think about it any further. Settings, Body Cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining. In the previous round of trials, he was defeated by a Body Cultivator, and now he has to get his revenge. Thump thump. The Body Cultivator's appearance was still extremely imposing. The tall figure emerging from the gray mist quickly arrived in front of Xiao Fan. Enemy, a Qi refining 9th level Body Cultivator, an introductory level master of the Overlord's Codex, and a minor master of the Mountain Shaking Fist. Xiao Fan stared intently at him, the fist technique practiced by the person whose divine radiance had been condensed flashing through his mind. Thump! The Body Cultivator's illusory figure took a step, raised his arm and threw a punch. The fists roared and came with fierce force, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. None dared to stand against them. That punch had stunned him and blew his head apart. Now Xiao Fan felt completely at peace. He raised his left hand to block the incoming fist, thus deflecting the immense force. Slightly turn your body to the side and thrust your right elbow upwards, striking his side abdomen. The illusory figure of the Body Cultivator let out a miserable scream and tried to retreat. Xiao Fan didn't give him a chance. He grabbed his wrist with his left hand, twisted and pulled, and prevented him from breaking free. At the same time, a powerful whip kick lashed out at his chest. Bang! The illusory figure of the Body Cultivator shuddered and was knocked to the ground. His chest dented unnaturally, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When Xiao Fan saw the Body Cultivator dissipate into gray mist, his indifferent expression finally showed a hint of surprise. He didn't even use the spiritual power amplification effect of the Xuan Tian battle technique. He simply relied on instinct to easily defeat a Body Cultivator who had previously been able to destroy him with a single punch. That's incredible. Xiao Fan clenched his fist excitedly. Meanwhile, in the outside world, above the clouds, Hehuan looked down, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate everything. From the moment he arrived until now, Xiao Fan's actions have naturally come under his notice. This is not surprising. This is exactly the initial manifestation of being influenced by the Kang clan bloodline, and the person being influenced will not be aware of it until their thinking and behavior gradually change. What kind of person was Xiao Fan at the beginning? To save his older brother, one was willing to take the barrier-breaking elixir, ruining his future. After dropping out of school, he immediately went to find a job to ease the burden on his family. He was someone who could have easily taken the opportunity, but returned it because he didn't want to take advantage of it. A person who is so kind as to be somewhat foolish. Yet this very person, under the influence of the Kang clan bloodline, has become what he is now in just a few days. I hope you can come to your senses in time. Hehuan sighed as he looked at Xiao Fan, who was overjoyed in the trial space. Then he raised his hand and grasped at that faint, almost imperceptible connection. In an instant, it was as if the world had turned upside down, and a strange wave surged in layers. A terrifying being with an eye between its brows, and surrounded by a galaxy stepped out from ancient times and manifested its form. However, faced with this grasp of bewilderment, the terrifying being shattered before it could even hold out for a moment. But that faint connection was also withdrawn and disappeared. Does nature create all things to nourish humankind? Snort. With a cold snort, Huo turned and disappeared. Almost everyone who passed the first round of trials was preparing for the second round. After being killed dozens of times by the enlightened sword cultivator, Lin Xianxian finally woke up and began to fight other opponents. He hadn't experienced combat during the qi refining stage for many years and needed to get used to it as soon as possible. In order to secure a stable advancement in the second round, Jiang Yuju also entered the trial space to hone her skills. Of course, the live stream was still running, and quite a few people were watching. Those disciples from other immortal sects also honed their skills in the trial space. Except for that unfortunate alchemist. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan's boxing skills gradually became more proficient in each battle, and every move he made was perfect. He was completely immersed in the power of the Xuan Tian battle technique, and the feeling of having all the meridians and networks in his palm was irresistible. Finally, there is Zhang Yunlu, who constantly battles various types of cultivators, and no matter what methods they use, she defeats them all with a single sword strike. The flowing cloud sword technique that Su Xing taught her has now been completely integrated into her own style, becoming ruthless, deadly, and unstoppable. Perhaps it's because it's died too many times that it's become like this. And so, time quickly came to the moment before the start of the second round of trials. In a quiet room at Xuanjian City, number 3 Middle School, which is usually used by teachers for meditation. Yu Ming sat in the very center, surrounded by the other nascent soul stage cultivators. Besides the principal, the mayor, and the head of the law enforcement hall, there were 2 other heavyweight figures, a void-returning elder from the sword sect and Li Qingyang. This made the already small, quiet room feel even more crowded, but no one seemed to care. The trial was such a big deal that these nascent soul stage cultivators were unable to participate. Yu Ming remained calm and meditated. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 62, Changes in the Second Trial. Yu Ming's move was not passive, rather, it was his own initiative. For someone whose foundation is damaged, whose future is uncertain, and whose lifespan is nearing its end, most things have become insignificant. However, there is one thing he must pay attention to: the opportunity to repair the foundation. This trial is very mysterious, and I may be able to find an opportunity to repair my foundation through it. Even if things don't go as planned, at least we can do Senior Li a favor, and there might still be a glimmer of hope. As for the others, to be honest, they might be a bit provocative, but that's just incidental. As for whether doing so would anger the big boss who was secretly manipulating everything, Yu Ming wasn't too worried. After all, the charm cultivators of the Hehuan Sect had even started live streaming, and nothing happened to them. It's about to begin. Yu Ming opened his eyes. For a moment, everyone held their breath, and even Li Qingyang's expression became more serious as he put down the gourd and looked at him. The next moment, Yu Ming closed his eyes again, his head slumped, clearly indicating that he had entered the trial. It's already started. Although I had seen Yu Ming demonstrate it twice before, I still couldn't figure it out when I watched it again. However, with Senior Li around, he should be able to. Seeing that everyone's gaze had turned to him, including his own grandnephew, Li Qingyang paused. Don't look at me, I don't know what happened either. He's not one to be proud. If he can't tell, he simply can't tell. Senior Li's words were really straightforward. The nascent soul cultivators exchanged bewildered glances and could only turn their attention back to Yu Ming. Enemy, a Qi refining 9th level body cultivator, an introductory level to the Overlord's Codex, and a perfected mountain shaking fist. Objective kill. This is the adversary Yu Ming has encountered this time. Limited by their cultivation level, cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages can only cultivate techniques like the Overlord's Scripture to the entry level at most. To cultivate it to a minor level, one must at least reach the golden core stage and transform one's true essence into magical power. The gray mist gathered and condensed into a fine iron spear in Yu Ming's hand, its 6-inch tip gleaming with a cold light. Thump thump. The illusory figure of the body cultivator drew closer, its heavy and profound aura making the hairs on the back of Yu Ming's hands stand on end. Something's not right. This is much better than the last one. He had also faced body cultivators with perfect level fist techniques in the trial space, but the oppressive feeling they brought was far less than that of the one he was facing now. His extensive experience allowed him to make a quick judgment. He took a step back with his right foot, gripped the butt of the gun with his right hand above his head, and pointed the tip of the gun at the ground. The illusory figure of the body cultivator stopped after reaching a suitable range. Although he couldn't see the features of the face clearly, Yu Ming could feel a highly aggressive gaze, like a hungry tiger eyeing its prey. Thump! With a muffled thud, the illusory figure of the body cultivator stomped its foot and pounced forward. Yu Ming was startled. He pressed down on the butt of the gun with his right hand, flicked it upwards and swept it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gun rattled, about to strike the head. But the illusory figure of the body cultivator opened its large, fan-like hand and actually grabbed the extremely sharp spear tip. Strands of blood flowed down his arm, turning into gray mist and dissipating. Immediately, the illusory figure of the body cultivator seemed to reveal a ferocious smile, and suddenly exerted force with its right hand. The spear forged from fine iron bent instantly. Yu Ming felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were gripping the tip of the gun with the strength of an immense Tyrannosaurus Rex, its irresistible force threatening to lift him up. Call! The world spun around, and a surge of air rushed into my nose and throat. You're in serious trouble. Realizing this, Yu Ming immediately let go and was thrown away. In fact, it wasn't just Yu Ming. All the trial participants noticed something was wrong as soon as they started. Even with the same level of attainment and the same level of cultivation, there can be significant differences. Last time, Fang Lin was used as a template. His temperament and fighting talent were only average. He was okay for the first round of screening, but it was obviously not suitable for the second round. Therefore, Su Xing strengthened various aspects, and this was a dynamic adjustment. For example, if the trial participant only knows one ordinary sword technique, then the skill will be enhanced by 10%. If there are 2 doors, increase by 20% and so on, with a maximum increase of 50%. If what you learn is a unique skill or an unparalleled inheritance, then it's a different algorithm. Otherwise, what would ordinary Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators use to compete with Immortal Sect golden core and nascent soul cultivators? Inside the trial space, Xiao Fan also encountered a body cultivator. After getting to know it better over this period of time, he felt the power of the Xuan battle technique more and more. Full of confidence, he directly threw a punch to meet the attack, wanting to end the battle quickly. However, the outcome of this encounter was completely different from what was expected. But faced with those straight punches that seemed to shake mountains, he was forced to retreat step by step. No matter how exquisite or varied his moves were, the body cultivator's phantom was still just a punch. No matter how you change, I will shatter you with a single punch. Before 5 rounds were over, he was sent flying backward, spitting out blood. This is way too strong. Xiao Fan was filled with fear. He barely managed to land and regain his footing when a punch powerful enough to shatter gold and jade came hurtling towards him, the air currents making him catch his breath. Grass. A flash of inspiration appeared in his eyes, and his spiritual energy immediately began to circulate in a mysterious trajectory. Splash! He could almost hear the sound of blood surging in his ears. Xiao Fan's physical abilities surged, and he shifted his feet, managing to avoid the punch. Then they quickly pulled back to create distance. This is the Xuan battle technique, which amplifies spiritual power. His spiritual energy spun rapidly, and feeling the continuous power within his body, Xiao Fan stared intently at the illusory figure of the body cultivator, constantly recalling the moves performed by the person whose divine radiance had been condensed. With such a powerful fighting technique of the Kang clan, how could I possibly lose? Again, his figure suddenly stopped, and then he rushed towards the body cultivator's phantom again, throwing a punch that was several times heavier. But this punch did not work. The illusory figure of the body cultivator dodged the incoming fist at a peculiar angle and squeezed into his arms. Xiao Fan was taken aback, as if he saw a hint of mockery in that blurry face, and an open palm grew larger and larger in his line of sight. The moment his face was gripped by a large hand, only one thought remained in Xiao Fan's mind. Isn't he supposed to be straightforward? Why is he dodging? Then his head was uncontrollably pressed against the ground. Gah. Uncle Master, you've suddenly increased the intensity so much. Can they handle it? Kaijiuyu squatted beside the coffee table, munching on a piece of fruit. If it's as easy as last time, what's the point? Su Xing said calmly. 2. Kaijiuyu quickly finished the remaining fruit pulp, and then threw the pit into the trash can in the distance. She clapped her hands, sat on the sofa and stretched. But speaking of which, why did you organize this trial, Uncle Master? After returning to his sect, if his martial uncle wishes, the other 6 major immortal sects will have to give him face. In that case, both the scale and the overall quality of the participants would far surpass the current trial. This is the first city I encountered after emerging from seclusion. Su Xing looked at the figures fighting hard. Since we are destined to meet, let's give the people here a chance to try. If someone were to seize this opportunity and rise to the right path, that would be wonderful. Unfortunately, the probability is very small. If achieving Dao integration were so easy, it wouldn't have taken so long to reach such a small number. Kaijiuyu pondered for a moment. In that case, should we go back a little later? It doesn't need to be too late, it's almost time. He stayed here for another reason, besides giving the people here a chance. And now, he needs to keep an eye on things since Hugh is causing trouble. It would be better to go back later, she muttered to herself. You have to see your master when you get back. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 63, If I Became the Sect Master. When Lin Xianxia slid backward several meters while kneeling. Cough, cough. The spiritual energy flowing through his body became stagnant, and a tightness in his chest caused him to cough up blood. He encountered a sword cultivator just like himself, but whose strength was ridiculously high. Enemy, a sword cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, an introductory practitioner of the Tai Su sword manual, and a master of the flowing cloud sword technique. Flowing clouds. The name itself evokes a sense of ethereal and graceful swordsmanship, and indeed it is. Buzz. A gust of air swept through, causing the air to hum. A jet-black heavy sword as wide as a door panel slashed down, but suddenly disappeared halfway down. Here we go again. Without hesitation, Lin Xianxia held his sword horizontally in front of him, and once again the pitch-black sword blade flashed out like the sky collapsing, sweeping across. When another sound, like the ringing of a great bell, sent Lin Xianxia sliding backward several meters amidst the flying sparks. A greatsword. Drifting clouds. The combination of these two is quite disgusting. Lin Xianxia felt extremely aggrieved. He was proficient in many unique skills and knew countless sword techniques, but he found them ineffective against this strange and unpredictable heavy sword. Unfortunately, his skills are limited by his cultivation level, and he can't use many of them. His mind raced, and he quickly analyzed the situation. He could no longer passively parry. He could only withstand a maximum of 2 more sword strikes. A swift and decisive victory. Having made up his mind, he suddenly stood up, burst into loud laughter, appearing almost manic, with a faint red glow on his face. Hehuan. His main cultivation method was the Lin family's ancestral sword manual, the 7 Emotions sword manual. It emphasizes using demonic thoughts to sway the mind, keeping the spirit still, and refining the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire into a sword. While it may not be as wondrous as the Tai Su sword manual, as a whole, it is superior in terms of offensive power. The swordsman's phantom, carrying a heavy sword, remained motionless, waiting for him to finish his preparations. Lin Xianxian's face turned as red as if it were about to bleed, a surge of heat spreading through him, and he laughed incessantly. He was overjoyed to be able to fight against such an opponent. He was overjoyed to have this opportunity. Hehuan, come on. Puff. He bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the sword, which then glowed red. He stepped forward, his figure like the shadow of a hazy moon, the elongated, chilling blood light lingering and refusing to dissipate. The opponent Lin Xianxian encountered was undoubtedly the strongest among all the trial participants. He comes from a family with a long tradition of martial arts, and from childhood he was taught sword techniques by countless masters. He also had the opportunity to witness unparalleled inheritances that are rarely seen by ordinary people. Furthermore, with the family's dedicated training, he can be considered the most standard sword cultivator. It's useless. Kaijiuyu held a handful of roasted beans in his hand, chewing as he commented. As the future sect leader of the sword sect, she still cared a lot about her disciples, so she specially found some of the sword sect's trial participant screens to watch. Unfortunately, the results were mostly unsatisfactory. No matter how much he learns, it's useless. He'll just end up imitating others. Kaijiuyu succinctly pointed out the crux of the matter. For example, she herself mainly cultivated the martial arts techniques created by her master, and also learned some useful supernatural powers and sword techniques from the Tai Su sword manual. He didn't learn much more, yet he still managed to beat the younger generation of the Immortal sect so badly they cried for their parents. This sword manual, Su Xing's expression shifted slightly, but he was more concerned about something else, so it's been perfected. By observing one aspect, one can understand the whole picture. Lin Xianxian only used one move, and Su Xing already knew the contents of the entire sword manual. He had many disciples, most of whom majored in the Tai Su sword manual. But some people want to forge their own path. When he decided to go into seclusion, the 7 emotion sword manual was still in its early stages, but now it is quite complete. Demonic thoughts destroy the mind. Keeping the mind focused and unmoved is only the most superficial level. The true realm that this sword manual aims to reach is to observe the cycle of the 7 emotions, transform them into one's own power, and prove the sword heart of the vast void. Once achieved, returning to the void is within easy reach. Kaijiuyu pouted. She had always thought the name 7 Emotions wasn't very nice, but her 7th senior brother seemed quite satisfied with it. When I create my own sword manual in the future, I will name it the First Sword Manual. That's more like being powerful. 7th senior brother has been guarding the Eastern Star region for many years and is respectfully called the 7 Emotion Sword Master, Kaijiuyu explained. After all, 7th senior brother is the disciple of martial uncle. Moreover, despite the unpleasant name of sword cannon, 7th senior brother is an absolute main force in the Eastern Star region, incredibly powerful. Not bad, Su Xing nodded slightly. Kaijiuyu paused for a moment, then took out his phone and turned on the recording function. Uncle Master, could you please repeat what you just said? Su Xing glanced at her. No. Kaijiuyu. I was originally planning to record that sentence, so I could extort money from my 7th senior brother the next time we met. 7th senior brother greatly admires his martial uncle. Sitilda. She quietly put her phone away. In fact, it wasn't just the 7th senior brother. All the senior brothers and sisters in the sect, as well as some older junior disciples, respected their uncle very much and would become extremely excited whenever their uncle was mentioned. What impressed her most was a senior disciple. Every time they met, she would ask her about spiritual practice, and the senior disciple would start talking about, "My master is like this and that, and it's a pity my master isn't here anymore," and so on. It is said that he even wrote a book for his uncle. But the senior sister thought her cultivation level was too low, so she didn't give it to her. This is absolutely infuriating. However, after spending these few days together, she also felt that her martial uncle was quite interesting and not as rigid as she had imagined. Suddenly, Kaijiuyu, who was chewing on beans, caught a glimpse of a screen of light. Zhang Yunlu had dealt with her opponent with remarkable efficiency. Zhang Yunlu cultivates the basic qi refining technique and only knows the flowing cloud sword technique, which she modified herself, as well as the purple enclosure qi observation method. Although I included some minor spells I had learned before, the opponents were not as formidable as Lin Qiuxian and Yu Ming. "Uncle Master, look, Zhang Yunlu, whom I've mentored, has already defeated her opponent," Kai Jiuyu exclaimed. When did she become someone you were advising?" "I always said that a sword cultivator should have their own style. I feel that I deserve 50% of the credit for her current achievements. No, I deserve 30%. Kai Jiuyu held up 3 fingers. She originally wanted to blow 50%, but even she felt that was a bit too much, so she changed it to 30%. "What do you want to say?" Su Xing looked at her. "I think I'm pretty good at guiding others in their spiritual practice." "So, you want to take on apprentices?" "No, that's not it," Kaijiuyu shook her head. "I'm only in my 20s, why would I take on apprentices? When I reach the age of my master and uncle, I will take on another disciple. If he or she disobeys, I will hang him up and beat him." With a serious expression and an extremely earnest tone, she said, "What I mean is, if I become the sect leader of the Sword Sect, I will definitely be able to carry forward the Sword Sect." Serious, earnest, no joke. She's serious about fishing now. The Sword Sect is already glorified enough. There's no need for you to promote it, Su Xing said calmly. "But we can still go further. Under my leadership, the overall level of the Sword Sect will definitely reach a new level, just like Zhang Yunlu. With my uncle's prestige in the Sword Sect, as long as I can win his support, becoming the sect leader of the Sword Sect will be a sure thing." Moreover, she genuinely believed that she would become the most outstanding sect leader in the history of the Sword Sect. Where does your inexplicable confidence come from? Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 64, Rewards for the Second Round of Trials. Based on the term of office of the Sword Sect Master, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this current Sword Sect Master has only been in office for a few years. In other words, you haven't even settled into your position yet, and you're already planning for the next term. Even if it's a precautionary measure, isn't this a bit too early? Kaijiuyu didn't say anything more, and turned to continue looking at the beams of light. This kind of thing can be done by just keeping the impression on you, and one day your uncle will support you. The main problem is that her level of understanding is still far from sufficient. The minimum requirement for a sect leader is to reach the Tao integration stage, but she is only at the nascent soul stage. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 2 realms in between, the nascent soul realm and the void realm. But as everyone knows, spiritual practice becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. The road ahead is long and arduous. As she was feeling sentimental, many of the light screens had already dimmed and disappeared, either because they had defeated their opponents like Zhang Yunlu, or because they had already failed. But most are the latter. After all, there is only one chance for this second round of trials. The remaining light screens contained either disciples of the Immortal Sect or local Sword Sect cultivators. Kaijuyu's gaze swept over them. Then one saw a phantom of a cultivator surrounded by lightning, purple lightning flashing through the air with a wave of his hand, and a gentle breeze accompanying his every step. Zhang Yujiu of the Hehuan Sect had her smooth, long hair standing on end, and she could only dodge and weave amidst the lightning. These squishy characters who use grenades are disgusting. Kaijiuyu thought to himself. Meanwhile, the alchemist from Jishi Valley had bulging muscles all over his body, making him a foot taller. His black hair was wild, his face was flushed with a bluish aura, and his eyes were bloodshot. He fearlessly clashed head-on with the illusory figure of the body cultivator, and surprisingly, he did not fall behind. The body cultivator from the dragon-elephant sky-supporting sect, however, was kneeling, his body covered in tiny wounds. Before him stood a captivating and alluring figure, with delicate, rose-red threads fluttering around her. This is a practitioner of the Hehuan Sect, but not a demonic cultivator, rather a celestial being. The celestial beings are a very extreme form of spiritual practice, emphasizing the transformation between heaven and man, and the creation of yin and yang. To explain it in a more accessible way, "You damn transvestite, are you giving your grandpa a massage?" The body cultivator roared, ripped off his tattered shirt and pounced again. "Did your parents give birth to you so you could become a transvestite?" The body cultivator threw a punch. "If I had known this would happen, I should have just shot you into the wall." While throwing punches, his mouth never stopped, spewing out all sorts of profanities. In summary, it's about taking parents as the center, relatives as the radius, and revolving around ancestors for 18 generations. Damn it! Her alluring and seductive figure was trembling all over. Did she think she could bully me because I couldn't speak? The magenta silk threads trembled continuously, spreading outwards in a vast, all-encompassing manner. This shows that the cultivator had already been very restrained while on the flying boat. "Tusk, what a low-class brute," Kaijiuyu said disdainfully. The transvestite was furious. Actually, practitioners of the Hehuan Sect can be broadly divided into 3 categories. The first category is the path cultivated by the ancestor of Hehuan, which is also the path with the highest proportion of cultivators in the Hehuan Sect today, the Enchantress Cultivator. This path has extremely high ideals, but because most disciples are too dull to comprehend it, the cultivation method of absorbing vital energy and desires has emerged. The second category consists of practitioners who cultivate orthodox dual cultivation methods and methods of sexual intercourse, the practitioners of pleasure cultivation. It can be said that the ancient Hehuan sect was notorious mainly because of the practitioners who focused on the art of sexual cultivation, and some less talented practitioners who were killed when the Hehuan sect was trying to whitewash itself. The third category is this group of celestial beings, who are extremely few in number but extremely powerful in combat. After all, a price was paid. The second round of trials lasted a long time. At night, Xiaofan suddenly sat up in bed, his eyes still filled with lingering fear. Name: Xiaofan. Realm level, Qi refining level 9. Second round of trials passed. After passing the second round of trials, no ranking was displayed. Yes, he still won. Although he almost lost halfway through, especially when he was slammed to the ground with his face pinned down, he thought he was going to die. Thanks to the mysterious heaven battle technique. With the boost from the Xianxia battle technique, he managed to break free from the giant hand of the body cultivator's phantom at the last second. Ultimately, relying on the powerful regenerative abilities of the Kang clan bloodline and the Xianxia battle technique, they slowly wore him down to death. He then sat cross-legged on the bed and calmed his mind. He wanted to see how much of the Kang clan's Xianxia battle technique would be in return for the rewards of this second round of trials. He felt a soft white light, and a profound Dharma text flowed through his mind, the Dharma of enlightening my true source. Cultivating oneself can restore one's original nature and enlighten one's mind and true nature. This is also the reward he received for passing the second round of trials. Xiaofan read it word by word, his mind gradually becoming absorbed in it. For a moment, only the faint sound of breathing could be heard in the room. With each breath, his hand spontaneously formed a strange hand seal, and the spiritual energy within his body began to circulate in a peculiar manner. Xiaofan felt a cool sensation between his brows, and many images appeared in his mind, gradually becoming clearer. His previously agitated thoughts gradually calmed down, The scene was all too familiar to him. It was something he could barely remember. When I was learning to speak, I saw the expectant gaze of my parents. As I grew up, my older brother greeted me with concern. There were also the bold words he and his brother uttered under the night sky. I must join the sword sect in the future and become its leader. The childish words still echo in my ears. Back then, I was arrogant and thought that if I wanted to do something, I could definitely do it. A smile appeared on Xiaofan's face. The scene then shifts again. It was the father's tired expression and forced smile. It was the slightly hunched figure of the mother sitting by the sickbed. There's also the older brother lying unconscious in his hospital bed. Why didn't I notice that before? He felt a little dazed and uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask himself a question. Have I been too cold lately? Splash! It was as if I could hear the sound of blood surging in my ears, and a majestic and boundless figure appeared, directly replacing the scene I had just seen. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over my heart. The emotions that had just risen quickly subsided, leaving only a familiar palpitation. Xiaofan opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of light flashing in them. Another opportunity has arisen. He lowered his hand, and the strange trajectory maintained by his spiritual power disappeared. He got up from the bed, ready to go out and find the adventure that belonged only to him. The rewards from this mysterious trial weren't just for me. Everyone who participated in the second round of trials received them. How could such a common reward compare to the supreme method of the Kang clan? Bite! A crisp notification sound rang out, and Xiaofan, who was about to leave, paused and took out his phone. Someone sent me a message. It was a voice message from my mother. Click to open. The voice inside was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Xiaofan, come quick. Your older brother has woken up. Xiaofan was taken aback upon hearing the news. The emotions that had subsided were showing signs of rising again. Big brother, is he awake? Then let's go to the hospital first. Thinking about it, he walked out of the bedroom but stopped at the door. A perfectly reasonable idea came to his mind. Now that my brother has woken up, it means he's all right, so it doesn't matter whether we go early or late. But the serendipitous encounter waits for no one. What if someone takes it if you're too late? He hesitated for a moment, but after a few seconds, he had his answer. Squeak tilde. Xiaofan opened the door and looked up at the starry sky. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, I should go find that serendipitous encounter first. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 65. Aren't you still at the 9th level of Qi refining? Xuanjian City, number 3 Middle School. Under the watchful eyes of numerous nascent soul stage cultivators, void returning elders, and Li Qingyang, Yu Ming slowly opened his eyes. A bright flash of inspiration vanished in an instant. Amidst the astonished gazes of the nascent soul stage cultivators, you could see that the wrinkles and age spots on Yu Ming's face began to disappear little by little. His loose skin became firm, and his sallow and gray face became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. His once dull and lifeless eyes are now clear and bright. As his gray hair receded, his withered and emaciated body gradually filled out. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The previously listless old man had disappeared, replaced by a dashing man with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and a tall, imposing figure. I have succeeded, and the foundation has been fully restored. Although Yu Ming tried his best to suppress it, his joy was still evident. Do you even need to tell me? Everyone felt that vibrant and harmonious aura. Is this your reward for passing the second round? The principal asked. No, everyone who participated in the second round of trials received it. Everyone has it, 3,000 people. Many nascent soul cultivators were stunned. What a grand gesture this was. The elderly-looking deputy head of the Law Enforcement Hall looked at the vibrant Yu Ming with a flicker in his eyes, as if he were pondering something. When will the third round begin? Li Qingyang asked in a deep voice. It's unclear. The senior who organized this trial didn't reveal anything, but this third round of trials will be held in reality. To hold it in real life. The mayor was somewhat numb to these words. He just wanted things to be settled smoothly, but one thing after another kept happening. He really couldn't seize such a great opportunity. Could you please go somewhere else? I will keep a close eye on this matter, so you don't need to worry too much, Li Qingyang said. This matter was most likely caused by a senior or junior master who had come out of seclusion. I have to take responsibility for it first. They're gone. After saying that, he patted the shoulder of the void-returning elder beside him. But it wasn't just the two of them who left. All the nascent soul cultivators also disappeared along with them. I was already planning to lend a hand, and I couldn't let them stay here and make a fool of themselves, so I simply took them with me. Yu Ming stared at the empty, quiet room and was taken aback for a while before sighing. Senior Li is truly thoughtful. Then he closed his eyes and focused his mind, observing his current state. After years of wasting time in the nascent soul stage, his foundation has now been fully restored, and the path to becoming a divine transformation cultivator is only a thought away. But he won't do that. If he were to advance to the nascent soul stage at this point, he would lose his qualification for the third round of trials. When Xiao Fan arrived at the hospital, it was already very late. He now had a black ring on his hand, with a very simple design, looking just like a black circle. The Book of Shepherding and Nourishing My Spirit. This is a cultivation technique that came with the ring, and it's also the extraordinary encounter he sensed this time. Shepherding all living beings, drawing upon their spirit to nourish my own soul. Once the technique is mastered, one can seize the spiritual essence of living beings, and even all things, to enhance one's own foundation and accelerate one's cultivation. Those beings whose spirituality has been taken away will not appear to have any abnormalities and may even continue to cultivate. However, they will unconditionally obey the orders of the cultivator, and 90% of their cultivation gains will go to the cultivator. An extremely domineering and evil cultivation technique. In the past, the Kang clan ruled over heaven and earth, eliminating all living beings and spirits. Some powerful beings within the Kang clan even used this scripture to enslave the stars. Once upon a time, the stars twinkled, their light echoing the bleating of cattle and sheep grazing under the caress of the Kang tribe. You've arrived, Xiao Fan. The sudden sound interrupted his thoughts, and he snapped back to reality to find himself already inside the ward. Her parents were not far away, their faces beaming with joy. The eldest brother stood in front of the hospital bed, his face rosy, moving his body around. The loose hospital gown was stretched taut by the muscles, and one could faintly hear the roaring and surging sound of blood flowing through it. Futilda. He exhaled a breath, and a terrifying amount of blood and cheese spilled out, making the temperature in the entire ward seem to rise slightly. Xiao Fan's senses were now sharp, and the undisguised, powerful aura spread out, making it difficult for him to breathe. Ammon, you've only just recovered. You should rest properly. Xiao Ming smiled and said, Don't worry, Mom. I'm a body cultivator. I know my body. Then Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Fan, who was standing at the door. When Xiao Fan met his older brother's gaze, he couldn't help but feel a chill. If I were to face my elder brother, even if I activated the spiritual power amplification effect of the Xuan Tian battle technique and used every means at my disposal, I would definitely not be able to withstand a single punch from him. Wrong. Even if he woke up, how could my older brother recover so quickly? Let's go for a walk, brother. I have something to tell you. His voice was neither loud nor soft. Then Xiao Ming looked at his parents. Dad, Mom, Xiaofan and I will be back soon. He was usually very opinionated, and seeing his serious expression, the two of them did not refuse. But she still added, Remember to come back early, it's very late now. Nodding, Xiao Ming walked towards the door. Smack, smack. The slippers made a crisp sound as they stepped on the bright floor. As Xiao Fan watched his older brother getting closer and closer, a strange sense of panic welled up inside him. When he got closer, Xiao Fan remained motionless. "Let's go," Xiao Ming said in a deep voice. A large hand landed on Xiao Fan's shoulder, making his heart skip a beat. Could it be that my brother discovered something? Good. Xiao Fan dared not refuse. The two brothers walked out of the ward together. Because it was late at night, there were hardly any people outside, but the lights were very bright, making the entire corridor glare white. The two remained silent, with only the sound of shoes clicking on the floor echoing and overlapping. Despite the journey taking less than a minute, Xiao Fan felt extremely oppressed. What exactly does the eldest brother want to do? After an agonizing half-minute, the two finally reached the end of the corridor. Pushing open the door, you'll find a small balcony, where the evening breeze carries a hint of chill. Xiao Ming walked in, leaned back and looked at Xiao Fan, who remained motionless. The two brothers looked at each other for a while, and then Xiao Ming suddenly smiled. "What's wrong with you, kid? Why are you being so distant with me?" His expression and tone were no different from when the two of them used to be together. Didn't the eldest brother notice anything? Xiao Fan felt much more relaxed and smiled. "I didn't expect you to recover so well, brother. I just hadn't quite realized what was happening yet. Normally, I should still be lying in bed right now." Normal situation. Isn't that the trial that's been all over the news? Xiao Fan was startled. "Brother, did you participate too? Wasn't my older brother in a coma before?" "Yes, I participated too." Xiao Ming nodded and complained. "I thought the selection range for this trial would be very large, but when I woke up, all the participants were in Xianxia City." "So you are?" "Just as you expected, I recovered after passing the second round of trials. Otherwise, he would need to rest for at least a few more months. Don't worry, I'll definitely get you another dragon elephant pill after I return to the sect, just as I promised you." Xiao Fan lowered his eyes. "No need, brother. I've already taken the barrier-breaking elixir and I'm all ready." "What are you talking about?" Xiao Ming asked, somewhat surprised. "Aren't you still only at the 9th level of qi refining?" Xiao Fan suddenly looked up and saw a pair of deep purple eyes. "Please add this to your favorites and keep reading." End of this chapter. Chapter 66, The Second Stage of Erosion. Supernatural Power. By the way, my elder brother is a disciple of the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect. How could he not cultivate eye techniques and supernatural abilities? That means that my older brother had already noticed my condition when I first entered the ward. Xiao Fan's heart tightened, and for a moment he didn't know how to explain. I didn't see wrong. The purple light in Xiao Ming's eyes dimmed and he scratched his head. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. It won't be like this again." That's what my older brother was thinking. He thought I was worried about him. Xiao Fan had mixed feelings. "If I'm not mistaken, you should have participated in that trial and passed the first round, right?" "Yes, sir." Xiao Fan nodded slightly and explained. "Actually, I not only passed the first round of trials, but I also passed the second round." I was so startled that I didn't react for a moment. Now that I think about it, wasn't this trial the perfect excuse? After all, the final trial was held in reality. In other words, if I choose to participate, I will inevitably run into my older brother. So it's better to just make things clear now. "Oh, you even passed the second round." Xiao Ming was somewhat surprised. "You're pretty good, kid. I really underestimated you before." "I was lucky," Xiao Fan smiled. "I barely passed thanks to some fortuitous circumstances. You can give it a try, brother." Perhaps it was because of the scenes he had seen in the previous Mingwo Zhengyuan Fa, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Or perhaps it was the complex emotions that had just arisen in his heart, but he decided to teach his elder brother the Xianxian battle technique that he had obtained. There were other reasons for doing this, namely that he wanted his elder brother to know that there were methods in the world that were no less powerful than the divine abilities and techniques of the immortal sects. And so, he quickly explained the Xianxian battle technique from beginning to end, only to hear his elder brother say, "This is no fluke. If you pass the second round, You should have a good chance of joining the Immortal Sect after the college entrance examination, Xiao Ming encouraged. He seemed not to have heard what Xiao Fan had just said at all. How could this be? Didn't you hear me, brother? Xiao Fan suddenly remembered what had happened in the library reading room. Could it be? A guess began to form in his mind. Yes, that must be it. Without the bloodline of the Kang clan, even with the most wondrous methods before one cannot comprehend them. Xiao Fan felt a pang of sorrow for his elder brother, but he still pretended to be hopeful. Really, I can join a celestial sect too. In fact, after witnessing the powerful effects of the Hehuan Sect battle technique, he wasn't very interested in joining the Immortal Sect. No matter how powerful the Immortal Sect's techniques and supernatural abilities are, how much stronger can they be than the supreme methods of the Kang clan? It might not be as good as it seems. Of course it's true, with the intensity of the second round of trials, even ordinary disciples of Immortal Sects might not be able to pass. Xiao Ming laughed. All right, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. I'll go back tomorrow after my parents and I complete the discharge procedures. Okay, then you should get some rest too, brother. I know. I'll just go back after getting some fresh air. I'm getting so bored lying around all day. Seeing him like this, Xiao Fan felt much more at ease and turned to leave. It seems that the eldest brother doesn't have much doubt about himself. However, as soon as he turned to leave, Xiao Ming watched his younger brother's receding figure, and his smile faded considerably. Especially when they saw him pass by the ward door without saying hello to his parents, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Something's wrong with Xiao Fan. From the moment Xiao Fan entered, Xiao Ming sensed that something was wrong with his younger brother's cultivation level. Qi refining level 9. According to his parents, Xiao Fan should be a pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator. However, recalling his miraculous experiences during his coma, he guessed that Xiao Fan had also participated in the trial and passed the first round. Perhaps the reward for continuing his path was the opportunity to participate in the second round of the trial. So I thought I'd go out and have a chat with him. But during the subsequent conversation, Xiao Fan's stammering and seemingly concealing something made him realize that this matter might not be so simple. Moreover, when he was told that he could join the Immortal Sect, although he appeared to be looking forward to it, his blood flow and heart rate were very slow, as if he had heard an insignificant piece of news. Xiao Fan wouldn't have acted like this before. Xiao Ming closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I can't tell my parents so they won't worry. With his thoughts racing, Xiao Ming felt somewhat irritable, the joy of his physical recovery completely overshadowed by what he had just discovered. Damn it, I don't care what you are, you better stay away from my brother. Yes. Outside the hospital, Xiao Fan glanced back at the hospital standing quietly under the night sky. I never expected that my elder brother would also pass the second round of trials. This was truly beyond his expectations. Looks like this is getting a bit troublesome. If he could, he wouldn't even want to participate in this third round of trials, since he's already having so many fortuitous encounters. But no, this is what Senior Hugh requested. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan had a sudden realization and noticed a problem. Everything I am today comes from that drop of blood given to me by Senior Hugh. But who exactly is Senior Hugh? Also from the Kang clan. But that's not quite right either. Xiao Fan denied this guess in his mind. After all, Senior Hugh had once reminded him not to forget his true self and to always remember that he was a human. I walked silently for a long distance, and it seemed as if a vast, ancient voice came to my ears. Heaven creates all things to nourish man, yet man has nothing to repay heaven. What should we do? What then? Xiao Fan's eyes glazed over for a moment. A crystal-clear light flickered, and he murmured in an extremely soft voice. So, am I not qualified enough? Is it because they are not qualified that they cannot consider themselves members of the Kang clan? This must be what Senior Hugh meant. A secret realm where the crimson moon hangs high. Kai Jiuyu sat atop the sword peak, a cyan gold longsword resting horizontally on his lap, his long hair swaying gently and wisps of red aura swirling around him. Now that he looks like this, he really does have the demeanor of a leading figure among the younger generation. Su Xing stood on a chain, looking at Kai Jiuyu's focused expression, and nodded slightly. Because the secret realm was of a very high grade, her natal sword was nurtured to a critical stage in a very short time. Just as the second round of trials ended, Su Xing also planned to come and make some arrangements, so he brought her along. Then Su Xing looked to the side, his gaze seemingly piercing through the barrier between the secret realm and reality. Is it already in the second phase? Xiao Fan was being corrupted even faster than Su Xing had anticipated, and his cognition was beginning to become distorted. The other party increased its investment so much that even the Mingwo Zhengyuan Fa, a Buddhist teaching, did not have much effect. This time it's not so much Xiao Fan's fault. After all, he was only at the Qi refining stage, and he didn't understand the Kang clan. However, the connection is not as weak as it was last time. That's true, he doesn't know I'm here too. Just as his senior sister couldn't foresee his situation, the Kang clan absolutely couldn't detect his existence either, otherwise they wouldn't have been so aggressive. When he merged with the Dao before, he would have thought it was just a trick. There's no need to rush right now. Let's wait for that junior to grow a bit more with the help of the Kang clan's fortune. However, Xiao Fan actually mistook Hugh for the Kang clan. That's really interesting. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Xing looked down at the entire Crimson Moon secret realm. He had to attend to the affairs of the Kang clan, and he couldn't delay the trial either. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 67, Life Transformation and Reconstruction Device. After the second round of trials, he gave each participant a reward. The vast majority, like Xiao Fan, are practitioners of a method suited to their current situation. But there are also some, like Yu Ming and Xiao Ming, who help repair their damaged foundations and bodies. Perhaps they are just one small reward away from achieving the Tao. 327 people. Of the 500 people, only 327 advanced to the third round of trials by completing the objectives and defeating their opponents. The rest were those who did not complete the objectives but persisted for a relatively long time. Of the 327 people who passed through, the vast majority were disciples from other immortal sects, as well as disciples from the sword sect itself. Barely acceptable. Immediately, Su Xing flicked his finger, and a streak of red light swept into the earth. Rumble! The entire secret realm suddenly trembled violently. The chains binding the sword trembled incessantly, making a clanging sound. WWH, what happened? Startled awake, Kaijuyu looked down and his eyes widened in surprise. The vast and boundless secret realm has been turned upside down. The flat grassland seems to have been torn apart by countless giant hands with brute force, and then squeezed and pieced back together. A fierce wind raged, dark red dust filled the sky, and dozens of tornadoes, each over 100 meters high, ravaged the secret realm. Is this the end of the world? Wait a minute, isn't this my martial uncle's secret realm? The secret realm is extremely difficult. I'm rebuilding the secret realm, you continue. Oh, I see. Kaijuyu stared at it for a while before closing her eyes again. The red mist around her had thinned considerably and was becoming increasingly faint over time. Before long, the sword lying across his legs finally swallowed the last wisp of red mist. With a clear and melodious sword cry, the longsword leaped into the sky, like a lithe azure dragon touring all directions, leaving long streaks of light in its wake. Suddenly, ripples spread around the red moon hanging high in the sky. The longsword, which had been wandering around, paused. The spiritual light emanating from its blade disappeared, and like a frightened puppy, it darted back into Kai Jiuyu's arms. You chickened out before the other person even did anything. That's fucking shameful. The spirit within the sword immediately transmitted an emotion, roughly meaning, if you're so good, then you do it. Kaijiuyu looked up at the red moon. Ripples spread outwards from the red moon, as if pulsating through the entire secret realm. She stood up and chose to follow her intuition and heart. Uncle Master, when can we leave? Kaijiuyu shouted loudly. That's fine. A weight suddenly landed on her shoulder. Xing had suddenly appeared beside her. Her prized intuition was utterly useless at this moment. Yeah, right. Labor and management are the most powerful. Then we just have to wait for it to evolve on its own. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaijiuyu felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a cacophony of sounds. Amidst the bustling crowds, the two appeared directly in the heart of the city. The night market in Xianxia City did not become deserted because of the sudden trial. On the contrary, it became much more lively. Perhaps it's because quite a few Hehuan Sect bewitching cultivators have come. Uncle Master, shouldn't we just go back? She quickly sheathed her sword. It's already so late. We'll be returning to the sect soon, so let's take advantage of this last bit of time to look around. I probably won't have the chance to come here again, since this is the first city I encountered after leaving the country. Return to the clan. Kaijiuyu's heart tightened. Isn't there a third round of trials? That won't be long. You stayed in Xianxia City long enough. What? Xing looked at her, a half-smile playing on his lips. Now you're scared. Of course not. Good. Several tens of minutes later, holding a handful of skewers in one hand, Kaijiuyu excitedly recounted his brilliant performance in the Immortal Sect competition to Xing. It's basically about how amazing she is, defeating her opponent in just a few moves. After taking the last bite of grilled meat, she tossed the bamboo skewers into the air. All the skewers lined up neatly, traversing the entire street in a graceful arc, flying one by one into the trash can at the end of the street. What an amazing technique for manipulating objects. Most of the people around were chi refining or foundation establishment cultivators, with very few golden core cultivators. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but admire them. Xing glanced at the trash can next to the two of them, then at Kaijiuyu, who was beaming with pride. Senior sister's disciple really knows how to create some kind of fun all the time. With a surge of magic, the grease on her hands and around her mouth vanished instantly. Uncle Master. Which senior brothers and sisters did you go sightseeing with like we are now? Why are you suddenly asking this? Just curious. No. Kaijiuyu was somewhat surprised but also delighted. So I'm the first one. Not really. I know. Those of the same generation as you, Uncle Master, don't count, she quickly added. Then you are indeed the first. Kaijiuyu's eyes lit up. Then Xing saw her take out her phone, fiddle with it for a while, and then send a message. The other person's nickname is the senior sister who didn't give me the book. The message was sent a few minutes later. Ding, ding, ding. Kaijiuyu's phone was acting up, constantly buzzing with incoming messages, showing how anxious the person on the other end was. She calmly turned off the phone and then put it into her storage ring. That was awesome. Xing was silent for a moment. Aren't you afraid she'll punish you? The rotation period is coming up soon. She's going to guard the Western Star region and will be extremely busy. By the time we return to the sect, she'll be gone and won't have time to deal with me. You're such a little genius. Aren't you afraid I'll punish you? Kaijiuyu looked at Xing in surprise. Don't joke around, Uncle Master. We're like family. How did we become like this, like whoever you are? Good. Xing ultimately didn't punish her. The two continued walking forward, and after leaving the area of the night market, the surroundings became much quieter. We passed through a somewhat old-looking district. At this moment, there were still people working. Two workers wearing safety helmets, whose realm was in the foundation establishment stage, were carrying a bucket of red dye and writing a word on each building. Demolish. A planned highway is going to pass through here, so all these buildings have to be demolished. Tusk, the people here are probably too happy to sleep, Kaijiuyu remarked. Is the demolition compensation for the sword sect very high now? Xing didn't have this fate in his previous life, so he never learned about this kind of thing, and he didn't have these things in this life before he went into seclusion. Of course it's high. Our sword sect's demolition compensation is based on the market price of the demolished houses, the building materials and techniques used in the construction, and the materials consumed during the inscription of the formation. Kaijuyu spoke eloquently and fluently, going on and on for a long time. From the valuation method to the compensation plan, it was explained in great detail. In short, if calculated according to what she said, the compensation received is equivalent to each resident here receiving a life transformation and restructuring device. From chi refining to foundation establishment, from foundation establishment to golden core, from golden core to nascent soul, from nascent soul to deity transformation. Let's skip that. You know all this. Xing's expression was somewhat strange. This doesn't fit your public image, does it? Of course, I'm going to become the sword sect master. If you don't even understand these things, how can you be a qualified sect leader? Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 68 is a heavenly foundation for Tao Rare. No one would have expected that Kaijuyu would actually bother to learn about these things. This kind of unexpected preparation will definitely become an advantage for her when she runs for sect leader in the future. She was already imagining the scenario where someone would use this to make things difficult for her during the election, and then she would slap them in the face and turn the tables. Uncle Master, you absolutely must keep this a secret for me. I haven't told anyone else, Kaijuyu added. Is it the same for your senior sister? Master does know. After all, his master wouldn't compete with him for the position of sect leader, so he usually just hid beside her and watched. That way, no one else will notice. Anyway, Master isn't like my aunt. She only has one disciple, so why wouldn't she support me? I think so, right. Good. Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, Foundation Building Comprehensive Service Center. It was still the number 9 refining and gathering cultivation room. The staff kept a close eye on Zhang Yunlu, who was sitting in the middle, and dared not be careless in the slightest. A thin layer of frost spread around her, filling the entire meditation room with a chill. Zhang Yunlu herself was pale, her breathing and heartbeat were barely perceptible, and her blood flow had slowed to an extremely low level. Her hair, eyelashes, and even her entire body were covered in frost. If it weren't for the ability to observe the flickering flame of life within Zhang Yunlu's body, using the spirit observation technique, the staff would probably have thought she was going to die. That's amazing. At this point, she had reached the most crucial, refining stage. But what impressed the staff was that she still chose that violent method of gathering and refining. I've worked here for more than 10 years and have supervised many people who practice the art of gathering and refining. But she had never met anyone like Zhang Yunlu. After a while, the gradually diminishing breathing and heartbeat finally began to return. It's done. He actually completed the second stage of the cultivation of the gathering and refining technique. The staff held their breath and did not immediately step forward. Zhang Yunlu slowly opened her eyes, and the fine white frost hanging on her eyelashes fell off. She tried to move, but found her body extremely stiff. Please wait a moment, the staff member said quickly. Then he ran to her side, took out a red pill. The pill was translucent like a red jade carving with a faint red pattern. Red Sun Elixir. Every practitioner prepares for this when they reach the second stage of their cultivation, of the gathering and refining method. Can you still open your mouth? Zhang Yunlu couldn't speak, but she still managed to open her mouth with difficulty. The staff put the pill into her mouth and then closed it for her. The Crimson Sun pill melted upon entering the mouth, transforming into a stream of heat that spread throughout the body. Under the influence of this medicinal power, the stiff body began to regain sensation little by little. Once Zhang Yunlu closed her eyes again, the staff stepped aside and returned to their workstations. Looking at the figure in the middle who was meditating, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes, but at the same time, she felt a sense of relief. Since she started working here over the years, she has seen many people practice cultivation methods, and the more she sees, the more she feels that her initial choice to build a foundation using external materials was the right one. I couldn't even make it through the first stage back then, let alone the second stage. It was like walking between life and death. Sitilda, a naturally formed foundation for enlightenment, is rare, and only those with such a mindset can build it. The frost on the surrounding ground receded, and the layer of white frost covering Zhang Yunlu's body began to melt, gradually turning her pale complexion rosy. She slowly stood up, her face damp with moisture, water droplets dripping from the ends of her long hair, and her clothes soaked through. Because the clothes weren't thick, the fabric clung to my body, revealing the color of my skin. Fortunately, I had some clothes prepared to change into. A few minutes later, Zhang Yunlu changed into a new set of clothes and walked out of the number 9 refining method cultivation room with the staff. Congratulations on passing the second stage of the cultivation of the gathering and refining method. This time, it wasn't just because of the commission, but a genuine blessing. Thanks. Do you have any intention of joining the Sword Sect? If so, I will report your information to the sect. Cultivators like Zhang Yunlu, who have a high probability of establishing a natural Dao foundation through the second stage of cultivation, are not many in the Immortal sect. According to regulations, it is permissible to attempt to admit them into the sect. Upon hearing this, a ripple appeared in Zhang Yunlu's eyes. Join the Sword Sect. The next morning, the thin mist dissipated, and the first rays of the sun appeared in the daytime. As the morning light pierced through the clouds, Xiaofan, who had been cultivating all night, slowly opened his eyes, a glint of 7-colored glass light flashing in his clear black and white eyes. Pick up the Danhua cup from the side. It contains a crystal-clear, faintly glowing white liquid, the pure essence. Like Yangjing Danzai, it is formed from the purest moonlight. The water rippled slightly, and a faint chill could be felt. Xiaofan drank it down in one gulp, feeling as refreshed as drinking a glass of ice water on a hot day. Immediately, he looked inward at himself. The true essence entered the mouth, transforming into a ball of bright white light that continued to descend, reaching above the Danshan, like a bright full moon hanging above the golden spiritual sea. Puff! With an extremely faint sound, the entire mass of white light exploded, transforming into countless tiny specks of light. The moon shone coldly on the stars, and tiny white particles of light, trailing flames, fell into the vast golden sea of spirits. The golden color gradually faded, and the spiritual energy in the spiritual sea began to solidify. Within minutes, the entire spiritual sea had become crystal clear and transparent. The changes in the spiritual sea did not stop there. A strange symbol rose from it, its meaning being shepherding all living beings, drawing upon their spirits to nourish my own soul. It's done. The first level of the shepherd's spirit and nourishing myself, cultivation process, was easier than he had imagined. This first level allows one to seize the spiritual essence of wild beasts, imps, and chi cultivators to nourish oneself. But as for plants, trees, and even stars, that's beyond his current capabilities. As I opened my hand, a wisp of crystal clear, almost invisible spiritual energy flowed out and moved continuously in my palm. Its inherent strength is almost comparable to the foundation-building true essence of ordinary external foundation building. He had already drunk enough Yangjing Dangxi, and with this cup of Supo Zhenhua, it was equivalent to passing through the third stage of the human race's cultivation method. If one were to obtain another rare and precious treasure and extract its essence, one could build a foundation for the Tao. The level of attainment that many people achieve only after narrowly escaping death and enduring immense suffering is now within his grasp. And there's more than one way. With the bloodline of the Kang clan, he only needs to use the shepherd of spirits and nourishment of myself scripture to capture spiritual essence, and he will not need the divine essence of rare treasures of heaven and earth. After putting away the Danhua lamp, Xiaofan got out of bed and prepared to try out the effects of the shepherd of spirits and nourishing myself scripture. However, as soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, he heard a noise coming from the door. Squeak tilde. As the door opened, my parents and older brother walked in, carrying a lot of things and chatting and laughing. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 69, the classic of shepherding the spirit and nourishing myself. First test. The three people who entered the room were taken aback when they saw Xiao standing in front of the bedroom. Dad, Mom, brother, you're back so early, Xiao said. After a moment of silence, his father explained, we thought it was still early, and you've been working very hard lately, so we didn't tell you. Is your health all right now, brother? Yes, I had a checkup this morning, and the doctor said he's recovering quickly, his mother quickly replied. After all, I'm a body cultivator. Xiao Ming smiled and then looked at Xiao Fan. Facing his elder brother's gaze, he did not panic as he had the previous night. Are you getting ready to go out? Yeah, I just woke up and was planning to go out for some exercise. The two brothers looked at each other for a while. Okay, then come back soon, Xiao Ming smiled. I'm being discharged from the hospital today. Let's have something nice for lunch. Okay, bro. The conversation between the two seemed perfectly normal. Eager to try out the shepherd's spirit nourishing myself scripture, Xiao Fan didn't think too much about it. He figured that his older brother would assume he was going to prepare for the third round of trials after he said that. And so he walked past the three men and out through the open door. Ammon. Don't worry, Mom. Let's put the things down first and then I'll go check on them, Xiao Ming reassured her. I'm here for you. Hearing him say that, the two felt much more at ease. Ammon is a disciple of the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect, and his realm and knowledge are far beyond what they can compare to. After calming his parents down, Xiao Ming changed into an inconspicuous gray outfit and went outside. With a series of crackling sounds, his nearly 2-meter-tall figure rapidly shrank, shrinking to about 1.5 meters in the blink of an eye, and his straight back became hunched. His nose bridge lowered, his lips thickened, his skin became loose and saggy, and gray-black age spots appeared. In less than a minute, Xiao Ming went from a tall and heroic young man to a frail old man. Because the clothes were sect uniforms, they could automatically adapt to his body shape, so they did not become ill-fitting because of his transformation. Judging from his current appearance, even if he stood right in front of Xiao Fan probably wouldn't recognize who he was. Xiao Fan. When they brushed past each other, he left a mark on Xiao Fan, which allowed him to easily sense Xiao Fan's location. He jumped straight from the 7th floor. Xiao Ming landed steadily next to 3 children who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old and were fighting with wooden swords. The highest level among the 3 kids was only at the first level of chi refining, and even that was a pseudo-first level where they had spiritual power but didn't know how to use it, nor had they deliberately tempered their bodies. Generally speaking, 8 years old is the most suitable age to start practicing spiritual cultivation. The saying, the body is still intact from birth, and the muscles and bones are beginning to form and the body is strong, refers to this stage. However, children at this age are quick-witted and find it difficult to settle down. In addition, they are not used to spiritual practice and are only just beginning to engage in it. It is already quite good if they can meditate for a while each day. Therefore, cultivation during the chi refining stage is relatively slower. The children stopped what they were doing and looked at the old man who had landed beside them. To sum up the expressions, my friends and I were all stunned. Grandpa, are you a sword cultivator? The little brat, who was at the first level of chi refining, mustered up his courage and asked. No, Xiao Ming smiled kindly. I am a body cultivator. Body cultivation. Is this what body cultivation is all about? The other 2 kids also exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Ming didn't say anything more, and with a light leap, he was already far away again. Wow, after a gasp of surprise, the little kid who had just mustered the courage to ask scratched his head. Can't body cultivators fly? Sword cultivators are definitely more handsome. I heard from my father that all the body cultivators are grooms. He's a brute. Xiao Ming, who had already walked quite a distance, paused for a moment. At his level, his hearing and eyesight were exceptionally sharp, and he could hear sounds from a great distance. In this damn world, when will body cultivators ever be able to stand up again? Even such a young kid is involved in the hierarchy of cultivators. On the street, an ordinary-looking, gentle-tempered figure was handing out a large handful of candy to passing children. "Thank you, uncle," that's what a polite person would say. "Call me brother, not uncle," he would reply with a smile. Soon, only one candy remained from the handful, which he decided to keep for himself. Peel off the sugar coating, and the crystal-clear candy looks like a beautiful gem with a fruity aroma. He put the candy in his mouth, then closed his eyes, seemingly enjoying it. After a while he opened his eyes, looked at the children playing not far away, and smiled. "Yuan, you did a really good job. If I hadn't been so wary, I might have been able to become a pretty good friend with him." Then he turned his gaze to the other side of the street. The morning sun was bright, shining on the trees on both sides of the street and casting a shade. Under one of the shady trees, Xiao Fan squatted down, holding a small snack in one hand and feeding it to a large gray rat, while gently stroking the rat's head with the other hand. Passers-by who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. Is this guy crazy? However, since there are many abnormal cultivators, no one said anything. "Stand up," Xiao Fan commanded in his mind. The large gray rat immediately stood upright. "Crouch down. Roll around once. Do a somersault." No matter what command Xiao Fan gave, the mouse obediently followed it. But somersaults were a bit too difficult for it, so it tripped and fell. But after it got up again, it started doing somersaults, falling back and forth several times without stopping. "So you really do obey orders completely." Ding ding. 2 crisp sounds rang out, and 2 spirit coins rolled to his side. Many people around looked at him, and some even took out their phones to take pictures. "Hey bro, stop making it do somersaults, show it something else," someone shouted. It was the same person who had just thrown out 2 spirit coins. Xiao Fan. Seeing so many people surrounding him, he felt a sense of disgust, just like when he watched the female streamer's live broadcast before. "Tusk, I was wondering why this guy was feeding a big rat. Turns out he's a beast tamer," someone said. Beastmaster, a once glorious but now almost extinct profession of cultivator. After all, even the demon race above the Tao integration realm is gone. A profession with the highest potential for returning to the void, and it's incredibly difficult to find a contracted beast who would be so foolish as to become a beast tamer. Therefore, the tradition is almost lost. Xiao Fan never expected to be mistaken for a beast tamer. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, ignoring these people, several more spirit coins of considerable value were thrown over. "Give us something good. I've never seen a beast tamer before in my life." The speaker was wearing the sect uniform of Jishi Valley. Jishi Valley, alchemists, rich people. After a while, Xiao Fan made a fortune with a very ordinary mouse. This alchemist is really rich. Finally, the alchemist from Jishi Valley even wanted to buy the beast tamer's techniques from him, offering a very tempting price. If Xiao Fan really knows any beast taming techniques, then he'll sell him. Unfortunately, he didn't. He would never sell the Shepherd's Guide to Nourishing Myself. And even if it's sold, whether others can hear it is another matter entirely. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming, who was hiding in the shadows, was also puzzled by what he saw. Could it be that Xiao Fan didn't come out to do anything bad, but instead came to make money? But when did he learn beast taming techniques? Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 70, A Good Big Brother. As the crowd dispersed, the rat remained crouched in front of Xiao Fan, motionless. After a while, as if receiving some kind of instruction, it suddenly ran into the alley next to it. Only after the rat disappeared from sight did Xiao Fan turn around and walk back. He was prepared to go back, Otherwise, his older brother and parents would become suspicious. Shepherds nurture me. The mouse's intelligence had been stolen by him, which is why it obeyed his commands without question. Shepherd's spirit is exactly like that. What kind of feeling is it to nurture oneself? That feeling is hard to describe in words. It's as if something very important within oneself is replenished, or one could say that one becomes stronger under the replenishment of that spirituality. After receiving a trace of spiritual energy from the rat, he felt his spiritual energy flow much more smoothly, and the nature of his spiritual energy also underwent a very subtle change. Unfortunately, this trace of spirituality was too weak, and he could not sense many changes. Suddenly, a mosquito flew past my eyes. With a thought, Xiaofan instantly seized the spirit from it, and its resistance was so weak as to be almost non-existent. But the spirituality gained was extremely weak, almost imperceptible, probably only one in hundreds of thousands of times that of the mouse just now. Sitilda, if we only take away the faint spirituality of these snakes, rats, insects, and ants, how long will it take to see any significant change? He casually slapped it to death and continued to think. Looks like we'll have to find some large wild animals, preferably primates. In fact, if we only look at the abundance of spirituality, then the best are the human cultivators in the chi refining stage. He does admire the Kang clan now, and his perception has become somewhat distorted, but he's not bold enough to kill anyone. To lose one's spirituality and have one's life and fortune in the hands of others is worse than death. For large wild beasts, could we go outside Chuanjian City or to the exotic beast viewing park where I used to work? Perhaps the spirituality of mythical beasts is even stronger than that of ordinary wild animals. I was just thinking about it. Rumble. Suddenly, a flying sword with poor lighting effects and a damaged paint job, resembling sword energy and thunder, entered their field of vision. Looking up, I saw that the one riding the sword was a young man with dyed yellow hair and a nose ring, followed by several skinny young men with similarly dyed hair in various colors. If you don't want your contracted beast to get hurt, come with us. The gang leader, riding on a cheap flying sword, shook the large gray rat he was holding. Contract beast. Xiaofan's eye twitched and his face turned cold as he said, "Get lost. I have no interest in arguing with you." This shout startled the gang leader. Could it be that he was just pretending to be weak while actually being strong? "I've seen him before. He's a student at number 3 middle school," one of the underlings suddenly said. Students? The blonde-haired leader immediately became emboldened. I heard that a pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator emerged from this year's class at number 3 middle school, but he's definitely no match for me. I, on the other hand, genuinely established my foundation by consuming foundation establishment elixir. Hand over your beast-taming techniques or you're not leaving. In broad daylight, someone dares to be so arrogant. But the people passing by seemed oblivious, coming and going without a single glance at Xiaofan. I can't believe I ran into such a cheesy plot. Xiaofan touched the black ring on his hand. With this, coupled with the Xu and Tian battle technique, I should be able to put up a fight. After all, it's hard to expect any fighting ability from this kind of thug. At the same time, an idea uncontrollably appeared in his mind. If I were to take their souls, wouldn't that be their own fault? Once the thought arises, it's unstoppable. He was even wondering how human intelligence compares to that of a rat. Both sides in the standoff seemed to have lost their minds, ignoring an extremely important matter. To start a war in front of everyone. Can I bear the consequences? If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. The blonde thug seemed to be getting impatient and reached out to grab Xiaofan. Just as Xiaofan was gathering his spiritual power to make a move, a strong and powerful hand was faster than him, grabbing the blonde thug by the collar. The tall figure stood like a wall in front of Xiaofan. "You're trying to steal my brother's things." In that instant, it was as if a veil had been lifted, and the people passing by finally noticed what was happening here. Are these thugs out of their minds, robbing people in broad daylight? The blonde thug was terrified when he saw the anger in the eyes of the person in front of him and the undisguised domineering aura. Am I a fucking idiot? How could they steal someone's belongings on the street? Standing behind Xiao Ming, Xiao Fan was also somewhat dazed. I just actually tried to steal their spirituality. Across the street, Hua watched this farce unfold. What would have happened if Xiao Ming hadn't intervened? With Xiao Fan's current abilities, those thugs are definitely no match for him, even if one of them is at the Foundation establishment stage. Perhaps he will steal the souls of all these people. That would plunge things into an irreversible abyss. Some things once started can never be stopped. However, thanks to Xiao Ming, who was always keeping an eye on his younger brother, the above situation did not occur. He really is a good older brother. However, that old Kang clan member is becoming increasingly blatant in his methods. Are you so confident you can handle me? Hugh seemed to have thought of something, smiled, and then suddenly disappeared. The building damaged during the major repairs has now been restored. Our reporter will take you behind the scenes to meet the construction team. The news was being broadcast on television. Kaijiuyu lay on the high-backed sofa on the right, her head resting on one armrest and her legs dangling from the other armrest, swaying back and forth. He was holding his phone and would occasionally chuckle to himself. Instead of browsing the interesting posts on the spiritual website as usual, she was engrossed in reading the messages her senior sister had sent her the night before. The senior sister who didn't give me the book asked, "Did my teacher go to the night market with you?" The senior student who didn't give me the book exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The senior sister who didn't give me the book asked, "Could it be that you left the sect this time to welcome our master out of seclusion?" The senior sister who didn't give me the book said, "I just did some calculations, and I really couldn't have predicted you. I'll assume you weren't lying to me." The senior student who didn't give me the book said, "But I still don't believe it unless you send me a picture." Such a low-level attempt to provoke me is something I wouldn't reply to even if I saw it. Scrolling down further, it becomes quite obvious that the other side is starting to get agitated. The senior student who didn't give me the book, answer me. The senior student who didn't give me the book, stop pretending to be dead fish. My senior sister who didn't give me the book, angry. Then came a voice message that lasted for several tens of seconds. LOL, you think I'd listen to that? Even without listening, Kaijiuyu could imagine what it contained. After another 10 minutes or so, they sent another message, still a voice message but shorter. I just asked my senior master, and you did indeed go to pick up my master from seclusion. Her tone grew increasingly agitated. My senior master also told me to focus on the rotation period and not to go looking for you. You two are in cahoots, what a mess. Ah. The sound stopped abruptly, and no further messages were sent. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter.